America's Day at the Races kicks off here. It's Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, Queens, and we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everyone. I'm Maggie Wolfenden alongside Naira handicapper Anthony Stabile, otherwise known as the Big A, and there's a hunch play in the first from Churchill, which is our second track on the card.
Looking very forward to playing Biggie later on. Not just the music when I get in the car and go home, but yeah, Biggie is the number 8 in the first race at Churchill, and I will be making. I don't bet a lot. My stepfather Pete, huge hunch player.
Yeah.
I don't ordinarily do it. I'll be betting Biggie today in the first race at Churchill Downs.
How could he resist? But we do have 5 stakes on tap. We are on the turf here for the 2 stakes, which includes the Artie Schiller 2005 Breeders' Cup mile winner. And it's the perfect race to be in his honor, going a mile on the turf course. We'll check out Decorated Invader. He's now 3rd off that extended layoff, but he came back at Woodbine last time out, Anthony. And how much the best was he in this option allowance?
Yeah, very good this day. You see Zoshi Kimura just sitting on, like just a loaded gun waiting to just explode through this field, and that was actually the short comment, Maggie. Burst through 8th pole. And he just right there.
I mean, he actually, there was a hole for him to go through, and he actually sat more confidently and waited. And once he asked the question, Decorated Invader responded beautifully. A horse who has shown at times to be fairly comfortable running inside of horses. Now he steps back up into stakes company today. We did see several scratches, many connections not wanting to participate on the softer turf course.
Yeah, we got a good deal of rain, the remnants of Tropical Storm Nicole, and then overnight, we got a little bit more rain. In fact, when I was driving over from my humble abode 1.5 miles away, it sprinkled a little bit. So not any kind of measurable rain the last 12 hours or so, but I guess just enough to keep it
squishy.
Yeah. Oh, I like that word. Yeah, squishy.
Actually, our very own Richard Migliore, who we'll check in with in a moment, had walked the turf course and said that it actually wasn't quite as quote-unquote spongy as he anticipated it to be. So we'll take a look, though, at today's races, brought to you proudly by Claiborne Farm. The Winter Memories, it's our co-feature. It's a Mount of 16th for the fillies on the turf course as well, listed as yielding. Churchill Downs, they are off the turf today. They did have the River City Handicap, which will be on the main track now, but the Dream Supreme will kick off the stakes action to round off that late pick 3 there at Churchill. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account. As always, we are offering that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code MATCH200. Check out nairabets.com to earn that today. As we'll take a look at that co-featured race down there at Churchill Downs, Anthony, and Sconson, she's looking to go out a millionaire, as Greg Foley and his team have said that this is likely to be the last start of her career. She is $10K shy, just a little less than that, from getting to the $1 million mark.
Yeah, a 4th place finish or better, and she becomes racing's newest millionairess. She is, she's a nice filly. She's tailed off considerably this year, namely last time, Maggie, right? Last time is the race that I think really sticks out on her card for the wrong reasons. And Greg Foley, she's done so much for the barn. You mentioned almost a millionaire. She loves it beneath the Tweed Spires. 5 of her 6 career wins have come at Churchill Downs, and she looks to go out on a winning note. And you know, it's funny. You see these horses, and a filly like her who we've covered extensively for the last 3 seasons, right? Mm-hmm. She's always in stakes company. I mean, literally 12 races on her card. They're all stakes races, so we get to talk about her a lot. You kind of pull for them to go out on the winning note.
Absolutely.
Just because she's had such a hard-knocking career. And, you know, she's done it the hard way. She makes up considerable ground in most of her races. Those are, to me, more exciting horses than the front runners, so we'll see if she can go out the right way. She's a morning line second choice to Joyful Cadence, who has a lot more speed than she does, and will likely control the pace in this Dream Supreme this afternoon.
I will say that Sconson, that race last time in the TCA was wired by Slam. So the pace ultimately did hold together. I know it says left lead, but it wasn't like she was asked to switch leads. She just kind of stayed on it. But yeah, she's going to have to do better than that race would suggest. But let's jump to the here and now. The first race at Aqueduct here is on the track in their warm-ups, and it is a maiden special weight for the New York breds. We're going the 7 furlongs for these 2-year-olds, Anthony, and it is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. As we'll take a look at the field here, and we do see favoritism to the Todd Pletcher trainee. That is number 3 in here. Bourbon Chase was bet to 4-5 favoritism in his debut and run down by a visually impressive horse in Starquist.
Yeah, it might even be shorter today than the 4-5 on the morning line, sitting at 3-5 right now. I thought this board would be a little tighter, but right now they're not really betting on any of the first-time starters, either of the second-time starters, and we'll see if Bourbon Chase holds prohibitive favoritism to post time.
All right, they are getting ready in the paddock. More on this race to come after this break on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street, was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Knicks Go. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park, and he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the Paddock Met Mile day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the Paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by Heartspun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5 to 1. I mean, Knicks I knew Nick's Go was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State was, it looked like he was on a roller, and it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
Well, he beat Nick's Go, which everybody knows who Nick's Go is, and that was even that much more exciting and, you know, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, I mean, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
You know, he's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
The stallion roster at Claiborne Farm has to include some of the best-looking physicals that I have seen in the past 10 years, Silver State namely being at one of the top of that list, as we are proudly brought to them here on our show, America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2 as we welcome in the third member of our team, Richard Migliore. He's standing by for this Race 1 Paddock Report.
Thanks, Maggie. It turned into a really nice day here. The weather cleared out. It's bright. Track is got a seal on it with a little bit of a back rake, just kind of a scratch over the top. I think it's going to be a pretty tight surface. Your favorite, the 3 Bourbon Chase, he looks good. Be honest with you, though, he's shorter coupled, and I wonder about 7/8. The last time he got caught, they went the last 8th in 13 1/5. I know Starquist was well meant, but kind of snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory there. Drake's Passage. The only thing he got from Tonalist from Icy is the marking on his head. Spitting image of his father in the face, but definitely looks more like a turf horse, although I like those 5 furlong workouts for him. The 6 Neural Network, very fit looking for Chad Brown, son of Cloud Computing. A little bit of remnants of skin disease on his neck, but definitely looks fit and well meant. And the 7 Wanna Winner, I love what I'm seeing from this horse making his second start, and I think he's going to take a big step forward.
Richie, thank you. I'm interested in that horse, too. As we start the post parade here, we did see the Long Shot 1A Editor's Choice go by, as well as number 2, Uncle Marty. Here's your favorite, number 3, Bourbon Chase.
Yeah, Richie mentioned getting run down late in the game last time by Starquist. We'll see if the 7/8 is an issue for him. Should like a wet track as well.
Drake's Passage goes by here.
Yeah, son of Tonalist out of a Speightstown mare. There's plenty of wet track pedigree there. And he cuts back from a mile and a 16th debut on the grass.
First, are not taking much money, number 5, October Bliss.
Very quiet on the board. Unraised Dam, first foal. Has a decent enough work tab and gets Manny Franco for the debut.
He's running in the wrong month. As number 6 is the first Neural Network.
By about 13 days, Neural Network. I was told this horse could run a little bit. Son of Cloud Computing, it would be appropriate if Chad had the good one. But the Dam was 1 for 5 and the win came on the grass.
Not taking much money for Chad Brown Firster is number 7 is Wanna Winner, Adding Blinkers.
You know, I know a lot of people like this horse today.
Yeah.
Casually. Friends last night. I was out with a bunch of people last night, and a bunch of them asked about, you like Wanna Winner in the first race? I was like, not really.
I loved him. I think I picked him in the debut. And he just kind of broke slowly and just didn't – nobody really came back in that – nobody really backed up. It was a race where the pace virtually held together. And I think he breaks better today being from a more outside post.
I'm a little surprised that he's a bigger price today, right now anyway, with 6 minutes to post, than he was in his debut.
We'll see if he takes any more money, but if you want to follow along with today's races and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys, download your free Equibase PPs when you visit naira.com/TV schedule and download them today. We'll start and take a look at number 3, Bourbon Chase. Anthony, he looked like he was going to win, and then the winner just puts in this furious rally to get up and edge him. Now, he's on the kind of hard 3 to 4 wide chase throughout here.
And that's what I was saying earlier today on Talking Horses. He's in play from Jump Street here. And he's on that chase. He's wide the whole turn, right? Yes, the winner comes outside of him, but the winner's picking up pieces here. I thought the pace kind of fell apart a little bit late in the game, and the winner just came mowing them down. I don't know unless and, when you look at the PPs here, unless one of these firsters has any early gas, he's supposed to be gone on the front end today.
Yeah, and Starquist would come back to run third in the Sleepy Hollow Stakes in his subsequent start. And we see number 2 in here, actually, Uncle Marty. He's the other horse taking money, and they're really the only 2 in this field.
You know, I don't really prefer Uncle Marty. I liked him 2 starts back when he got beat the head.
Yep.
I
That
don't
was
really-
the time, right?
Yeah, kind of exactly right. Second time Linda Rice, right? You kind of feel like when they don't win second time.
And it was so funny. She said to me that when he ran first time out, she's like, I don't think he's a turf horse at all. I just am trying to get a race into him, and I think he needs the distance. So, yes, the 7 furlongs might be playing into him, but I just felt like if there was a time to have him, it was then.
Yeah, and he had a little bit of a trip last time out. He got bottled up along the inside. He had a check almost immediately off the far turn. I don't know, though. That was another field. I know Looms Boldly came back to win yesterday. I don't know about that field overall. And I think my biggest issue with him, Maggie, is in a race that there does not look to appear to be a lot of speed on.
Right.
He is just slow early. I mean, he's not one of these horses. More often than not, the Linda Rice second-time starters come out and they show a lot more speed. He didn't. And I think that's something, and that's why you have to, the stats can be misleading, and you have to use a case-by-case basis because he did not break better. He did not show more speed. And combine that with what Linda said to you about him wanting some more ground. He really, even though he's getting an extra eighth of a mile on the dirt today, he really seems to be up against it from a pace scenario.
Right, and now he has to do his running from the inside, which, and last time I thought he took a bunch of kickback, which he didn't seem that apt to run through, and I feel like it might be the same scenario again as we check back in with Richie, who is standing by trackside.
Well, Maggie, I'm going to stay on the theme of kickback, and this is why I like Wanna Win Us so much. He was inundated with it last time. He really got covered in it. And it was a time of the meet where I think a lot of horses were having difficulty running through it. Now, he actually put in a little bit of a middle move through that kickback. So, therefore, to me, he tipped his hand that he has some ability. He has already shown that he's got some courage to run through that. And then he kind of flattened out a little bit late. I think the outside post, where he's not going to have to deal with that, he'll be a bit sharper second time. The addition of blinkers with his pedigree being by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, the Claiborne Farm Stallion Blame out of a Bernardini mare. I think he's going to set up shop on the outside, and he's going to get a lot more comfortable than he did in his first start. And I love the warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, especially with a young horse. Put their mind in the game, get them warmed up. He kind of blasted off, let him 2-minute lick for a quarter of a mile, and he looks like he's settled in. And I'm all about want a winner, and I definitely want a winner.
Don't we all, to start the day, Richie, as, want a winner, and the second place finisher, Don't Lose Cruise, would come back for our good friend and colleague Rick Schosberg and have a huge win, posting an 84 buyer. But Canarsie did not come back to run well in the Sleepy Hollow, and nobody else has really come back to run well. There was a winner that finished, right around him that came back to win an off-the-turf race, but a very slow figure. So I do agree with what Richie's saying, and furthermore, Michelle Nevin's a little bit of the same ilk as Linda Rice when you're dealing with first-time starters.
Yes.
They just feel like they need a race for fitness.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with anything you just said. I don't like the fact that this horse isn't taking any money in here.
Yeah, they're really only betting 2 horses,
It's
which
really
I find
strange.
fascinating.
It's really strange.
And they're definitely not betting number 6 in here, Neural Network, whom Cloud Computing, he won his debut, but it was as a 3-year-old. And I feel like we're going to see that more so with
Developing horses.
Right.
Probably right.
He's only had 3 first-time out winners out of 35 with his 2-year-olds. So, as you mentioned, the Dam won first time out, but that was on the turf, and she has not produced a winner with 2 foals to run.
Yeah, no, not much there. You almost, and it's funny because I heard the horse could run a little bit. I didn't get a huge push on the horse. You almost feel like this horse might even be 6-1 just because of Chad Brown. Maybe this horse is supposed to be a little bit higher.
Sure.
It's a weird board. See, and maybe I'm just being too stubborn about Uncle Marty. I don't understand Uncle Marty in here. Off of the, I think he's getting bet off that comment line and the fact that he did get stopped last time. But if you look at this race, unless he finds an unusual amount of speed that he has not had in his first 3 races, he is, of the runners, on paper, the most compromised in here.
Yeah.
And when you combine that to me, it's a terrible price on him. But
this does kick off the early pick 5. Any strong opinions coming up throughout the sequence?
it looks a little bit chalky.
Yeah.
I thought the one of the 5 had to win the next race. Chad has a nice-looking second-time starter and speaks for itself.
Coming back off of a long layoff.
We're going to hit the exactor in that race.
Okay.
We'll hit the exactor in that race. Nothing really in the 4th. And in the 5th race, On the Hill. If On the Hill runs any of his races from 2, 3, or 4 back, he's going to be especially tough, I think. But I thought my form is sticking together here. Of course it is, because I need to get to the number 3. There he is. Tralad comes in from Penn and Finger Lakes. Yeah. Those horses often get ignored. Brings the rider with him from his debut win at Penn National. So I'm hoping maybe Tralad could be a little bit of a price to spice things up. And the 5th race is always, if you're an exotics player, a multi-race player like I am, the 5th race is the most important race of the day. It's the crossroads race. Mm-hmm. It's the end of the first pick 5. It's the start of the second pick 5. It is the end of the first pick 4. It is now the 3rd leg of our middle pick 4 that starts in race number 3. And, of course, it's the 2nd leg in the pick 6. So the 5th race always one that I will take a little bit of an extra gander at. And I thought Tralad could be a little interesting today.
Yeah, it covers a lot of those sequences, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Maybe a lot of people relying on Speaks for Itself, and Chad is very good with his horses coming in off of layoffs. But I thought that Desert Dalliance was a little bit interesting. I know she beat a not so good field in that win at Parks, but it was her first start off a layoff, and she certainly did it in the right kind of way.
Okay, I was not a fan, but. That is not who I was looking to make my cold exacta with, but we'll get to that in the 3rd.
Oh, you're keeping us on our edge of our seats.
Gotta keep them tuned in.
Any thoughts on the stakes later?
Stakes, I like Palo Alto a lot today.
Yeah.
He'd be the best bet.
Yep.
But he becomes a lot less attractive with all the scratches, and his price is going to be terrible. And he kind of looks like Big Everest is going to get loosey-goosey on the front end. And I don't know. Hopefully he can run him down, but certainly he's going to be half the price he was when the field was intact. It's just a field of 6 now. Still a fun race. I like him. And Salima. I like Salima in the Winter Memories.
All right.
Are we on for that?
No. I'm not. You are.
I am, yeah.
Yeah. As they are heading into line here for today's opener at the Big A, 3-5 on Bourbon Chase. Can he make good on favoritism this time around? It's his 2nd start for Todd Pletcher. John Embriel has your call.
Wanna Winner moves in. We are set for the Sunday opener. And they're off. Wanna Winner and Drake's Passage. Neural Network not far behind, and right alongside is Bourbon Chase, and Bourbon Chase is moving up a spot. October Bliss is in 5th here in the early going. On the outside is Editor's Choice, and the trailer is Uncle Marty in 7th. Wanna Winner leads here by 3/4 of a length. Drake's Passage moves on through and gets closer in 2nd, the quarter over the muddy main track in 23 seconds. Wanna Winner by a half length. Drake's Passage is on the outside in 2nd by a length and a half. And then it is Bourbon Chase, the favorite, in 3rd by a length. Neural Network runs in 4th, followed by October Bliss. 5 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Uncle Marty and Editor's Choice, and they are all still chasing Wanna Winner, who leads here by a half length. Drake's Passage runs in 2nd. Neural Network on the far outside. Bourbon Chase is in 4th down towards the rail and will need some racing room if he has some run. The half mile in 47 seconds. They're in the stretch. Wanna Winner. Here's Neural Network on the outside up to challenge. Here's Neural Network now to take the lead from Wanna Winner. Then Bourbon Chase and Drake's Passage. It is Neural Network stepping away here at the end, and Neural Network will win his debut and won it by almost 5 lengths. And it looked like Bourbon Chase came on through to get 2nd and complete the exacta.
Despite not taking any money, Neural Network certainly won. Like, he should have been, what, 3-1 instead of 5-1? 3-1 or shorter, maybe, I should say.
Yeah. You know, I had a little push on this horse. He didn't even get the setup, you assume. No speed from Bourbon Chase today.
None.
I don't understand what the tactics were. If you look at the racing form here, and you're a Rat Ortiz Jr. and Todd Fletcher, how this horse wasn't on the lead is beyond me. One, a winner showed more speed with the blinkers on, a race under his belt, but he proved to be no match. Neural Network sat third, tipped under Joel Rosario, and was long gone at the 8th hole.
One thing you were right about is we saw nothing from Uncle Marty, but we would see Bourbon Chase rally into second at 4-5. 5-1, though, on your winner unofficially. 6-3-4-7 here in the opener at Aqueduct. And Joel Rosario up for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, nice looking effort here today. What was the final? Did we get a final time, man?
Final time. We 125 and change.
Okay. Still some moisture in this track. It's opened up, thankfully. It looks like the sun is out. We're getting a little wind, so 125 flat. Not a bad time. And he basically only ran the last quarter of a mile.
Yeah, he was poised from the outside throughout, and once Joel asked the question, he responded quite nicely. First-time starter from Cloud Computing, as we will see if Eminent Victor can keep things rolling for trainer Chad Brown as he sends her out in today's co-featured Winter Memory Stakes. She's coming in off of a third-place effort in the Sands Point. We'll see if she can get back to her winning ways in which she kicked off the season, see if she can end the season in the same way.
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. We are live here at Aqueduct, and live coverage coming up in a bit from Churchill Downs here on FS2 as we see first race winner going into the winner's circle. Neural Network picking up career victory #1 and start #1 as he takes your Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, paying $12.80. You don't often see that on a Chad Brown Klarovich stable runner, but in the irons today was Joel Rosario, and he's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Maggie. And Joel, you had about a week off after the Breeders' Cup, not feeling well, but it looks like you're feeling better now.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting better. So I rode a couple yesterday, and yeah, today just feel a little much better than couple of days ago.
Well, you had to ride this one, fairly hard. Open up your lungs a little bit.
It is, you know. I rode a couple yesterday and looked like, you know, it was a little bit easy, but this one today, kind of have to ride him a little bit the whole time, the whole race, just to maintain it in my spot where I want to be. And I mean, he responded, did everything really well. Just, you know, kind of have to just ride him the whole time a little bit. But I mean, he looked like really good up there.
Yeah, and he finished really well. Joel, explain to people about first-time starters and just having to keep their attention a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just like, they don't know what, you know, when they come to the race, I know they train in the morning, stuff like that, but when they come to the racing, it's a different scenario for them. And sometimes, you know, some they more smart than the other. You know, they go well, and you know, they're more professional. And sometimes they just they go on the first time like that, they just take a look, or they look around a little bit, and you kind of have to just you know, guess, you know, tap them a little bit, get their attention.
Well, you did a great job, and nice to have an outside post with a first-time starter too. And guys, he's blowing a little bit. He had to work for this one.
That's what happens when you're coming off a layoff. As Joel Rosario, good to see him back in the irons and back in the winner's circle as the second race coming up. It is a maiden. That's not it. It's like, I don't remember that race being here. I think that's one at Churchill, possibly. But we'll take a look next at the second race at Aqueduct.
Claimers.
Anthony, Claimers.
Yes, my lady.
25,000 for these filly and mares, 2-1 on Valorant. I thought she ran fairly well in her last race, and co-favorite up there is Trade Secret.
Yeah. And they look like the two horses to this race was going to go through those two horses. If you are just starting to tune in, you're just getting used to racing, you'll see this new, and for those of you who've been playing with us for years, the new B here in New York, they're claiming 25B. It's a little bit of a different condition. It's a conditioned claiming race for the older fillies and mares. So if you're 4 and up.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry.
For the 4-year-olds and up.
How dare I do that?
That's okay. For the 4-year-olds and up, they could not have won 3 races, so they've all won 2. But if you're a 3-year-old, you could have won unlimited races.
And we saw this yesterday for the boys, but there were no 3-year-olds. This time around, we do have a 3-year-old, and that is number 5, Trade Secret, as she has won 3 of her 10 career starts so far.
People ask why. I have had a couple of friends ask, why is that? You just have to explain that there's beaten condition, which we've seen a lot in the Mid-Atlantic and other racing jurisdictions. It's kind of new. I believe this was the first condition book since we went from the Belmont at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A meet, to the Aqueduct meet where these races are being featured.
A couple years ago.
Did we?
I think so.
I don't remember that.
Not
Maybe you're right.
recently, but yeah. So it's kind of a way of evening the playing field a little bit for you know, a lot of times you are apt to take horses who have won multiple races, but since they're a little bit younger and having to face older horses, that puts them a little bit more on the
especially this time of year when it doesn't really matter as much as the 3-year-olds facing the older. It just kind of expands the condition a little bit.
Yeah, it gets more horses into the race. Well, today's co-feature is the 6th, and it is the Winter Memories, a venerable gray filly trained by Jimmy Toner. This is her win in the Diana, which she was pretty impressive in winning her swan song, Anthony. And I mean, it's just such a cool family too, being out of the mare Memories of Silver, who is so talented too. And I actually remember being up there for this and watching this and just kind of being in awe of her. Like, the tail swishing.
10 years. This is over 10 years ago, Maggie. Don't remind you. That's Cherry. Millionaire, 2-time Grade 1 winner, one of 411 stakes races we have named for Jimmy Toner, former turf staffers here on the NYRA circuit.
Jimmy Toner had a winner earlier this week.
He did. That
horse looks pretty good.
That horse looks like he's going to be okay. He's kind of developed nicely. In typical Jimmy Toner fashion.
Absolutely.
He hadn't won a race on the circuit in 2 years, and when you harken back to all of the great, I don't throw the word great around. He had a band of some great fillies and mares that ran around here, and it's nice that we pay homage to them with naming these stakes races after them.
It really is, and we'll take a look at this year's edition. It does include, several horses that have faced each other throughout the year, as well as some kind of new shooters, if you will. Let's take a look, though, at Eminent Victor, who her last victory came in her 3-year-old debut, the Wild Applause. But we'll look back here at the Grade 2 Sands Point, in which we saw Skims win, and Eminent Victor we'll see her. She gets a fairly good trip overall. You're also going to watch Spirit and Glory, who doesn't have such a great trip. Now, kind of post positions are flip-flopped.
Yeah, the thing with Evan and Victor is I don't think we've gotten a chance to see the best from her. For the simple fact, and it's not just this, but she's kind of been a bit of an issue at the gate. She does not get away from there cleanly. You always see stumbled brake, rushed brake, hit gate start. She brings a lot of it on herself. She leaves herself susceptible to this because she just doesn't break away from there cleanly. And then she works out some pretty good trips. I wonder overall if she might be one a little less distance than these two-turn races.
I totally agree with you there.
Yeah, and it's tough now because there's only 6 furlong races here at Aqueduct on the turf, and the turf season's wrapping up. So maybe getting back to beautiful Belmont Park next spring will help her cause. But yeah, I mean, she's obviously a player in here, Maggie. She's kind of run the same race from her layoff in June to now, from the September to June layoff to now. But that race in here makes her probably the horse to beat.
She is 5-2 on the morning line, and look, she is 1-2 that she does get a little less ground to work with as opposed to that Sands Point. And how many Mr. Z's do you see running these days? Not many.
Not many on the turf, by the way, as well.
No.
Right?
Definitely not. As we'll take a look at My Risky Affair next for Christophe Clement. And she broke through the allowance condition going the 1 3/16. So she'll shorten up here a furlong. She did it on the front end last time. And I don't know, do you foresee her with a similar trip? It feels like there's faster horses earlier than her, though, here.
Yeah, you would imagine that Taswea, the number 9, is going to come out of there running. One of the horses that could have potentially been the speed. The one Hail 2 came out, so I wonder. You look at these races, and it sounds ridiculous to say, but you look at some of the races, and a horse like Candy Light, who's just been completely out the back, but going much, much faster. Joel Rosario finds a way to find some speed out of these horses. I'm not saying she's going to be on the lead. Look, if Risky Affair, if Christophe Clement and Ortiz Jr., who rode her this day, could have written a script before the race started, they couldn't have written one better than that. And I don't know. I just kind of felt like even money last time, I wasn't a huge fan of who she beat. And she was able to just, I mean, you want to talk about having things your own way. I mean, that's exhibit A of having things your own way.
Yeah, exactly. She's going to have to overcome that, you would think, today. But Salima, she definitely put it together last time. And she's one that seems to be coming to hand and getting very good very quickly. Another one by a sire that you don't often see, El Kabir.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah, I sure do.
He was a dirt sprinter,
owned by the same people as Mr. Z.
Right.
So you see an El Kabir and a Mr. Z in the same with
Isn't
the
that
memories.
crazy?
It is. I agree with everything you just said. This is a filly who she was so hampered by her trip in Saratoga.
Yeah.
That I think the speed figure doesn't do it any justice. And you would have seen that improvement from the debut, even more improvement from the debut to that race. The improvement from that race to last time. And now she's almost like a little bit of a powder keg. I think she's sitting on one of these. And now listen, she got a fantastic ride from Flavien Prat, who's not here now. He's out in Del Mar for the fall. And she got a good trip. But she looks to be a filly that's kind of coming into her own. And if she takes another step forward, these other 3-year-old fillies are going to have their hands full this afternoon.
Jose Ortiz will be in the irons for the first time, as we'll take a look at the stakes lineup that we have here on America's Day at the races. It kicks off with that Winter Memories in today's 6th race. Artie Schiller goes as the 8th, and then over at Churchill, their last 3, the Dream Supreme, Bet on Sunshine, and River City Handicap. Do note that it's off the turf.
5 stakes races in less than 3 hours to wrap up the show today.
Cray.
Yeah.
Love it.
Good stuff.
As we'll take a look at today's 2nd race here at the Big A. Once again, horses in the paddock getting ready. There is your second choice, Trade Secret, the 3-year-old in the mix, as we send it down to Richie for this paddock report.
Yeah, guys, it's at that time of year, Maggie, as you well know, and some of these, especially the fillies and mares, their coats start turning, get a little bit longer. I'm seeing a couple that definitely seem like they kind of gone over the top a little, but the one Valorant is not one of those. I think she looks terrific. Like what I'm seeing from her, the weight she's carrying, coming off a good effort last time off the bench and ran extremely well. Put a lot of separation between her and the third place finisher, Tactical Range, who's in here. But Valorant's going to have to deal with some speed from the outside of her. But man, I like her coat. I like the way she looks. She really caught my eye. The 5 Trade Secret coming out of sprints certainly appears to be the main speed here under Irad Ortiz. Be honest with you, I'm not really seeing a horse that's going to relish a mile. By Golden Sense out of an Indian Charlie mare. I don't see a lot of Indian Charlie influence. A little bit on the smaller side, a little bit narrower side. I just wonder if the mile might be a little bit difficult for her. And then the 7-horse Fun While It Lasted from Bruce Levine. Extremely well turned out, like the post for her. I think she gets the stalk from the outside and could work out a similar trip to the horse that won the first race, that kind of outside grinding kind of trip.
Thanks, Richie. I agree with Richie. The pushing it would be a statement that might be true with number 5, Trade Secret, when it comes to distance. But earn a $25 bonus today by playing Aqueduct, Woodbine, and Del Mar. You can earn that $25 bonus. All you have to do is opt in. It's win or lose. Make sure you opt in at NYRABets.com to play today.
That's at least $75 in each of those racetracks.
Yep.
We have a full plays sheet up at NYRABets.com. I have a play for every race at Aqueduct and some select plays at Woodbine and Del Mar to help you get to that bonus.
Great stuff. Good. All right. Love it. Definitely spanning the North America, to say the least.
Yes, man. We've covered, so this week we've covered Churchill, Laurel. What else did we do yesterday? Del Mar and Woodbine now. So, yeah, we've had plays. We've had 3 different combinations this weekend.
All right, Richie, liking the looks of number 1, Valorand in here. To me, Anthony, I thought she ran very well. Now, is she going to be able to run the same race with not having the lead today, which she was able to control going the 1-turn mile last time? But she was complimented by My Sweet Wife, who would return out of that non-3 condition and win an open race with a 75 buyer.
She won a race back in August of last year from just off the pace. She broke her maiden from well off the pace, so I think it helps her cause. And unlike the other favorite here, the number 5 Trade Secret, she's already proven at the mile, whereas Trade Secret has to kind of show us that she'll do that. I would imagine Trade Secret's going to be on the lead, and I would imagine Valorant's not going to be too far behind.
Yeah, you would have to think she is just tracking, and she was well clear of the 3rd place finisher, Tactical Range, who we'll also see in here. But there she is in the flesh. Richie saying she looks great. She looks great from up here, too.
Yeah, Coach Choice and her second start for the Rob Atras barn shouldn't be on the lead today. We'll see if she gets to make her bread and butter from just off the pace.
Coming back to the NYRA circuit from Parks is My First Love.
Yeah, if you throw out the muddy track race last time out, she was good 2 starts back. Problem is there's a little moisture in the ground today. You see, we've already been upgraded to good, but that moisture might hurt her chances.
I feel like she's a 1-figure horse, as number 3 is Tactical Range.
Yeah, Tactical Range making second start off a little bit of a brief break for Dave Donk. She was well beaten by Valorant last time out.
Big price on number 4, Stormy Cat Lady.
Yeah, she had a big win in June at Belmont Park, and her next 2 starts, one in August and one in October, were not very good at this level.
And number 5, Trade Secret for Phil Antonacci, is going to try to stretch out to the mile.
Yeah, one of 2 3-year-olds in here. 3 3-year-olds in here. She's the only filly in this race that has 3 wins. She's going to try and stretch out, and you'd imagine Irad Ortiz Jr. will have her on or close to the pace.
As number 6, Voice of Spring, switches back to the main track.
Yeah, she's kind of bounced back and forth between surfaces. Her dirt races as of late leave a lot to be desired, although back in May, she galloped from the 2-life condition for former barn Linda Rice.
Here's number 7, Fun While It Lasted.
Went to the main track last time in an intended race behind Valorant and Tactical Range. She took some money that day, Maggie, but she did not run a step from the half-mile pole home.
Right. She has a few dirt races, which make her logical in here, but they were races that were scheduled for the turf, so you wonder what she was facing that day. She is in against some proven dirt horses. In this second race, it is Aqueduct here as we do kick off a pick 4. Stay tuned. America's Day at the Races continues.
And obligatory goes by the ball. Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Paul Duca here at Churchill Downs.
Hi, Polly.
Hi, Mags.
Check, check, check. One. 1, 2, 3. I hear you, Dan.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Maggie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for tuning in to the show today. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as coverage of Aqueduct continues. And we are about 14 minutes away from the opener at Churchill Downs. We'll bring you their card in its entirety. But as always, make sure you play these races through your Naira Bets account. Horses on the track for today's second race. Condition Claimer, fillies, mares, 3-year-olds, and upward, which have never won 3 races, or just straight 3-year-olds. And the only one to have won three races is number 5, Trade Secret, and she is your current 8-5 favorite. As we check back in downstairs with Richard Migliore.
Yeah, and I still have big question marks about the mile distance for the 5 Trade Secret. The 1 Valoran, I liked her in the paddock. I continue to like her on the racetrack. She's got a tough post, though, and that's the kind of one little drawback, I think, because I don't think she makes the lead, but she's got to work out a trip from the inside. But gets Manny Franco, and Manny's been riding in very good form. I'm going to go with the 7-horse, Fun While It Lasted. I know she didn't do a lot of run last time, but I felt like maybe she got chased off her feet a little bit too much. I think the outside post, Dylan Davis should allow her to gallop into the race properly. And from a physical perspective, she just looked too good for me to pass up at 9-1. Sometimes you just got to go with your gut on these things, and my instinct's telling me that the 7, Fun While It Lasted, is going to run one of her better races today.
Richie, all right, going with a bit of a price in number 7, Fun While It Lasted. I have my question marks about the main track for her. I know she's handled it. To me, she just never looked necessarily comfortable last time out over the Aqueduct main track surface.
Yeah, these fillies and mares are not very consistent. And you almost, I've never asked you this. You handicap these races differently?
As opposed to when these races in specific, or
these condition claiming races specifically. See, I handicap them a little differently.
Okay, what's your theory?
I look for more recency. I don't necessarily do that in open claiming races or allowance races.
Right, where you can kind of go back to some back class. I think you're right in saying that.
I think you got to try and it's for me it's a strike while the iron's hot mentality.
Correct.
With these horses. And I know
who'd you
there's
go
some,
with in here?
I went to Valorant.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble seeing past her. I thought she ran really well first off the trainer change and a little bit of a break for Rob Atras. And if she can just build on that slightly, it makes her the most likeliest winner here.
And in the past, she's run a little bit better when she has a race under her belt to knock the rust off a little bit. Richie brings up a valid point that she has to work out a trip from the rail. But she broke her maiden on Valentine's Day last year doing the exact same thing, breaking from the rail, going the mile out of the chute here at Aqueduct. So she's already navigated her way. When she won at Saratoga, she broke from post 2. So being inside, as she was in post 2 last time, being inside is not something that has bothered her in the past. In fact, her 3 best races have come when she's drawn inside posts. So I think that helps her cause today. I'll tell you one thing, Maggie. I am stunned. And I know it's not more than several $1,000s. I can't believe Trade Secret is favored over Valorant in here.
Yeah, it is very close. We'll see what the final click of the board is once they break here as we see them circling behind the gate to go this 1-turn mile. And as you mentioned, there is some moisture in the track. I know that Richie, while he walked the turf course, said that the main track, they had it really tight. They had it floated. And earlier they just had it back raked a bit. And with the sun shining, much to my dismay and your dismay sitting up here in the studio because it makes it hot and hard to see, it's going to dry out the track.
Yeah. This track will be, I would imagine, I won't make any guarantees. No money back guarantees here. This is not an infomercial. I would imagine this track is fast by the end of the card today.
I could totally see you doing infomercials.
Well, I'm a man of many talents, Maggie.
Sell something.
I could sell. Believe me.
QVC guy here. You'd have
Wait,
a lot
there's more.
They're heading into line, and there's more of this field to load in. We'll get it up to John and Brielle, who will bring you the rest of this load and call. It's race number 2 here at the Big A.
Fun while it lasted. There in the gate. And they're off. A quick start for Trade Secret. Fun while it lasted, away well on the outside. Now Valorant moves up down at the rail as the field heads up the chute and goes for the main track. And it is Trade Secret with a narrow lead here. Trade Secret over Tactical Range. My First Love comes on through. Fun while it lasted on the outside. Valorant is in 5th, but only 2 lengths from the lead. Then comes Voice of Spring, and Stormy Cat Lady is the trailer in 7th. The leader is Trade Secret by 3 parts of a length. Tactical Range, My First Love, those two are right together, with Fun While It Lasted on the far outside in 4th. Valorant is 5th through an opening quarter mile in 24 and 3. It's Trade Secret by a head. My First Love. And on the outside, it's Tactical Range, who is 3 wide. Fun While It Lasted is 4 wide, and Valorant is in behind those front 4. As the field goes around the far turn, Voice of Spring has now moved up on the outside of Valorant, and the trailer is Stormy Cat Lady. It is still Trade Secret. Fun While It Lasted on the outside, half mile in 49 seconds. My First Love is next in the 3rd. Valorant being asked for more now. The field is in the stretch. 3/4 up in 1:14 and 3. Trade Secret. Here's Fun While It Lasted on the outside. Fun While It Lasted and Trade Secret. The 2 of them are right together as they come for the 16th pole. On the outside, Fun While It Lasted in the white blinkers. Trade Secret continues to battle on as they come on for the finish. And it is Trade Secret by a head. Fun while it lasted, right there in second.
Public was right. Trade Secret. She was determined, Anthony, to get this win. She even did like a turf horse does and swapping back to her inside lead.
Yeah, she flip-flopped late in the game. You know, this was a heck of an effort, and you said it to me, Meg. She deserved to win this race today. She took pressure from the bell. And I know they didn't go all that fast early on, but I'd much rather go 23 and change and have a 2-length lead than go 24 and 1 and have 3 fillies and mares stacked up. It looked like one of those old accordion folders going down the backstretch. And Valoran sat right in behind. Another thing you mentioned, I always give credit where credit is due, even though I can sell anything apparently. This kickback, and this is not something I ordinarily, I don't want to say care about, but something I pay a lot of attention to. It's tough. So Valoran, while she was sitting a gorgeous trip, she was really getting the brunt of it.
She was. And Richie almost brilliant with calling fun while it lasted because she did sit that right trip. She just met a very tough customer in Trade Secret. Official prices for you when we return, as well as the opener from Churchill Downs. We'll bring you racing beneath the Twin Spires here on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in to the program here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Run Happy. He proudly stands installed #1 at Claiborne Farm, and I always think of Run Happy now when I see the video of Mattress Mac, Jim McIngvale, carrying his $75 million in a wheelbarrow to his private jet. I mean, he's a baller.
My man had $10 million cash money backing up a wheelbarrow to a private jet. I mean, if that's not the dream, I don't know what the dream is. I need to be doing this.
So gangster. Oh, that horse are making way to the track here for today's opener at Churchill. It is a maiden 15 going the mile and a 16th. We kick things off with one more in the check. Said that one before.
Second time out. You say 3 more. Second time, finished second at Mahoning Valley last time out. Finds the water a little deeper at Churchill Downs despite dropping to 15.
Possible Speed and the favorite, number 2, Conspiracy Fact.
This is a fantastic name. Sunny Unified going to stretch back out. He tried 2 turns in his second start back in May, and it was clearly the best race of his career.
Dropping down to the lowest level he's run at, paid twice.
Yeah, he has no speed early on. We'll see if Gerardo Corrales can get him into the game earlier. It might help his cause.
Back down to Churchill from the Mid-Atlantic is Calipari.
Yeah, he ran 4th the last time he was beneath the Twin Spires when he was claimed from Rudy Brissett. Yeah, he's going to need a little form reversal here to be a player.
King Doodle will start number 11, get the win.
Yeah, first time for a tag last time. Now he cuts in half from the 30. He's going to stay at the mile and a 16th distance. He's a terrible price at 4-1.
As number 6 is Big Hello getting back to the main track.
Yeah, just one dirt race that was behind a stakes horse named B-Doc for Alan Sherman.
A little interesting as number 7 is Shakedown Street.
Yeah, blinkers went on last time, and he had trouble getting out of the starting gate. But they'll stay on for Steve Margolis, who cuts him down in half as well.
There he is. Big E.
Big E. My hunch play of the day. Made a little bit of a middle move before flattening out last time at a big price. Taking some money today at 6-1.
Owned by Andrew Rosen, too, in part, as number 9 is Lead Actor.
Yeah, Lead Actor put the blinkers on last time in his second start at this distance. He finished a well-beaten 3rd. See if Chris Hartman can turn him around.
Long shot number 10, American Silver.
3rd start of his career. The first 2 came at Belterra Park, where he ran for less than this 15 for 12.5 and was 3rd at 24-1 last time.
Dangerous could be number 11, BG Lee off the maker claim.
Yeah, he ran this horse on the dirt. Former connections that he got beat almost 50 lengths. Mike claims him, cuts him in half, but keeps him on the dirt.
Number 12, Double Dealer, goes back to the main track as we check in with the 4th member of our team, Paul LaDuca, who's standing by trackside down there at Churchill. Hey, Paulie.
What's going on, Maggie? Big A. Good Sunday to you guys as well. The weather about the same. The only difference is the snow. It's about 30-some-odd degrees. Now, we do have 3 stakes races today. We got the Bet on Sunshine. We also have the Dream Supreme, which would be the race before that. Now, the River City, which was a Grade 3, has been taken off the turf. That was the last race. It's just, you know, it was so cold last night, the precipitation could not stay off the turf. Now, the main track is money. I would think by the end of the day that the sun's supposed to peak out here in about an hour or so. We might be able to get to fast. It's going to be very interesting how it plays because there is some moisture in the racetrack, but you can see that there is a little bit of dryness as well. As they're going into the gate right now, I like the 7 a little bit, Shakedown Street, for Steve Margolis. Halfway on the drop, needs to get out of the gate. The money going towards the 2 here, Conspiracy Fact. I just think because there's not a lot of pace in here, so the 2 will probably be on the front end for most of the way. I took a shot with the 7. 9-1 for me is a very, very good price on a horse that I think can improve and lost to Floki's Flight 2 back that won by 11 here 2 days ago.
Paul, I do agree. Interesting player for Steve Margolis as they are heading into line. Favoritism holding strong on number 2, Conspiracy Fact. We'll see if he can get out of the gate and take them gate to wire as we send it out to track announcer Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call of race number 1 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Conspiracy Fact pushed on for speed from the inside. Double Dealer from the outside. And King Doodle from mid-pack is up close too. But it's Conspiracy Fact down inside to show the way. Double Dealer comes on to grab second. King Doodle's right behind while third. One more in the check comes away 4th and toward the rail. Lead Actor advancing up into 5th outside of Big Hello, who's tucked away neatly toward the inside in 6th. BG Lee is wide in 7th. American Silver following that one 8th. Shakedown Street is 9th. Calipari buried at the inside 10th. Biggie's in 11th and paid twice to trailer. 10 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter goes in 24-1. There's 5 furlongs remaining, and Conspiracy Fact continues to lead the way. King Doodle prompting second. Double dealer, wide trip so far, third. One more and the check. Tried to come up the inside there, but was shut off and is back into fourth toward the rail. Big Hello's fifth and only 3 lengths off the lead. Lead Actors coming under pressure in sixth. Shakedown Street, seventh. Biggie, followed by Paid Twice, who's picking up toward the inside. Meanwhile, Conspiracy Fact has built a 3-length lead. Conspiracy Fact isolated, heading to the quarter pole. One more and the check's going to try and take another run at the lead. Comes off the rail and Shakedown Street follows that one. And down the center it's Big Hello. They straighten away with Conspiracy Fact in front by 5. One more and the check is fully extended but is second. Big Hello is third. Shakedown Street is fourth. And Conspiracy Fact is first. And Conspiracy Fact wins big. 5 on the wire. One more in the check was second. Big Hello was third. Shakedown Street fourth.
Son of Unified, Conspiracy Fact takes them gate to wire. Anthony, he was running with his mouth open at first, but Tyler Gaffalione, you can depend on him to just be easy with the horse's mouth, and he just was able to control an inferior group.
Watch this start where he comes barreling out of there like a quarter horse, making sure he gets the lead and is able to maintain the lead. And then, Maggie, I could not have said it better myself. It's like he goes from this madman leaving out of there to just getting this horse to settle nicely.
Yep.
It's almost like two different riders.
I know.
The first 3/16 of a mile, he's just getting to the front, and then all of a sudden he turns off. Amazing ride. Yep. Yep. Here you see him right here. You'll see he'll come out. He'll intimidate the horses to his outside a little bit when the gate opens. Paid Twice, and the other one you see a little bit of a break. All right, let me take care of that. Very good. They're gonna let me get away with the first 10 jumps. I'm gonna use it to my advantage. I think it's the most ridiculous thing on the planet, but I'm gonna use it to my advantage. And able to parlay 9 to 5, easy as can be.
9 to 5, 2, 1, 6, 7 unofficially. Big price on the third and second place horses, 23 to 1 over 43 to 1. So at least some value underneath as we jump back here to Aqueduct for today's third race, Anthony. And we are looking at a group of allowance horses, and the return of Chad Brown's number 6 speaks for itself. She was a very impressive winner, albeit all the way back in April here at the Big A, posting an 88 buyer, but she's getting the tack on right now, and this does kick off the middle pick 4. Let's see if she can prove to be everybody's single here on America's Day at the races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing here at Aqueduct, as well as racing coverage from Churchill Downs, Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, Richard Migliori, and Paul LaDuca. We'll even hear from the Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, and a little bit here from Churchill as riders are getting up in the paddock for today's third race. It is an allowance going the 6.5 furlongs for the fillies and mares. 2 to 5, as we all expected, on number 6, speaks for itself.
Yes. Prohibitive favoritism, not surprising. Been waiting for her to come back. That was a nice debut back in the springtime. And kind of been waiting. Andy and I were talking about this on Talking Horses today, our pre-race show here on the NYRA circuit. She may have been entered Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. That's what we kind of both thought, and we haven't seen her since.
As we kick things off with number 1 in here, that is Violent Vixen, turf to dirt.
Yeah, she was no good on the turf last time, quite frankly. It was the second turf start of her career. Back to the main track. She won 2 in a row here at Aqueduct back in December and January.
The New York bred Fight on Lucy went by. Here's number 3, Diamond Collector.
Yeah, Diamond Collector cuts back from a 2-turn try down at Monmouth Park as she takes on older fillies and mares for the first time.
Here is Kelly Breen's Desert Dalliance.
Yeah, went down to Parks to get a pretty easy maiden score off of a 7-month layoff from Gulfstream Park. Excuse me.
To a T. Will she ever get through this condition?
No, I liked her. No, I liked her last time. She didn't run a step. A couple of second-place finishes against this condition, 2 and 3 back, but she's just going the wrong way, I think, Maggie.
There she is. Speaks for itself. We'll see if she can go 2 for 2 in her career.
Yeah, she was long gone on the front end in here last time out, and just looks like she's controlling pace again. See how she returns for Manny Franco and Chad Brown.
Wild card, first time on the dirt for Musical Romance. Does get a rod or tease, but rounding out the field is number 8, Chasing Cara.
Yeah, Chasing Cara finished a good third last time out. I think she's had some back races on wet tracks that would make her a player in here. She's got to hope there's some moisture in this track still.
This race does kick off the middle pick 4. It does have that 50-cent minimum. Races 3, 4, 5, 6. Starts off here, and maybe you're going to be off with a single. 1 to 5 on Speaks for Itself in here, Anthony. As you said, well, you said you had an exact in here, but would you single her?
Yeah. I don't foresee her getting beat today. If she is 85% ready, I'm just giving you a random figure there. I mean, she's supposed to crush these. This was a nice debut. Also, keep in mind, she's a 4-year-old. So obviously, it took them a while to get her to the races. Talked about thinking that she was entered less than 2 months after her maiden win, but then back to the bench. So I don't think I'm giving anything away here. In all likelihood, she has some issues that keeps her off the racetrack. Yeah. The one time we got to see her, though, she was pretty devastating. The fact that she's 4, I think, you missed all this time, but it also gave her plenty of opportunity to mature. And it's almost maybe to her benefit that she started her career a little bit older, a little bit more mature, a little bit more filled out.
I'm glad you said that, because my comments from her was, I said, may need one to strengthen, and that she also looked as though she might benefit from a little bit more ground. Obviously, she was quick enough. Now, she was asked to get to the lead by Manny Franco that day, but she easily got there and then just dominated a field of, I don't want to say horses that haven't necessarily gone on, because Hoodoo Land, maybe she's a little bit of a disappointment, the horse that finished second. She's one that was making her debut that day that cost, what she cost, $1.4 million.
Yeah.
And she just looked like she wanted more ground. Shug even said it. And then she's just kind of been okay. She's won an allowance race in the Mid-Atlantic. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what also Richie thinks about the returning speaks for itself. Meg?
Yeah, we'll get to her. Let's start with the 3 Diamond Collector. I just really was struck with how well turned out she was for Carlos Martin in the paddock. Well, this filly's coat is really good, and this time of year I put a lot of stock in that, carrying great weight. I like her turning back in distance. She certainly makes a lot of sense to me. The 5 to a T's got a great energy level today. I think she's going to run her A race. It's interesting. She broke a little better, I thought, last time than she normally does, and didn't really finish. And I just wonder if she's not a little better off maybe not breaking so well and just coming with that one run. I like that Javier Castellano sticks here, and I could see her certainly rallying to pick up the pieces. And I don't know if anybody can beat the 6, speak for itself. I'm going to go back to who would I want to ride here. I'd want to ride the 6, speaks for itself. I'm not giving out any great information talking about a horse that's 2 to 5, but from a jockey's perspective, that's who I'd want to be going into the starting gate with. She looks great. And one thing that we look for with horses that have made one start, how do they react to that start? How do they act the next time? And she just doesn't look fazed by anything. She's calm, she's cool, she's just really on point. She's been up in Saratoga. Her coat's great. Her most recent work was 48-3 up in Saratoga. And, you know, we're getting cooler nights, but she just looks good, and I couldn't get past her. You know, a horse that I think also has a chance that maybe I would use underneath is the 8, Chasing Cara. I just like what I'm seeing from her. She gets a good outside post. We talk about kickback. It's been very difficult here. And I think that she's going to get comfortable outside and maybe gets a nice rhythm in a stalking position. I was talking to Mitch Friedman, her conditioner, and he said that he had backed off her training and she put on weight and he thought, wow, this is good. And then she really didn't run well. He started training her harder again, and last time she ran one of her better races. So she does look fit, and like I said, Mitch said he's been training her more. And at 18 to 1, maybe that's how we get some value. Use the 6 over the 5 and the 8.
I like it, Meg, as Chasing Cara looking good out there on the racetrack as well, has Dylan Davis aboard. I want to talk to you about number 7 in here, Musical Romance. You know, is it Arad Ortiz money that she's 9 to 1? Because honestly, I thought she could be 29 to 1.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about her. She had one race on the poly track to start her career at Kempton. She ran second. Now, it's a completely different surface, obviously. Mm-hmm. She did not run well at all. She took some money last time, too. That was kind of a wide-open board.
Right, and we'll see the winner, Salima, come back in the stake.
She took some money. She did not run 2 steps. You said it's Arad Ortiz Jr. on her?
Who do you have?
I had Kendrick Carmouche.
I think it's Arad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Arad.
I printed my PPs
earlier than me.
No, you don't. You have it. You're.
No, you definitely printed them earlier than me.
I'm an analog. I'm an analog player in a digital world. You have your tablet, your laptop here. So. Yes, I think it's a little Arad Ortiz Jr. money. She's fighting for close second choice right now, which is kind
insane.
Of crazy. Yeah.
There's nothing about this filly's pedigree, at least from my knowledge, that she'd run on the dirt. And, you know, I never like to necessarily judge a work tab based on times.
Paper,
because,
right.
You want to be watching it. But there's definitely nothing that jumps out from her works that says that, oh, wow, she can definitely run on the dirt.
Correct. I agree.
It's very
I tell people that all the time. Like you and I could go back there right now at Belmont Park, where all our horses are stabled, and get any horse to go work 47-4. Mm-hmm. Some of them are going to do it with a 170-pound exercise rider under a double stranglehold. Some of them are going to do it with a 110-pound apprentice whipping and driving.
Yeah. Exactly.
Get them right. So
you do
need to watch them. But I agree with that. Richie spoke on my cold exacta. I like chasing Kara for all the reasons Richie mentioned. I think she'll break.
You guys are right.
Yeah. And the exacta was paying, when I was on Naira Bets playing it, it was paying $12 for a buck.
All right.
So how I played the race was I bet 6-8. I made a 6-8 exacta, and she's a big enough price. And I don't love the shorter prices in here. I made a 6 all 8 triple.
Okay.
To kind of protect the bet a little bit.
All right. Good stuff. You see to a T, she is your second choice right now. Her biggest problem is getting out of the gate, so it opens her up to being wired quite frequently, as she was last time by Snicket. And yeah, there's some of the same players in here, but there wasn't a speaks for itself in here. Even Diamond Collector, who you can kind of go back and say there's a little bit of, if she could ever get back to her first couple of races, she could be a player in here. And maybe she can appreciate a little bit of moisture in the track, as she has run well in the past with moisture on the surface. So we'll see as John Embriel has the rest of the load and call. We'll see speaks for itself. Can she speaks for herself again in her performance, coming back off the layoff and go 2 for 2 here in the third?
And they're off. And from the inside, it is a Violent Vixen out for the lead. Speaks for itself. Came away in second, chasing Kara's on the outside in third. Diamond Collector is at the rail. And in between horses, Desert Dalliance, Musical Romance in the clear on the far outside. Then comes To a T. Fight on Lucy trails the field in eighth. Violent Vixen leads here by a length over the big, heavy favorite here. Speaks for itself, who sits in second through a quarter in 22 and 4. It's Violent Vixen with the lead. Speaks for itself in second, and chasing Kara is next in third, followed on the inside by a Diamond Collector, and alongside is a Desert Dalliance. Then comes Musical Romance up front. Speaks for itself, moves right alongside of Violent Vixen, and the two of them are together with chasing Kara in third. Desert Dalliance now takes fourth. They are in the stretch. It is still Violent Vixen. Speaks for itself, being asked for more but not responding. It is Violent Vixen who has the lead, and the lead is 3 lengths. To a T is putting in a late move on the outside. Desert Dalliance is down at the rail. It is Violent Vixen in front. To a T with one last try on the outside. Violent Vixen and To a T. Violent Vixen by a long neck. To a T was second, and Desert Dalliance finished third.
Wow, as we see a mild, relatively speaking, upset with Violent Vixen, as she's second off the layoff for Charlie Baker and ridden by Joel Rosario, who gets his second win on the card, and he was aggressive with her, and a disappointing effort from Speaks for itself.
Joel Rosario came to play today. You know, using Violent Vixen's speed benefited them twofold. One, it's her best weapon. Two, you take your rival's best weapon away from her. And Manny Franco, you know, you mentioned it, Maggie, she was asked for speed in her debut, almost as if they knew she had to get to the front.
Right.
And he asked her today, and he realized after about a 16th of a mile, I ain't getting in front of this horse. I got to go to Plan B. Plan B did not work out very well, and Violent Vixen just kept on going. Our amazing producer, Bobby Klatt, asked if there was a bridge jumper, which is a show better. So of almost 70,000, 69,000 and change in the show pool, 45,000 was bet on Speaks for itself. So we're going to get some generous show prices here. You'll probably see some of the show prices.
23 to 1 with Desert Dalliance.
Yeah, you're probably going to see some of the show prices pay more than the place prices in this instance.
Oh, I'm kind of sick because I was interested in Desert Dalliance, and I always usually play like show on
You're probably looking at a.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Well, our good friend Tua T, I was right about one thing.
That's what she does. She gets
She
checks.
allowed herself to be wired.
Yep.
But she got a check here as she completes the exacta. As we jump back over to Churchill Downs, their second race is ready and making their way to the track. But number one in here, Soaring Bird. Now, she is trained by Will Walden, who is the son of Elliot Walden. And Elliot used to train for the grandfather of young Taylor Logan, who suffers from complex regional pain syndrome. And this month in November, it is CRPS Awareness Month. And she and her dad, Elliot, actually designed silks to bring awareness to this, which Soaring Bird is going to wear, as we check in with Paul LaDuca, who caught up with Logan and Elliot.
This is a privilege for me to interview Taylor and Elliot Logan. Taylor's an 18-year-old woman that suffers from complex regional pain syndrome. And give us a little bit more explanation on what you're suffering from, Taylor.
Okay, so CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome, is a nerve condition that I developed close to 3 years ago that disrupts some connection between the brain and the spinal cord and sends constant pain signals from my brain to my body. And it's been like that for close to 3 years. Started from an ankle sprain, and from there I started developing all these crazy symptoms and stuff that was clearly not associated with an ankle sprain. And so I was lucky enough to get an early diagnosis and figure out what was wrong with me. But from there we didn't really know what to do. And so we still don't really, it's kind of just a trial and error thing. But yeah, that's a little bit of what it is.
And you're now at the point, I mean, you go through excruciating pain, and if a lot of people don't realize what she's going through, if you have pain, she's going through it 10 times over. And with the help of her father, they're trying to raise awareness for people. It's a very new disease that people don't even know they have this disease. Taylor has expressed that a lot. And for people that do, because she's learning as well. And Elliot, you're learning from your daughter too, no?
Absolutely. I've learned a lot about this through her strength and her courage that she's presented through this. She's a very, very tough young lady. She deals with this with a smile on her face, much tougher than I ever knew she could be. But I've learned a lot about this. You know, it's, as Taylor said, it's trial and error. It's learning what we're reading, what we're going through, what we're finding out at different hospitals or medical facilities that we've been through, and we're going to find the answer to this one day, and we're going to get her pain-free.
Well, you should be. You created silks for this. Now, these silks were first written Ed Woodbine on November 9th. You got to see him on TV, but I thought it was a very funny quote. You said, you know what, it was pretty cool, but I want to see him live and in person. Yes. And you get to see him live and in person. I was talking to your father. Redeemer Racing was kind enough to wear the silks here on Soaring Bird. Taylor, what would that mean for you? And you said, I want to be here live to see those silks go across the wire first.
I mean, it means a lot for them to take this opportunity to let their horse run in these silks. I'm friends with Elliot's daughter through gymnastics, and so that's kind of how we have that connection a little bit. But it means a lot. And to see him at Woodbine was really cool, but to see him in person is totally different. And so I've seen them off, but I've never seen him on the jockey, and hopefully we can see him cross the finish line and be in the winner's circle.
Well, I know horses bring a smile to your face. You bring a smile to my face. And I'll tell you what, if 99.9% of the people in this world were as tough as this girl, we'd be in a lot better place.
Paul, thank you. And really everyone pulling for Soaring Bird in here for that sentiment, Anthony, as Soaring Bird will go out for Will Walden. Last time wired by Fast Breaking Cash as the beaten favorite, but I thought ran well in defeat, considering how you often don't want to be down on the rail at Laurel, and really, you know, could win. Could be one of the major players in here.
Could get the right trip too, right?
Yeah.
With Full Impact showing some speed, you would imagine. Big Nick, the 6, Big Thorn, the 7. All of these horses that have forward running style. If Jack Gilligan aboard Soaring Bird can just save some ground and maybe sit camp out right behind the speed. You know, this 7-year-old gelding, no stranger to Churchill Downs. He's hit the board in 6 of his 12 starts, a couple of wins. He likes the distance. He's only been off the board once at 6.5 furlongs in 7 tries. Yeah, and like you said, Maggie, being down inside at Laurel, you know, more often than not, when you draw the rail down there, you feel like your day's over before it starts. Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody's pulling for this horse today. I mean, and it just goes to show you the connection that, for whatever reason, right, and unfortunately for this young lady, it was, you know, dealing with some pain and some trauma that she found her relief and her comfort in our majestic thoroughbreds.
Yeah.
I hope this horse gets the job done today.
Yeah, it's amazing what horses can do for your whole mental outlook. As we check back in with Paul, who is standing by trackside.
Yeah, just what a heartwarming story. I mean, it makes me want to cry when I'm on air. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to bet the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all to win, because then the 1 will get home. That's the way you got to do it, because you know, when you look at Taylor's story, I don't think people really understand what she's going through, the disease that she has. There's times where her pain, she says, is 7 out of 10, and when there's times where it's 10 out of 10, where it hurts for people to touch her. That's the pain that she's going through on a daily basis. And to have a smile on her face in that paddock, man, oh man, what an interview that was for me. In my 12 years of doing horse racing, that was very, very special. To get to this race, yeah, I'm rooting for Soaring Bird here at 2-1. I do think the 2 Full Impact might be able to get away from the gates. First time gelding with Edgar Morales. This horse won last time out, and Gennaro Garcia's having a monster meet. He has 2 in here. He has the 2, and he also has a 6 Big Nick. Horse taking the money, though, Maggie, is a 7 Big Thorn. Claim from the Timothy Martin barn for Adam Getterson. I hope I had said that right. For Rafael Bejarano, another horse with speed. So looks like there's going to be some horses going to the front end. I think the 2 might be the horse to beat, but we're all rooting for Soaring Bird.
Absolutely, Paul. As yes, we do see 2-1 on Big Thorn. First off the claim, we'll see if he shows any of the early speed that he had in his last start. But let's see, Soaring Bird wearing the silks, designed by Taylor Logan to bring awareness to CRPS. Travis Stone has your call.
In the gate. And they're off. Aggressivity and Full Impact, those 2 out well. It will be Full Impact who crosses over first. Big Thorn comes on from the outside. Big Nick backs out of there. Turfy advances up to grab third. So down the backstretch run, it's Full Impact and Big Thorn to go head-to-head early. Both are keyed up. They stride out to lead by 2.5. Soaring Bird comes through toward the inside to grab third. Turfy is now 4th. Big Nick racing 5th. Aggressivity wide to the far turn, running along in 6th. Strike Me Down angles over toward the inside. 7th, 5 lengths off the lead with Verve the trailer. A 22-4 opening quarter mile, and it's Full Impact with a short lead. Big Thorn continues to press for the lead. These 2 come together outside the quarter pole with Soaring Bird right there in behind, while third. Off the turn, Full Impact tried to cut the corner. Big Thorn has been there throughout, and they head to the final furlong together with Soaring Bird switched out for this final 8th. At the 8th pole, Full Impact shifted out. Big Thorn fights on. Full Impact still shifting out. Meanwhile, Soaring Bird clear sailing down the center. Big Thorn short lead. Here comes Soaring Bird. Up in time. Soaring Bird runs down Big Thorn. Full Impact. It's tight for 4th among Turfy with Verve and Strike Me Down.
Fairy tales do come true sometimes, Anthony, even on small scales in $20,000 claimers, as Soaring Bird gets the win. Patient Ride by Jack Gilligan up in the shadow of the wire.
You know, about 8 days ago, 65 miles away, Cody's Wish got the job done in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, making the dream come true there. And like you said, Maggie, Breeders' Cup Saturday or a Sunday afternoon with a quarter claimer at Churchill Downs. These horses just do amazing things for the inside of humans. And I am sure Taylor is out of her mind happy right now.
Cool. And I'm sure Paul's jumping up and down too, but congratulations and really well done by Redeemer Racing for getting the permission and accepting to put on Killer Silks on Jack Gilligan to win here, and a really, really nice story that was just completed by the efforts of Soaring Bird to get the win here.
Yeah, he ran really well too, because it looked like he didn't break, and he rushed up, and it looked like the two speeds of Full Impact and Big Thorn just kind of got away from him. And it looked like at the quarter pole, you were like, this story's not going to have the greatest ending today. This young lady's not going to be able to have as big a smile as you'd like. But best laid plans for the two speed. They knocked at one point it looked like Full Impact went to go and savage Full Thorn. He kind of got away from him, and it gave him enough, and it gave Soaring Bird the opportunity to get to the outside and get up in the last 3 jumps beneath the Twin Spires. Great story. Fantastic ending. Really happy for her.
Big smiles all around, and what a year Will Walden has had too since taking out his trainer's license after battling some intimate demons, but just a great story here on America's Day at the Races.
We're closely associated with Todd Pletcher, and for as long as I've known Todd, he's as high on Constitution as any other stallion that I can remember. It's resulted in us buying 5 Constitutions here at this sale for Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola, and then Mike himself. He loves being able to train him. Todd always thought that that horse was uber talented, and we're seeing him pass that on to his progeny.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Thanks for joining us here on the program. It's America's Day at the Races. Here on FS2, we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm, now standing, Run Happy, War of Will, War Front, Silver State. The list goes on and on for the talented stallions that they have. As number 1, Soaring Bird. Well, he was more than just a winner today. He was a winner for young Taylor Logan, who designed the silks that you see winning rider Jack Gilligan wearing to bring attention to CRPS, as Paula Duke is standing by with the connections now.
Well, I had to do a wrap-up interview, right, with Taylor and Elliot Logan. The smile on Taylor's face is absolutely infectious. I could hear you yelling. Did you think that Soaring Bird was going to get there for a split second?
I did. It looked like it when they came around but whenever they got up here, I couldn't tell who was in front. But so glad that I was able to pull out.
Better feeling than you ever thought?
Yes.
Dad?
Oh, absolutely. This was fantastic. Big thanks to Redeemer Racing, Will Walden for making this happen for us. It so special, so special.
A lot of people don't realize that this young woman took out her racing license as well. Tell us about a little 2-year-old. I know you have a little setback. What's the name of the horse? You got a 2-year-old that's going to be in training in about 45 days.
Yes. His name's Flying Full Throttle. He's been I don't know. We've just enjoyed watching him from the beginning. And when was that? I don't even know.
He's been in training for about 6 or 7 months, and he
Yeah.
was just about ready to go and had a little setback. But he'll be an early 3-year-old starter for us. So.
Yes, and I'm super excited for that. So.
Well, hopefully when that day comes and he crosses the wire first, he'll be on America's Day at the races as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed. And you saw the emotions from Taylor and Elliott, and actually Elliott naming one of his horses Graceful Fighter. I think that was the first horse to wear the silks that Taylor designed because of what his daughter has shown him, how much grace, poise, and resilience she has shown in battling CRPS.
Yeah. And this horse today, Soaring Bird, showed that resilience as well, just running down the speeds and getting the job done and giving us a little bit of a fairy tale ending. We got about 4 hours left to the program, but you got a fairy tale ending early on in the show.
Yes, as 172 officially in race number 2 at Churchill Downs. Race number 4 is coming up next here on our show. It's a non-2 life for 40,000 going the mile in here, and we do see favoritism on the outside from Another Mother for Ray Handel. Dylan Davis teaming up, but we'll kick off the post parade here with number 1 Kong Loves a Fight, who just ran, what, 2 minutes ago?
Yeah. 8 days. Drama queen. Got
No,
this
kidding.
there.
I
Got
feel-
me
right, yeah.
2.5 lengths. Sorry, Khaleesi. That was off a layoff, so she's fresh.
Yeah. Number 1 Hollywood Hellraiser.
Yeah, the Deuce gets
2,
the pair
sorry.
of blinkers in here and goes back to the main track after a sloppy track try 2 back.
Number 3 is Major Spin.
Yeah, ran well behind a good-looking winner in Bezos last time out. Has back races that make him a major player in here.
Here's a favorite, number 5 Mo Rewards returns to the dirt.
I can't scratch my head hard enough to see this horse is the 2-1 favorite. They're betting him off turf races. He did win in his lone dirt start, but it was a slow race.
That was a while ago, too, as number 6, Sir John, just went by. Number 7, 2 Down, trying a, well, better than sloppy main track for the first time.
Sir John, the number 6, rode a giant rail to get the money. 2 Down, first intended dirt race after an off-the-track sloppy track try last time out, 2 starts back.
Just second in this condition last time from Another Mother.
From Another Mother. Dropped in for the first time. I'll tell you what, Maggie, that was a slow race. That was a slow race. And, you know, I don't know if this horse has races back in this late fall of last year and early winter of this year that make him amazing. I mean, they ran him in the Gotham and the Bayshore off of his maiden win. He didn't do much running. Here it is. I love this thing.
Me too. Pick 6 starts now. As soon as you hear that sound, it's like, ah.
Yeah, exactly right. It's like the angels playing the harps.
Angels playing the harps.
Just shows you how sick I am. That's what that sounds to me.
All right, as we'll take a look at number 5, Mo Rewards. And for more on this horse, Richie, what do you think about the 2-1 favorite?
Well, I'm in agreement with Anthony. I'm a little bit puzzled that he's your favorite, but I will say from a physical perspective, I do think the 5 Mo Rewards looks more like a dirt horse. He doesn't have that typical flatter, wider foot that you associate with grass horses. Getting an aggressive warm-up under Irad Ortiz Jr., and he is 1-for-1 on dirt. Now, again, I still think he's going to have to improve a great deal from at least that one dirt race, but it was his first start. But again, from a physical perspective, I'm seeing more of a dirt type. I thought the 6, Sir John, was interesting. He's another one that tried dirt for the first time last time. He got up. Now, albeit that was against state breds, maiden claiming. But I think he took a step forward from that race for owner John Murrell. And by the way, we owe Mr. Murrell a tape of that, or some kind of video of his last win. That's something we got to get done. Just a real nice effort from him last time. Is also going to have to take a step forward. From Another Mother makes a lot of sense. He's well drawn outside, and something, guys, that we've been talking about a lot today is kickback. And I think it's very important that if you're not in front, you have some place to get out in the clear. I think From Another Mother's well drawn outside. But I do think that the 3 Major Spin needs to go to the front under Trevor McCarthy. And I think being aggressive would pay off here. I went down, I looked at Javier Castellano's goggles from the last race. He rode to a T. And this illustrates, if we get the goggles, just how tough the kickback is. I mean, I was talking to Javier. He said one stride, his first pair of goggles was completely covered. He had to pull those down, and it's just something that the horses have to deal with. Now, horses have a natural kind of a windshield wiper effect, a kind of a protective eye covering that helps them, but still running through it is very difficult. So I'm going to pick the 3 major spin and hope that Trevor McCarthy, who seems to pay a lot of attention to how things are playing, is understanding of the fact that he needs to get this horse's face in the clear.
Yeah, it has been a serious issue that you see throughout the racing here. Now, look, to a T, she was able to extricate herself from that kickback, and once she got clear, she ran on. But horses really aren't running through it, and some, even when they get clear, they're like, I've just had enough of battling this, and you don't even see them kick on from there.
Exactly right. It's almost like they throw in the towel.
Yeah.
Like Valoran's a great example. I want to bet Valoran back next time, just because by the time they got to the quarter pole, she was done.
Yeah. Well,
But can I ask you a question? When you go to Tom's barn, do you just stand in front of this horse's stall and stare at him?
why?
He's a good-looking horse.
He is a good-looking horse.
I'm a sucker for a chestnut.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
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 No,
Chestnuts have cost me a lot of money in life.
So
a lot.
We're not going to get into that. I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe they're thinking he turns back into a pumpkin. And look, Tom's barn has not been going particularly well this meet. But I thought he ran very, very well last time out here, kind of doing battle the whole way, hemmed in by the horse who actually out-battled him for place honors here. But he never left him alone, and Bezos was left alone and was able to do everything his own way.
Exactly right. Yeah, he was hampered by, he was just kept in there.
Mm-hmm.
Kept in. I think you and I want to show together, right?
We were.
Yep.
And look, from another mother, he makes a lot of sense. Now, on the flip side, Ray's barn is going particularly well here at the meeting. But as you mentioned, not a particularly fast race when he was dropped in last time. But now this is a horse that, do you trust the go-back races?
No.
Because they're there.
No.
You
I don't trust them.
Okay.
I don't trust them because, and people are going to point to, he exits the first race at Monmouth. Bad sign, by the way. You ran this horse on a Gotham in the Bayshore, and you decided during the Saratoga meet you're going to go to Monmouth? No. Come back here, in for the tag. He ran by a horse. Now, Skylander kind of freaked that day. Skylander had never run on the main track.
No, he had.
He
Just
had?
against a world better horses
Oh,
at
okay.
Saratoga.
Okay. I don't know. Hey, look at his speed figures. He's been terrible.
But third off a layoff, maybe he can rebound. The thing I don't get either, you and Richie have said it too, is how does Mo Rewards win this race? Now, I will say
He's
that
9-5.
looking at him, he does look more like a dirt horse. And I noticed an improvement in him physically and in his demeanor last time out. And he was facing some good turf horses. But the problem is he doesn't have any early speed. So what kind of trip is he meant to work out here?
You combine his lack of dirt form. I mean, I know he's 1-for-1 on the dirt, but that was oof-ah. That was some. That was some field. And oh, by the way, he hasn't been back on the dirt for 15 months, and this is probably more of a necessity since we've limited our turf racing here through the next couple of weeks.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, this kind of even looks like it could have been one of those races that was meant for the turf that we took on put onto the dirt.
Yeah, because you have 2 down as well, and so
Rider off the number 5, Mo Rewards, actually.
he can be a little bit of a bad actor at times.
Okay.
So he'll go in riderless, or Rider T's jumping off. We'll jump back on once they get him into the gate, and he is. Now there's Sir John. I mean, I know it was a slow race, but the second place finisher, Burt came back to win with a 78 fire in his subsequent start.
He improved a lot. This horse took the blinkers off. It was his first dirt race, but he was able to get up a good rail that day. And I think that's what helped. That's what benefited him. Burt probably best, and he showed it Friday.
From Another Mother goes into line. John and Brielle has your call of race 4 from the Big A.
We are set for race 4. And they're off. Oh, that was a bobbling beginning for number 5, Mo Rewards, and now he's at the back of the pack. From Another Mother from the outside, Major Spin now moves up to challenge, and the two of them are right together. They've got 2 lengths on Sir John, who is in third. And then on the outside is 2 down in fourth. The gray, Hollywood Hellraiser, runs in fifth, followed by Kong Loves a Fight. And after the awkward beginning, Mo Rewards trails the field in seventh. Major Spin by a half length. From Another Mother on the outside in second through a quarter in 23 and 4. Major Spin closest to the rail, leads here by a half length. From Another Mother on the outside in second. Then it's the trio of 2 down, Hollywood Hellraiser and Sir John. Length and a half to Kong Loves a Fight, and another length to Mo Rewards, who is now moving up a bit on the outside. Half mile, 48 seconds. Major Spin by a length. From Another Mother continues to chase in second as Mo Rewards continues to advance on the extreme outside. Hollywood Hellraiser is down at the rail. Then 2 down and Sir John. Kong Loves a Fight, the trailer. Major Spin narrowly. Mo Rewards on the outside. From Another Mother in between horses. 3 of them across the track for the lead. 2 down runs in fourth. Hollywood Hellraiser down at the rail and Sir John. 3/4 in 1:13 and 4. It is Major Spin hanging in there, hanging tough, leading by a head. From Another Mother now draws right alongside. Mo Rewards is in third, 16th to the finish. From Another Mother on the outside has now taken the lead. From Another Mother, the winner by a little more than a length. Then Major Spin and Mo Rewards.
From Another Mother, able to wear down Major Spin as these two run 1-2 around the racetrack. And Anthony, Mo Rewards was trying to make the public look smart, but he just had a disastrous beginning.
He probably ran the best race in here, right? Because he got a terrible start. He had to deal with that kickback. He went on a forward march from like the 5/8 pole to the 8th pole, and he had every right to get a little tired here. He's staying on. He's not going away. He probably ran the best race. You know, it's funny. From Another Mother, stalked, sat outside. Major Spin did all the dirty work. You'd almost feel like the 3rd best horse won this race.
Ooh,
he stumbled bad.
Whoa, guys.
They were going fast early, huh?
Really fast.
They were flying early.
Oh, yeah.
Forward, and this momentum takes him all the way to the right. I mean, he stumbled so badly that he was behind the number 6, Sir John, in 2 jumps. That's how badly he stumbled.
Yeah, definitely running a very good race in defeat. Number 5, Mo Rewards here. But in the end, From Another Mother pulls back on some of that back class, 3rd off the layoff to get the win for Ray Handel, whose barn is going very well at the moment. Picks up his 4th win of this young Aqueduct meeting and ridden to victory by Dylan Davis. We will have official prices for you on the backside of this break. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races on FS2 as we saw fourth race from Another Mother gets back to the Aqueduct winner's circle, a place where he's been before when he broke his maiden the beginning of this year in a maiden special weight, but third off of a layoff, able to wear down pace-setting major spin, and we did see a disastrous beginning for your favorite in here, Anthony Mo Rewards. Those three, though, would make your trifecta.
Yeah, and Mo Rewards maybe ran best of all in here. From Another Mother, stalked, pounced, got himself into a little tussle with major spin and was able to survive, racing between horses for about an eighth of a mile as well. So, but again, Mo Rewards, I believe, was best today.
All right, 835 as that exacta returns 1090. Next, we'll check back in with Churchill Downs. Their third race is on the track. It's a maiden 75 going the 7 furlongs. We'll bring you more on this race, including checking in with Paul LaDuca on the flip side of this break. Stay tuned.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Live racing coverage from Aqueduct, as well as Churchill Downs, as their third race is on the track. We'll take a look at a post-parade, and we'll kick things off with a horse who is turning back in distance. That's number 1 in here, Swiss Guard.
Yeah, ran well in the sprint 2 back, went in for 20,000 the day he was claimed. Son of American Pharaoh could not go to 2 turns last time, cuts back. He's a very nice price right now, Maggie, at 9-1.
He was one that I actually really liked in the debut
I'm
up
interested.
at Saratoga.
I'm interested at that
see how he
price.
does. As number 3 is Wilder Czar.
Yeah, ran well first time out for a tag, then came back just 11 days later, stretched out at Keeneland, did not run well, cuts back to the, stays at the 7, but drops back down to a tag.
Number 4, Funny Uncle.
Tried the slop last time, ran this level back on October 2nd at Churchill, showed some speed and tired late. He's 14-1.
Here's a Steve Asmussen trainee. Permafrost also turns back in distance.
Kentucky Downs Turf Sprint, went long at Keeneland and showed speed. Now he cuts back. Ricardo Santana Jr. stays. See how this son of Frosted likes sprinting on the dirt.
Dell Hancock and Adele Dilschneider team up, own and bred at number 7, Reprehend. The first time started getting a big warm-up, as number 8 is Iconicus.
Yeah, like that warm-up from Reprehend. I know you wanted to say Ironicus like I did. This horse makes his first dirt start Iconicus does.
Yeah, nice.
There he is.
Warm up with the pony for him is number 10, Boxster. Also getting a big warm up from Luis Saez.
Overwhelming favorite here. Gets a rider upgrade to Luis Saez. Is going to be more aggressive. We'll see how if this horse is on the lead today.
Find number 11, Canal, interesting. Off the maker claim, was the beaten favorite last time out, going 2 turns.
He took a ton of money off the drop from a June layoff. Went long, cuts back. He actually ran okay going long last time. This horse may be poised for a big effort today at a nice price.
Cash Me Up. Taking some nibbles, a first-time starter for Brendan Walsh.
I don't know what that means, cash me up. But
Cash Me Up. Like cash me outside.
That's what I would. This is why I love you. I was thinking the same thing today. I was like, maybe they couldn't get cash me outside. How about that through the Jockey Club? Yeah, not taking any money.
No, there was a horse named Cash Me Outside.
Was there?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
It is fantastic.
I don't know how I missed that.
I love when things.
Love when people embarrass themselves.
And that one definitely did. Yeah. Who did you like in here?
I like Swiss Guard a little bit. I'm not ordinarily somebody who likes to bet horses off a Steve Asmussen claim, but Brittany Vandenberg wins plenty of races.
Quite a lot.
Yeah,
she does.
plenty
As she'll
of
team
races.
up with Joe Rocco Jr. She's also part owner of this one. As we'll see who graduates here. Number 11, little interesting, Canal off the Mike Maker claim, turning back in distance. Travis Stone, though, he has your call of race number 3 from Beneath the Twin Spires.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Boxster from the outside bounces out near the top. Iconicus is there, and Permafrost is not far behind either. Up the chute they go, and down toward the rail. Swiss Guard makes it 3 across the track as they cross over. And here's Swiss Guard punching on through to take over. Boxster's right there racing. Second, Permafrost is away third. Wilder Czar's advancing toward the inside, keyed up and tugging. And Rafael Bejarano is Wilder Czar right up and on the leader's heels. And then it's Funny Uncle who comes away in 5th. Iconicus is back in 6th. Canal's now 7th. Cash Me Up is 8th. 5 back to slow starting Reprehend the Trailer. And they clicked off a quarter in 22 and 4. Swiss Guard and Boxster. Boxster puts a nose in front right at the 3/8 pole. And Permafrost comes on 3 wide. Funny Uncle right up and on the pace, making 4 across the track as they head for the quarter pole. Canal steady progress right there in behind the leaders. So they're off the turn. Boxster short lead. Permafrost, those 2 brush. Down the center, Funny Uncle. And up the rail, here comes Canal. 1 furlong to go. Canal strikes the lead right at the 8th pole. Permafrost fights on. Farther back, it's Funny Uncle. Cash Me Up late in the scene. Final 16th coming. Canal's in front, and Canal's opening up. Canal comes up the rail to win it by 2. Permafrost was 2nd. Cash Me Up was 3rd, and it's tight for 4th. Funny Uncle or Boxster.
Canal, well, didn't quite run to the money last time, but does. First off the claim for trainer Mike Maker, scooting up the rail beneath Gerardo Corrales to get the win in start number 3.
Yeah, you mentioned this son of Unhappy, Maggie, and on the raise from the $50,000 claim to the $75,000 tag. It's a good ride by Corrales today, and was able to get the job done over another drop, against the dropper. So the horse on the raise beats the horse on the drop.
That doesn't usually happen that way, but this one also bred in part by Claiborne Farm and Adele Dillschneider. Gets the win first off the claim for Paradise Farm Core and et al. And Mike Maker, as we will bring you official prices in a moment from Churchill Downs. But coming up next, it's the start of the late pick 5 from Aqueduct. Race number 5 coming up. It's a state bred allowance. More on this race after this break.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races still off and running here on FS2 as we are back in action. Late pick 5. It starts here as race number 5 coming up here at the Big A. 6 furlongs for the state bred allowance horses, and currently 9-5 on the hill. Bold Journey taking some money too from the outside. Joao Rosario looking for his 3rd win on this card.
I gotta tell you, Maggie, I'm kind of sick of Bold Journey.
Ditto.
I can't believe he's the favorite. Oh, no, he's second choice.
He did get away tardily last time, but he was, I mean, maybe
tardily.
He didn't like.
Wow.
He maybe, is that a word? Did I just make up a word?
No, it's a word.
As he, I don't know. It felt as though maybe he just didn't like the wet track, which could have been the case. But it felt like he was supposed to do more running than what he did. But we'll see. They're taking a look at your 9-5 favorite, though, on the hill. Off a bit of a freshening. And for more on this race, we check in with Richie.
Well, we're just going to really start with observations of horses from a physical perspective. And the one Storm Shooter really couldn't look any better. Now, concern is post 1, and there is speed here, and he's got to deal with kickback most likely. I don't think he's quite quick enough to make the lead here, but maybe from the inside, Jose Lezcano will have more of a sense of urgency. The 4 on the hill, your favorite, he really looks good. Jimmy Bond's horses tend to look good in the paddock, and he's carrying good weight, and he's coming off a freshening, but he looks fit to me. I like what I'm seeing. The 5 basis risk, you get Maddie Over. Had her debut yesterday, was a good closing 3rd, nearly was 2nd on a big long shot. Get a 10-pound break in the weights with a 10-pound apprentice, a rider that hasn't won 5 races. And this might be the right kind. Just let her roll along and hope that that weight advantage carries you a long way. And certainly, like I said, she won't have to deal with kickback. And the horse that would get the paddock check mark from an absolute physical appearance would be the 7, Cumberland Blues from Rob Falcone. Man, this horse could not look any better. He's going to have to improve a little bit, but boy, from a physical perspective, he sure looks like he could take a big step forward.
All right, number 7, Cumberland Blues. I have been interested in this horse, too. In his brief career, he got the win last time. First off the claim, though, he takes another step up in class as number 1, Storm Shooter, kicks off our post parade.
Got the job done in a conditioned claim or 2 back. Stepped up to this level last time. Got beat a long way in an off-the-turf race on a sloppy seal track.
Taco Bean, first off the claim for Jesus Romero.
Yeah, he had seen better days. You feel like he was kind of falling through the claiming ranks back in the A, but then allowance contest now.
New face for Carl O'Callahan, Chalad.
I think it's an interesting one, too. Broker's Maiden against Open Company at Penn. Finished a good second up at Finger Lakes last time. He's improved in both starts. We'll see if he keeps improving here.
Here's your favorite On the Hill. I thought a bit disappointing, though, in this condition last time at the Spa.
He was no good last time. He ran against tougher horses. He also went 7/8. Now he cuts back to his favorite distance.
Number 5 is Basis Risk, getting blinkers on.
Blinkers on. Maddie Oliver in just her second try. This horse is stepping up in class, though.
Maddie had a good third last time in her career debut as number 7, Cumberland Blues, just went by. Number 8, Bold Journey.
Cumberland Blues kind of bossed around his easy maiden field last time. Bold Journey takes the blinkers off for the first time since just getting beaten his debut back in November of last year. I don't know what to do with this horse at this point. He's taking a lot of money again. I've kind of seen enough of Bold Journey, Maggie.
I know.
And I'm the biggest Bill Mott fan there is. When I start giving up on them, it's time.
It's time. Signing the divorce papers today. With Bold Journey, though, hot hand Joel Rosario in the irons for the first time. But in the irons in just her second career ride is Maddie Oliver. She is aboard number 5, Basis Risk, but we saw her in the nightcap yesterday aboard Flattering Gal. And this one in her the horse's third career debut. Maddie, saving ground, ran up the rail. I think, when you have the enthusiasm, Richie often talks about it, but when you have the enthusiasm, and 2, you're a light rider, you're not getting in the horse's way, which Maddie didn't, I think horses respond to that.
You know what I found strange just now? I think I just realized this. She was allowed to carry a crop yesterday. There was a very long time when you were a 10-pound bug, and Richie could comment more on this.
Maybe we need to check in with Richie.
You were not allowed in your first 2 or 5 starts to carry a crop.
Well, we didn't see her use it, so maybe that's...
But they weren't allowed to carry it.
I remember that, too, but that was going back a ways.
Yeah. Huh, that's interesting. You would think with the rules now, they really wouldn't be allowed to carry it, but instead, that was weird. No, she looked good on the horse yesterday. Horse ran for her as well at a big price.
Well, let's check in with the expert. Richie, what are the crop rules for riders kind of making their career debuts?
Yeah, guys, the rules have changed quite a bit from way back in the olden times when I made my debut. You were not allowed to ride with a crop your first 2 races when I started. And after your second ride, the stewards would call you in and tell you, yes, you can go ahead and start riding, or no, you need more time, you need to go back to the farm, whatever the case may be. Now, I will, a little bit of self-braggadocio here. After my first ride, I was called in and said I was fine. I had my license. I could ride with a crop my second ride. Nowadays, riders do ride with a crop, but 10-pound apprentices are not allowed to ride on the turf. They have to win at least 5 races before they're allowed to ride on the turf. That was different when I started. My second mount was a 1 3/8 on the grass at Belmont Park on a big colt by Grundy called Guinness. Didn't work out so well, but I did go 1 3/8 on the turf. So there have been adjustments, changes, but certain procedures are still in place. Having to get okayed by the starter, being okayed by the outrider, having a few riders in good standing kind of give you a letter of recommendation that you're, at least qualified enough to be out there with them. I tell people, that it's one thing to gallop horses. It's another thing to ride races. It'd be like, if you could drive on the Belt Parkway, you're qualified to drive in the Indy 500. It's just apples and oranges. Although maybe the Belt Parkway analogy isn't a very good one because you're taking your life in your hands there sometimes as well. Let's talk about horses, guys. It really just kind of came as almost like an epiphany to me watching the 8-horse Bold Journey gallop off. I just liked the way Joel Rosario looked on this horse. He collected into the bridle beautifully. He framed up nicely, and he galloped off. And I think from that outside post and the way Joel rides and horses run up into the hands, I think you're going to see a really good effort from the 8 Bold Journey, who's going to be my top selection.
Richie jumping on the Bold Journey bandwagon. But I would agree with you. I think Joel Rosario may, or with Richie, I would say, may fit this horse quite nicely. And we heard Richie talk about Maddie Oliver and what apprentices have do. And, I think it's a smart time too, if you're going to try to ride in New York, a smart time to begin your career because, as he mentioned, she can't ride on the turf. And that's because I think the fashion in which turf races are run and that their horses are often more tightly packed on the turf. So finding trouble happens a little more readily. And so sometimes it takes a more experienced rider to extricate and not find that trouble.
Yeah, I don't, that rule I actually like.
Yeah. I think, and two, because carrying a crop, sometimes you do need to use it for safety reasons. If a horse is trying to get in or get out, or, they're not listening to the cues of the reins, in which jockeys don't have the use of their legs, you need that tool.
No question about it. No question about it. Yeah, no, she looked good yesterday, and we'll see how she does here. She's on a 9-1 shot.
Which seems like a short price on this horse for me.
This is a kind of a weird tote board.
This is a very weird tote board.
Yeah. Storm Shooter's taking more money than I thought he would take. On the Hill's not as short a price as I thought he'd be. But, Bold Journey, this is a weird race. I am not often as against a Bill Mott and Joel Rosario. I almost feel like I'm a traitor at this point. Bill Mott and Joel Rosario, and the Big A's not aboard? Wow. Strike me down. I'm done. I've seen enough.
Yeah, he looked like a horse that was so promising in the first 3 starts of his career. And it just seems to have all fallen to pieces subsequently. As we'll take a look at number 4 on the Hill, we'll take a look back at his Saratoga race 2 back, in which he dominated a field of starter allowance horses.
Yeah, and this race was kind of, we like to say it around here, they knew. Never had the speed he had like he had that day. They bet him off the board to 2-1 favoritism. And at no point did he look like he was in any danger of getting beat on this day. He just went to the lead and improved his position from there.
Now, his biggest problem is the fact that he doesn't switch leads. It's him. I don't think I've ever seen him switch leads. But last time, as a beaten favorite, it got him in trouble because he was hustled the whole way and then he never really responded while lingering on that inside lead. And sometimes you need to be able to switch your leads to get that extra boost of energy when you're in a tougher spot. And so, yeah, he gets to back up a bit to the 6 furlongs and maybe that helps him, but I don't know. He's your pick in here.
He's my pick. Yeah.
I didn't really like anybody. I thought Cumberland Blues, if you wanted to take a weirdo, I thought he was my weirdo horse. And you're getting a generous price on Rob Falcone and Jorge Vargas.
What about Trelade?
Yes, Trelade was our other horse, and he's 6-1 right now. I keep trying to look it up, and I never get quite to doing it. But what was the horse that Carl Callahan won the Dubai sprint race with?
Oh, I don't remember.
Hold on.
I do not recall. There's your favorite 8-5 on the Hill, vying for favoritism with the 8 Bold Journey as the field of 7 gets ready to go in. Maggie looking up that Carl O'Callahan stat.
Well, he spells his name strangely, and now I can't remember how to spell it. Anyway, Storm Shooter. I don't know. He was pretty disappointing in his last race, didn't you think? But maybe it was a sloppy going?
I did.
You thought it was a sloppy going?
No, he was disappointing.
Oh, okay.
He beat Taco Bean pretty easily 2 starts back. That was
there
not
it
a
is.
tough field.
Kingsale King, my friend Dave Canizzo. I could
what was
not.
his name?
Kingsale King.
Kinsale King. Yeah. He was like a 7-year-old, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So I don't see him run around here. He's mainly based at at Penn National. But he has a New York bred that he beat a pretty bad field, albeit at Parks first time out. But then
Penn.
At Penn.
Yeah.
Jeez, sorry.
It's all right, kid.
I'm very much at Parks at the moment. I thought his race at Finger Lakes was a huge step forward.
Me too. And if he does that again, he's going to be right there today.
Yeah, he was a part of a 3-horse pace battle, did the dirty work from the outside, and the horse that won just swept by them all in the end. As Bold Journey, taking a lot of money, we'll see if he can run to the money. Johnny Brielle has your call.
and they're off at a quick start for Storm Shooter from that inside post position. And Storm Shooter has the lead, quickly challenged here by Taco Bean and Cumberland Blues, 3 of them across. Bold Journey not far behind in 4th. Tralad now looks to advance in between horses, had a steady there just a bit. Basis Risk has taken to the extreme outside, so the 6 of them are within 3 lengths of each other, and then it's a big break back to On the Hill, who had some issues after the start of the race. It is Taco Bean who comes away with the lead now. Basis Risk moves up on the outside in 2nd. Bold Journey next in 3rd. Cumberland Blues, Storm Shooter down at the rail. Tralad is in 6th. And then farther back in the field is On the Hill. Top of the stretch, half in 47 and 3. Here's Bold Journey now, ranging up to take the lead from Taco Bean. It's Bold Journey in front. Taco Bean is now back running in 2nd. Then Storm Shooter, Cumberland Blues, and Tralad. Far outside is On the Hill. But Bold Journey has drawn away here. It's Bold Journey and Joel Rosario with his 3rd win today. Taco Bean, the long shot, holds on for 2nd.
Take the favorite being interfered with badly at the start, but Bold Journey, he takes command of this field, turning for home, and it was all she wrote. But On the Hill, that was not what you want to see at the start.
This was messy. This just looked like you were trying to wake up in the morning and make yourself like a 3-ingredient omelet, and everything just fell all over the stovetop.
You know what I just noticed? He changed his leads today, too.
Yeah, he switched over today. That's what he got, his little burst. You're going to see the number 4 On the Hill in the green and light gray. He just does not break well. 3 comes out into him. 5 comes into him a little bit.
Looks like he clips heels
Clipped
slightly
heels
there.
a little bit, yep.
Yeah.
And he's, he at one point he slows down to like a gallop.
Yeah, he was, behind by nearly 10 on the backside?
And he came flying to get 4th in here as your favorite at 3-2. Basis Risk was a little wide. Tralad was behind in the kickback. And in the meantime, guess who was in the perfect spot? Just camped out in the 3-path, staying away from all the lunacy and just getting this horse a perfect trip. 3 down the day for Joel Rosario and Bold Journey.
Yep, 3 out of the 5 races going to Joel Rosario, who's missed a couple days for illness, suspended 1 day, but he is definitely back in action today as he easily guides Bold Journey to victory for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Blinkers coming off today. Who knows, maybe that was the answer, but more on this race and the rest on America's Day at the Races.
An obligatory goes by the ball.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We need a commercial like that from America's Best Racing to get us in the mood here on America's Day at the Race. I mean, mood for action here. As their Fans' Choice Awards, always. Make sure you check out their website to vote. But Bold Journey makes its way into the winner's circle. It had been almost a year, Anthony, actually 11 months since he visited that coveted winner's circle here at the Big A. And Joel Rosario, he is riding lights out today. Very confident, but also helped by the fact that your 3-2 favorite on the hill had a disastrous beginning.
He sure did, and on the hill figured to be part of the pace in here, and the complexion of the race changed from the beginning. Take nothing away from Bold Journey, who finally put it all together and was able to get out of this allowance condition.
Had been a horse who was stakes place, New York bred stakes place early this year. Taco Bean and Cumberland Blues, they round out the trifecta for 50 cents, pays $171.50. Back over at Churchill Downs, their fourth race is on the track. It's an optional allowance, purse of $134,000 for going 6.5 furlongs for the fillies in here. And we'll check out a post parade from them here in a moment. Field of 7 to go postward in here. We'll kick it off with a long shot, though, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone. That's number 1, Let's Be Clear.
Yeah, makes first start for the barn, coming down from Presque Isle Downs. 0 for 2 at Churchill Downs in her career. 3-year-old taking on older for just the second time.
Fame, second place out in Stakes Company, last time behind Smash Ticket.
That was a mistake. This is a straight 3-year-old race. Fame, again, only against 3-year-old. Smash Ticket's been fantastic. She galloped at Ellis Park 2 starts back.
Lady Baffled returns to the dirt for Grand Motion.
It cuts back off a series of 2-turn races back to sprinting. She broke her maiden at Gulfstream Park last October, going 6 furlongs.
Speaking of returning to sprinting, Hidden Connection, I mean, once upon a time, she was second choice for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Jogged in her debut, won the Pocahontas, did not fare well behind Echo Zulu, and then it's been all grade 1s and grade 2s since. Going long, she cuts back to a sprint. I think this distance sits her right between the eyes.
She is your 2-1 favorite, number 5, Unsolved Mystery.
Yeah, one of 2 fillies in here, in for the $125,000 optional tag. She ships in from Golden Gate and Emerald Downs, first time for Tom Drury.
How about number 6 in here, Diva Treva? She looks to be the speed, and she's won half her career starts.
Yeah, and hit the board in her other 4 tries. Gennaro Garcia off to a good start at the meet. We'll see if she's the speed of the speed.
Yeah, we'll see how much pressure, though, number 7, More Than Vows, applies.
Yeah, she's really developed nicely. After a turf debut in August of last year, 3 dirt races from June to September. Last 2 were nice wins. Last time at 17.5 to 1.
Well, Hidden Connection looking good out on the racetrack. But, Paul, I tried to make you work last race. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to give you a scare if you were listening on your IFB. But you're back with us here for this good-looking allowance race for these 3-year-old fillies.
Yeah, it really is. For these sophomore fillies, it's a good group, right? You have the 2-horse here. A lot of people don't really realize that's the essential qualities, baby little half-sister here in Famed. And she's had some issues at the gate in her last 3 races. She's broken 7th, 8th, and 8th in a 10 and 8 in a 10-horse field in her last 3 starts. Now, it didn't hinder her in one start at Ellis Park when she was very good. The last time in a little stakes race, she ran up to 2nd against Smash Ticket. Moody Woman come out of that race. It might have been a little bit closer. She did have to wait. So she's very talented, is Famed on the inside. She's got to get away better because this is a salty group like I was talking about. You know, Hidden Connection in here, like you guys said, this is a filly that was, you know, right behind Echo Zulu and Juju's Map when it comes to the betting in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly in 2021. You see Echo Zulu, you see Turner Loose. You know, now she hasn't raced since May. I think you need to figure out, is this the starting point here at 6.5 furlongs? Or at age 3, are they going to maybe turn her into a 1-turn horse? I think Brett Calhoun would probably want to get this race into her and decide after that. So I'm kind of surprised that she's not the favorite and that the 2 is at 7-5. And, you know, the other horse in here is the 7, More Than Vows. You know, when you're looking at 2 horses that may have some question marks a tiny bit, I'm in total agreement with you, Maggie. Diva Treba has a ton of speed, and Kylie Jordan has shown already. She's taken a couple of horses here, gate to wire. She took one yesterday, and this horse has got a ton of speed, won half of her races. I do think the 7 can lay right off of her. Brian Lynch is on a nice little hot streak, and maybe hit the turn, maybe in front, and is probably going to have to hold off the 2 and the 4. So I'm just going to go with the 7 here, more than views. Maybe catch the 2 sleeping, and maybe the 4 just off the layoff today.
Very, very interesting race. And yeah, Paul pointed out, Anthony, that we do see the little sister to little half sister to Essential Quality in here. Number 2, Famed. She hasn't quite lived up to Big Brother, but she's a consistent enough type as well. And it feels as though that, yeah, she is a better sprinter despite them trying to stretch her out a bit too. This is a very intriguing field. And maybe you have horses that are trying to round back into form. Maybe you take a horse like More Than Vows, who feels like she's on that upward trajectory for Brian Lynch.
I'm going to be a little cocky here.
I love it.
I didn't think there was anything intriguing about this race. I thought Hidden Connection would beat these horses like a drum today.
Really?
Yeah. She's run one time sprinting, and she got an 86 Beyer speed figure in her debut. It came with Lasix. This will be the first time she is running back on Lasix and not in a graded stakes race going 2 turns. She's going back to sprinting. She has some speed to run out in here. Now she's the favorite. The fact that she was 2-1 and Famed was 7-5.
They're the same choice, same price.
It's insane to me.
All right, people love Godolphin Blue from Brad Cox. As Travis Stone has your call, who will it be? Hidden Connection back in action in race number 4 from Churchill.
And they're off. Diva Triva, Hidden Connection, both break well from their outside posts. And it's Diva Triva who's quickest out of there, angling over toward the rail. More Than Vows comes on to grab second, and Unsolved Mysteries right there between them, tugging at the rider in between. Lady Baffled advancing toward the rail 4th. Hidden Connection comes away 5th. 2.5 back to Famed, who's out in 6th. And let's be clear, the trailer in 7th. And that opening quarter in just 23 seconds flat. They hit the far turn, and it's Diva Triva short lead. Unsolved Mystery pressing. They go 1-2 to the far turn. 2 lengths back. Hidden Connection comes on in between. More Than Vows is 3 wide. Lady Baffled is back into 5th toward the rail. Meanwhile, Famed is starting to find her best stride. She's within 5 lengths of the lead, and she switches to the far outside. They're off the turn. Unsolved Mystery comes off the turn in front. Unsolved Mystery, the one to catch. Diva Triva fights on toward the rail. Famed is coming down the center. Hidden Connection fights on. 8th pole. Unsolved Mystery still the leader. Famed is working harder to get by on the wrong lead, but closing in nonetheless. And here comes Famed up for the lead. And it will be Famed to run down long shot Unsolved Mystery. Hidden Connection got up for 3rd. It's tight for 4th. Let's Be Clear or Diva Triva.
Thought for a moment that Tom Drury and Unsolved Mystery were going to pull off the big upset, but the second choice on the board, Famed, was able to rally in the middle of the racetrack, and Hidden Connection was a bit of disappointing, finishing 3rd.
Yeah, she kind of finished up okay. You know, Famed, this was an impressive effort for the fact that she did not get a ton of pace to run at in here. 23 seconds flat going 6.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs, 46 and change. That's not fast, Maggie. And she was able to overcome a slow pace and just roll on by anyway.
All right, Famed picking up the win for Brad Cox, Godolphin, and Florent Giroux. That will do it for me. Bon voyage. You will be sticking around for another race. And Greg Wolf, he'll be coming up next. And Richard Migliori sticking around, as well as Paula Duca and Gary Stevens as well on the show a little bit later. But race number 6 coming up from the Big A. It is the co-featured Winter Memories. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Betts.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're here in the paddock at Aqueduct as the fillies and mares are saddled up for the Winter Memories, race 6 on the card. We're going to mile 16th on the turf. And we're just going to talk about 3 to start here. The 2 Spirit and Glory. She looks fantastic. Rob Falcone's been doing a great job, and his horses are reflecting how good condition they're in. Spirit and Glory had absolutely no pace to run into last time, and I thought she actually ran okay. Kind of made a little bit of, I thought, a middle move, and then just kind of ran on evenly. I think she potentially can get more pace here and help set up her late run. The 4 Candy Light for Graham Motion, really making a nice impression. You get Joel Rosario, who had been off with an illness. He's come back riding gangbusters. It seems like maybe a week off actually did him some good. He's fresh. Horses are running up into his hands. It's one of his strengths. And the filly's just really well turned out. A time of year when you start looking for horses' coats to turn a little bit, maybe change. Candy Light could not look any better. Rich, hydrated coat on her, making a nice impression. And then the 7 horse, My Risky Affair. Excuse me, I'm sorry, the 5 Eminent Victor makes a lot of sense. Good run in the Sands Point. Like the way she looks as well for Chad Brown. And then My Risky Affair probably is a part of the pace, and I think will be forward, which I don't think could be a bad thing. We've got to talk about the condition of the course a little bit, which I would imagine is going to be on the softer side. And I like horses that are a little bit lighter framed on courses like this. They don't seem to get down into it as much, bogged down as much. So I'm going to keep an eye on them in the warm-up before I make my final selections. But certainly the ones I talked about are ones making the most positive impression here in the paddock. And we're going to welcome into the show now Greg Wolf. Greg, how are you?
Meg, doing well. Good to be here for this Sunday card. First of 2 stakes races here coming up. Part of this late Pick 5. Pick 4 starts here. Good to see you again on a gorgeous Sunday here in South Ozone Park.
You as well. 2 stakes races here, 3 at Churchill Downs. There's a lot of stakes action in the last 3 hours and change of America's Day at the Races on this Sunday.
Yeah, and it's not even one of those stakes races at Churchill, but I'm very excited to see what Run Classic can do stretching back out to a mile and 16th.
There you go. Lots going on today.
He was brilliant last start.
Lots going on today.
Well, this race coming up here, the board reflects it. Winter Memories, mile and 16th, as Mig talked about on this yielding turf course. Wide open race, favoritism going back and forth between a view. Eminent Victor for Chad Brown right now, mild favorite. Spirit and Glory, I thought this one had a big chance. She was not happy, broke slow last start, and was rank early.
Yeah, tough trip last time out. Gets a rider change to Kendrick Carmouche. We'll see if he can get her to settle and make one run.
4-1 with Jose Ortiz, one of 3 in here for Chad Brown, Salima.
I think she's the one with the most upside. She showed huge improvement from a terrible trip at Saratoga to a win here in the A of the N last time. another step forward. I think she'll be right there.
3-win day already for Joel Rosario. He's on Candy Light.
Gave her a brilliant ride last time to get the money. I don't know what she beat that day. There's not a lot of pace in here for her late kick, Greg.
My old favorite, now down to 3-1 though. Eminent Victor, Manny Franco rides.
Yeah, the 3 Chad Brown runners are changing favoritism. I don't know if she wants to go this far. Maybe a little less distance would help her, but she can win off her figs.
We skip to the 8, the other Chad Brown, Veronica Green, a ride Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, she's just broke her maiden last time. Just got beat 2 starts back when she hung just a little bit. We'll see if she can improve.
Back to Shiza Mia, intriguing, but she's going to leave herself a lot of work to do.
Got the best ride I saw at the Belmont at the Big A meet by Trevor McCarthy getting up in the New York bred second level allowance race last time.
My Risky Affair got to go gate to wire last start with slow fractions for Christophe Clement.
Cuts back an eighth of a mile, does not figure to have the dream trip she had when she got the job done at even money in her last.
41-1, Tazuela, biggest number on that board.
Probably enough speed in here. We'll see if Jorge Vargas just tries to bottom them out. I don't know if she's good enough, but she should be in front.
And Christophe Clement also with Parnack on the outside. Javier Castellano coming off a win.
Got up in the last 2 jumps of an allowance race here at Aqueduct last time. She comes back in just around 2 weeks. That's not something the barn ordinarily does, but with turf season closing, figured they'd give it a whirl.
3 minutes to post in a very competitive edition of the Winter Memories. How do we play this pick 4? How do we find the winner in this race? Jonathan Kinchin here to help us out. JK.
Yeah, there's a couple that I like in here. Scratch is obviously important here. I thought the 3 Salima that Anthony mentioned for Chad Brown, source had slow numbers earlier throughout the year, right? They had a slow number, but impressively, visually at Tampa. Then comes back at Saratoga and runs that kind of slow number again. So you weren't really sure how good Salima actually was. But then the last race I thought was pretty impressive. Ran well. Got a good trip that day. So I was a little bit nervous this horse was going to take a little bit more money. But at 9-2, I think is actually a pretty fair price for this horse. See if Jose can work out a similar trip. But the horse that I wanted, the horse that I was excited about playing was the 4 Candy Light. This is a situation where in her last 2 starts, she's been closing into a slow pace. One of my favorite angles in turf racing, one of the most forgotten angles, I think, or at least the hardest angles to try to find. And I just felt like Candy Light ran extremely well last time. And if she can work out a trip in here, get a little bit of pace to close into, or at least a slow-paced race where she can stay close enough and stay connected, I think she's got the best late kick. And I think that if you have some opinions later in the card, it's the type of horse I like to kind of single on the front leg of a pick 4 at 5-1 to see if you can kind of match that up with another opinion. It's kind of there's no really better way to say it, kind of a sexier version of a win bet, right? Try to turn that 9-2 into 20-1, and you do it through that pick 4 pool.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, pick 4 pool closing, as you can see, on $100,000 coming up. And public really no strong opinion of who to make the favorite. It's Eminent Victor right now, who may wind up top choice here with Manny Franco, coming out of those 3 consecutive graded stakes. But there's a lot of upside on quite a few in here, including that more lightly raced Chad Brown filly, Salima, the 3.
That's who I like. That's who I like, as you can see on the screen. I just think that Blue Sky, however you want to put it, like Jonathan said, her first race at Tampa, it produced a very slow speed figure. And then she came back at Saratoga 9 months later, and, I mean, her trip was just as miserable a trip as you're going to find. As bad as that trip was, everything went beautifully last time, but she still ran and she still improved, and she got a really good ride from Fabian Pratt, who's spending the fall out at Del Mar. She came flying home and got the job done at almost 10-1. Last time she's almost 10-1 in an entry-level allowance race, and now she's facing some decent fillies that have some stakes experience, and you got to take, 4-1 right now with a minute to post. And you'll see Salima, she's in the dark green. Stephanie Seymour Brandt going to cut the corner here and go inside. Like I said, this was a brilliant ride by Fabian Pratt, Greg. She got a really good trip, and he parlayed a good trip and a nice, bold move along the inside into a length victory.
Saving ground on the turf. It results in getting your picture taken. And look at that finish. So lightly raced, 2 wins from 3 starts, and now her stakes debut coming up. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and we're just going to talk about 3 horses. We'll start with the inside post with Spirit and Glory. You know that I believe in saving ground in turf racing, and inside post positions are always going to get the edge with me. She's a lighter frame filly that fits the bill, what I was talking about. I did walk these turf courses this morning. The outside course has more cut to it than the inside course. It's just a little bit more chewed up, if you will. So I think a lighter framed horse will definitely have a little bit of an edge here. Spirit and Glory, trained by Rob Falcone, is having a terrific year. He's winning at better than 21%. And his horses usually kind of tout themselves, and Spirit and Glory's touting themselves. Now, she does have to mind her manners, switch off a bit, and come with a run. But, you know, I'm hopeful that the inside post, even if she breaks a half a step slow, she'll be able to kind of get into the race the right way without being squeezed between 2. I don't mind an inside post when the horse doesn't break particularly sharp. The 4 Candy Light makes a lot of sense to me. Get Joel Rosario back aboard. He's the guy who makes that last run. Horses run up into his hands. He keeps them balanced. I think that's important on a course with plenty of give to it. And then the 5 Eminent Victor. Again, I couldn't get past her from a physical perspective as your favorite, but I am going to the inside with the 2 horse, the Rob Falcone trained Spirit and Glory.
Yeah, she just was not happy last time out, and she was not that far behind Eminent Victor. Rank early was tough to handle for Dylan Davis, broke slow. This race, of course, named after the multiple Grade 1 winner who was sensational for Jimmy Toner, won that Grade 1 Diana back in 2012. It was Javier Castellano aboard that day. Castellano is going to be on Parnack today in this year's edition of the Winter Memories for Christophe Clement. Double-digit odds there on the outside. Public, though, settling on Eminent Victor. Not a big surprise.
I'm kind of surprised.
Coming out of 3 graded stakes.
She just doesn't get the job done. And there's other alternatives in here from her own barn. I don't know. It surprised me a little bit. I thought Selena. I thought Selena would, yeah, but not getting. I think a little distance relief would help her.
See what happens. Start of the pick 4. Here's John Embrial.
And they're off. She's Amia and Salima. Those 2 going out for the lead, but quickly joined there on the outside by Tazwea and My Risky Affair. Tazwea goes on with it and takes the lead into the clubhouse turn. Tazwea steps away to lead by 2.5 lengths. And My Risky Affair is next in second. Down on the inside is Salima, and alongside is Veronica Green. Those 2 are heads apart, 3rd and 4th. She's Amia is next in 5th, followed by Eminent Victor. And then we come back to a Candy Light. Parnack is next to last, and the trailer is Spirit and Glory in 9th. The quarter went in 24-1 over the yielding turf. And now Tazwea steps away here to lead by 5 lengths. My Risky Affair runs in second. Salima, Veronica Green, right together 3rd and 4th. A half mile up in 49 seconds. It is still Tazwea leading here by 4. My Risky Affair remains in second. Veronica Green, Salima continue to race as a team. 3rd and 4th, it's 2.5 lengths. Back to Eminent Victor, who begins to pick it up now from 5th. She's Amia is retreating in 6th. Then comes a Candy Light, followed by Parnack and Spirit and Glory on the far outside. They have caught and they have passed Tazwea. Here is My Risky Affair, and here is Veronica Green. Veronica Green and My Risky Affair with Salima on the outside. Here comes Salima. Veronica Green is in between horses. My Risky Affair down at the rail back in 3rd. Salima is in front, and Salima kicks clear here in deep stretch. It will be the Irish bred Salima to win by 3.5 lengths, and it's a photo for second between Candy Light and Veronica Green.
A lot of upside with this filly stakes debut, and that continues to be the story here. She's now 3 for 4 lifetime. She won by a sizable margin.
This will be a filly that takes an awful lot of win pictures next year for Chad Brown in very important races. She's improved with every start, Greg, and I'm going to tell you what, Jose Ortiz is not going to get enough credit for this ride. He left running and left for position and saved some ground inside. When the 7 and 9, when My Risky Affair and Tazwea, the long shot, left for the lead, he took a hold of her and was patient. On the turn, brother Arad and Veronica Green in husband Peter Brand-Silks came alongside. Jose didn't panic. He eased her out from behind that filly, went into the middle of the course, and just turned her loose. He knew he was on the best horse. He rode her that way. He did everything right. This filly will be one of the stars of the Distaff Turf division next year.
Wins here at 3-1 as the second choice on the board. 3-4-8-2. And Candy Light, who Jonathan liked a little bit, nice call there, just holding off, getting by Veronica Green, I should say. But Salima, that was an impressive performance. And she is in just limited starts now. Improved start by start by start for Chad Brown.
Yeah, that start at Saratoga, you draw a line through it. I mean, that she could not have had a worse trip if they tried to have a worse. And sometimes that's just the break sometimes. But she's a nice horse. Nice filly.
Salima takes the winner memories to kick off this late pick 4 on our Sunday card under Jose Ortiz for trainer Chad Brown and the Oaks of Stephanie Seymour Brandt. Well, the prices when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us. You can play all the action with Now Our Bets. Get signed up, started. Go to nowourbets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Salima, stakes debut. Impressive in the winter memories under Jose Ortiz for Chad Brown.
This is what I'm talking about too, Greg. You see how he saved all the ground there? And now the real running begins. And Veronica Green, who was alongside for most of the way, had 2 lengths on her. Jose never panicked. He just altered her course and switched her outside. Get her a switch right there, and then it's see you later, boys and girls. I have to go get my picture taken. This is a nice explosive move. Like the way that she has been able to handle different courses. She won on a firm ground at Tampa. She won on firm ground here at Aqueduct. Now she's winning on the wet ground here at the Big A as well.
Big run, too, from Candy Light to steal second from Veronica Green for trainer Graham Motion. Joel Rosario. Yeah, 3 wins and a runner-up here. Salima, $8.70 for the win. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And here with Jose Ortiz. Jose, you just worked out a really nice trip with this filly.
Yeah, she was very, very kind. She broke running, and
put me into a good position going to the first turn, and then I took it from there.
It looked like she was always traveling nicely in the bridle, not ranked, but always right there.
Yeah, she pulls a bit, and she's a little soft mouth, so you gotta be careful, gentle, don't pull her too much, but gotta make her respect, listen to me where I want it to be, and I was very happy every step of the race.
How difficult is that with a horse that you've never ridden before? I'm sure you watched the replays, but first experience with her.
Well, I mean, Chad told me that she was a little pull a little bit. Ira rode it before, he also told me, and I watched the race when Flavian rode it. The pace was faster, 23, so she didn't pull that much that day. But I mean, it happens every day, We ride horses that we never ride before, and we just gotta adjust at the moment.
And now we've had a lot of rain. How is the course? Is it pretty yielding?
It's soft, yeah. It's soft out there, but it's not bad.
Well, she certainly handled it. Great job working out a perfect trip.
Thank you, Richie.
Guys, that smile says it all. You're in the winner's circle, and he worked out a really nice trip with a filly that can be a little difficult to ride. Didn't look that way today.
Yeah, it looked like smooth sailing for Salima in that Winter Memories victory. We're going to get to more action coming up in a moment. We'll set the stage for the 7th. First, it is back to Churchill Downs Derby City 6. Coming up in their next race, 5th race, mile and a 16th, maiden special weight. You were talking to me off air about a horse that you sounded more excited about than any Breeders' Cup race, Kentucky Derby, Triple Crown race I've ever heard you talk about.
I think I just got caught on my Naira Bets account on air, firing a salvo here. Yes.
Here's Montauk Point. We'll get to your orders in a moment. 7-2.
Yeah, Montauk Point's had a lot of chances, 8 to be exact. Appears to be the speed stretching out from a couple of sprints from the rail.
Icitude, 2 sprint stretch out, son of Keen Ice.
Yeah, no speed in the sprint races. We'll see if he's a little closer under Brian Hernandez Jr. By Keen Ice had a summer bird. He's bred to run all day.
Masai Warrior, 5-1. Jimmy Graham rides.
Was claimed from Brad Cox 2 starts back. Ran well in a special weight race over at Churchill just 10 days ago.
6-1. Laytown, who's going to cut back in distance, win a mile and a quarter last start.
Mile in his debut, mile and a quarter last time. He's been gelded. He's had a lot of time between races too, 6-7 weeks for Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione rides for the first time.
7-1. Andy Cant, Junior Alvarado for Belmont.
Turf sprints, dirt routes, polytrack routes, turf, dirt. He's done everything, and he has yet to find the winner's circle in 6 tries.
Old Point. Todd Pletcher, Familiar Silks. Mike Rapoli.
Second start, curling out of a Johannesburg mare, went 7/8 at Keeneland. He's going to stretch out and get Luis Saez in the boot for the first time.
St. Elias Stable, part owners of Old Point as well. Pancake House, 4-1. Tom Drury Jr., new gelding.
Another fresh gelding in here. He has 1 dirt race. He finished 7th in his debut back in October of last year. It's been poly and turf since.
Turtar Mara, it's going to be the dirt debut. 2 starts on synthetic and then a turf try. Has shown very little so far.
They're all poly and turf. Blinkers went on last time. That didn't help. He's been 71, 103, and 105-1 his 3 starts.
And then Napa Valley was just 3rd in a maiden special mile and a 16th at Laurel, but that was back in February.
Yeah, he the frequent flyer miles. Since August of last year, Saratoga, Belmont, Keeneland, Churchill, Oaklawn Fairgrounds, Laurel, back to Churchill Downs today.
2 minutes to post. Start of this Derby City 6. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Thanks, Greg. And you can tell in the post parade, a lot of the horses here wearing pink saddle titles. This is the Horses in Hope race for awareness towards cancer as well. So a nice little touch here. So all the horses, might be tough to see their numbers, but they're all wearing their pink saddle towels. Let's start with the 1 Montauk Point for Shug McGahee. Anthony made a good points, had his chances, at 8-1 this son, 8 starts and no victories, the son of violence. He seems like he needs the lead, and then you go back and you look at some of his other races, going a mile and an 1/8 at Gulfstream Park way back in February. He was able to rate a little bit. They've tried blinkers. I think Shug McGahee, the trainer of this horse, just kind of been confused of what to do. They've tinkered with a lot of different things, and he's lost 95 cents on a dollar at Aqueduct, and it's just really tough to swallow in here. When you look at the 4, Laytown, first time gelding, it was under 3-1 first time out, and the next time out, mile and a quarter race here. Now, Midnight Raid came back to win. 10 Gauge came back to win. Gate Runner actually won that race. He did not have the best beginning. He had enough time to recover, but he just really never got into the race. Sort of made a big middle move and then kind of flattened out. Now Tyler Gaffalione will get in the irons. All the money going to the 6. I don't know if it's through Anthony Stabile's count. I will say you this. I walked into the racetrack that day on October 8th, and I was touted this horse, the son of Curlin out of Johannesburg mare, Old Point, and he did not break bad. I read Ortiz kind of put him out in the center of the racetrack, and he just got hung out 7 wide most of the way. And he did show courage to me. He kept on grinding away and kept on grinding away. I can totally see where Anthony's going here with the 6, because this horse did try very hard to get Louis Saez aboard. I like the 7, and this might be personal for me. Pancake House, I needed this horse 3 back, and this horse just missed against Southern Anthem. Now, last time out at Keeneland, this horse got shut off. It looked like he was going to get through this tiny little hole, and he was going to get maybe towards the winner's circle or right on the line, and he just got sawed off. Now, Tommy Drury brings this horse back on the dirt. I know the learned dirt start was not good, but it was the first start of his career, and he was 31-1. Tommy Drury almost caused an upset in the last race, and he's 26% from turf to dirt. So I'm going to take a shot here on Pancake House and all the money on the 6, Old Point.
And Paulie would be right. That is Anthony Stabile money. All right, make your case. What did you like about Old Point here for Pletcher?
First time out, he draws inside in that 7/8 shoot race at Keeneland. Doesn't break particularly well. I know he didn't break poorly, but he didn't break that well. From there, he kind of gets outrun. He looked like a horse that wanted nothing to do with sprinting. And I'm sure that's part of the reason Todd Pletcher, his Hall of Fame trainer, ran him 7/8 at Keeneland first time out. He was even a little bit longer than 7 furlongs. Now he gets to stretch out to the mile and the 16th. He gets a much better post. And I would imagine that on the stretch out, with that experience now under his belt, he hasn't left the Bluegrass State. He's been stabled down at Churchill. He was at Keeneland for a couple of breezes as well after the race. Last breeze was local again. I just think this is a horse that was kind of late developing, wasn't going to have any kind of sprint future. Now he stretches out. He finds the right bunch of horses, too. Listen, I'm not saying this horse is a killer, but he kind of finds the right bunch. You got turf horses in here. You got former claimers, horses that have had a lot of chances. I just think he sits the right kind of trip off of the one Montauk Point in here, and I think he improves big time second out, Greg.
He's the solid favorite. We're set. This is the start of the Derby City 6. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Indy Kent bounces out near the top. Pancake House is there. Isitude and Laytown, and at the rail is Montauk Point. And Montauk Point comes through toward the inside to grab a narrow lead. Isitude is 2 wide. Laytown 3 wide. Napa Valley racing up 4 wide. Pancake House backs out of there. Meanwhile, Old Point finds a cozy spot down toward the inside, saving ground in 5th. Around the opening turn they go. It's Montauk Point with company. Isitude is right there, and Napa Valley 3 wide and racing up to make it 3 across the track for the backstretch run. Old Point is coasting along in behind while 4th. Laytown is now 5th. Pancake House in the clear racing 6th. Only 2 lengths off the lead though. And then it's Andy Kent, Tartamara, and Masai Warrior is the trailer moving up 1 spot. So down the back stretch they go. The opening half, a reasonable 48 4/5 seconds. Far turn run. Montauk Point continues to show the way. Isitude continues to prompt. Napa Valley 3 wide far turn. Old Point is coming under a ride down toward the rail. Pancake House is launching a 4-wide bid. Laytown is right there in the thick of it, only 2 lengths off the lead. Must-Side Warriors kicking in as well. Circling horses on the far outside. They're off the turn. Napa Valley, Montauk Point head-to-head. Pancake House is there, and Must-Side Warrior is rolling down the center. 1 furlong to go. Montauk Point digs in on the lead. Montauk Point still in front. Must-Side Warrior continues to rally, and from far back, Andy Cant is flying up the rail. Montauk Point, Andy Cant, Must-Side Warrior. Here's the wire photo. Montauk Point was desperate. Andy Cant was surging. Too tight to tell. Must-Side Warrior third.
Photo finish to start off this Derby City 6. Oh, this horse on the rail. If this horse did not get it, Andy Cant, what an effort. It may have come up just short.
Yeah, this is really close, but on that angle, I think Montauk Point held on. I believe and he was a deserving winner. He took a ton of pressure from the bell as well, and he was able to, if that.
He went off favorite, Montauk Point.
Did he really? Wow. Yeah, he was able to assert himself on the front end and duke it out. You felt like at some point, Greg, you turned to me and said, Old Point really got a good setup. He did, because it looked like everybody took a shot at this horse at some point in the first 3/8 of a mile. I think he held. Andy Cant was really flying, really flying late in the game here up the inside. And I think he's just going to fall a head bob or two short.
All the momentum down on the fence. Junior Alvarado for Mott with Andy Cant, who's gaining ground with every step, but I might have got a nose in front just after the wire. It's either 5-2 favorite or 11-1 if it's the 5.
The mirror, keep this in mind too, folks, when you're trying to call this photo. The mirror at Churchill Downs is in front of the finish pole. So that's where the line is. It's before the pole. It's not on the pole or after the pole like it is at other racetracks. It's before the pole. You'll see the mirror come up momentarily, and it just appears as if Andy Cant never goes by him. The more I see the photo, the more I feel like Montauk Point held on, and he did.
Yeah, just posted. 1-5-3-9, Montauk Point. Wow, some sharp handicappers out there making this horse the 5-2 favorite.
Late in the game, there was a lot of bouncing around. You see 3 7-2 shots and a 5-2 shot when all was said and done. And the favorite gets the job done. Gutsy effort.
Derby City 6 underway with the favorite. We're going to take it the rest of the way. Andy Serling joining me after a timeout. You're going to stick around, enjoy the rest of the day here?
Yes. Going to head to my office, get a little work done. I'll see you Wednesday, I believe.
Sounds good. We will see you then. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. Still to come, Artie Schiller here on this yielding turf course at Aqueduct, and Decorated Invader back from a 16-month layoff. Second start off the bench. Got back in the winner's circle. A horse who was incredibly precocious as a 2-year-old. One of the best 2-year-old turfers in the country back in 2019. And get back to a stakes win for Clement.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Joining me on set, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, just in time for the start of an intriguing dirt sprint coming up. We still, of course, have the Artie Schiller on the grass ahead. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Good to see you.
See you.
We talked about this race briefly in our office many hours before we came on. I like this race a lot.
You know, it's interesting. It's the second division of the race, and the first one, the heavy favorite, was a 1-5 shot that ran off the board. This race, a lot more competitive. I think you and I, one of the we were talking about was I like Burgoyne, and you kind of agree with me that she might be the horse to beat over Jane Gray, and as of now, she's actually favored.
Well, here's Midtown Rose, speed from that inside coming in from Parks.
Yeah, I just, her out-of-town form is makes her a fringe player. I don't trust her. Big price if you like her.
Former Tom Amis filly here. Mama's got to run.
Yeah, I mean, she was an easy winner last time. She's in good form, but this is a tougher spot.
I like this filly here, and she loves it at Aqueduct, but she's tackling tougher.
Well, now I know why she's short, because you told me that her figure for the last race in Thoroughbred is very good. It was on Buyers, too. I just don't believe it. It was against a very weak off-the-turf field.
Got to play this one for my son, Baba. Rudy Rodriguez, 10-1.
Well, you can play for your son, but she's in a little bit of trouble here.
Tough spot, yeah. Last time going 6.5, though. Biggest race she ever ran. Ruby's in time, 17-1.
You know, is she totally ridiculous in this race? She has some races. I think she's a bit of an overlay off the claim for the notice.
Joel Rosario looking for his 4th win today.
She is definitely a major player, but she's also been second and third 4 straight times at short prices.
Fire and Carroll just ran a big figure that would put her in the mix if she can repeat it.
Hey, listen, if races fall apart, she's always a threat to get a big piece.
And a filly who was very talented early on. She was beat a neck at the Grade 3 Fantasy on the road to the Oaks.
She was scratched out of a stake at Laurel yesterday to run here. I am the president of I'm at least the New York chapter of the Ned Allard fan club. I'm a chairman of it. And I think it's a very interesting horse that, obviously, as you said, second the Fantasy. I think she's a major, major, major player.
Gun runner filly, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
I think he's going to be a good sire.
Might be okay. Up to $300,000 now to breed.
Is that a lot or a little? They all win stakes. I don't know.
Exactly. Let's go to Jonathan Kitchen. JK, your thoughts here on the 7th.
Yeah, look, I thought this race, I thought the 3 might actually end up being favored in here, Rosa Veloce. After switching to Rob Atras, she seemed to kind of wake back up to find some of her previous races. And although she didn't, depending on what speed figures you look at, Time Form US, she wasn't particularly fast last time, and she actually kind of had a soft trip facing a bunch of turf horses with slow fractions. I just think that maybe she's rounding back to her previous numbers that she used to earn back earlier in the spring. And if she runs that race today, I think she could be tough in here. You know, there's a couple of other horses, the 6 Jane Gray and the 8 Begin. I just don't trust those 2 horses at shortish prices. Give me a horse that I think will probably drift up a little bit off the 3-1 at this point, the way the money's come in for the 6 and the 8. And I think the 3, Rosa Veloce, is one who has kind of rounded back into form. And I'm really curious. I know Richie was a little bit interested to talk about the 3, Rosa Veloce. How does she look out on the racetrack? Does she look like a horse that is sitting on a big race today?
Eye-catching on the racetrack. She's warmed up with a great deal of energy. Her coat is terrific. I really think that from a physical perspective, she's pointing out that she's going to run a very good race today. I do think, though, that maybe there's some speed around her and she's going to have to deal with some pace. But from a physical perspective, I like her very much. The 6, Jane Gray, also made a nice impression. I love the way she looked under Joel Rosario galloping off. Now, she has 1 win, 3 seconds, and a third. But I'm not so concerned with the more seconds because she was well beaten in all of those seconds. It's not like she got there and couldn't or wouldn't go buy a horse. I just think she just ran into horses that were a little bit better on those days. I don't think it has anything to do with her desire. And she looks terrific. She's very well turned out. My top selection will be the 8, Burgoyne. I think this is a big, stunning daughter of Gun Runner. Very sharp, carrying good weight, stout. I like the outside post, just to deal with kickback, should stalk from the outside. And a little known fact, Andy, you're a big Ned Allard fan. He wanted to be a jockey so bad that he had read you grow in your sleep. He used to sleep with a headboard and a shorter bed, trying not to grow at night.
That's dedication.
I could make a joke there, but I'm going to sort of let that one roll by. But that is a great piece of information for Richie. I love that.
Made for some uncomfortable nights. Wow. There she is stepping in. Second start back off the bench. She was on the Oaks trail for a while as she backs away from the handlers here. Now she steps in. Let's go to John Embrial for the call.
And they're off. Begin breaks sharply from the outside. Baba now moves up. Baba and Begin, they are right together as Rosa Veloce gains down at the rail. So it's Rosa Veloce and Baba. Rosa Veloce takes the lead. Baba runs in second. Begin on the outside in third. Midtown Rose down at the rail in fourth. Mama's Got to Run is next in fifth. Then Ruby's in Time on the outside in sixth. The trailers are Jane Gray and Firing Carol. Opening quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds. Rosa Veloce by a half length, with Baba running in second and Begin on the outside in third. And then in between horses is Mama's Got to Run, passed on the outside by Ruby's in Time. Down at the rail is Midtown Rose, followed by Jane Gray and Firing Carol, and they're all chasing Rosa Veloce to the top of the stretch. Rosa Veloce has a 3-length lead. Begin giving chase in second, the half in 45 and 4. It is Rosa Veloce in front. Begin is all out in second as they hit the 8th pole. Rosa Veloce trying to hold off Begin, now with a 16th to the finish. It's still Rosa Veloce. Begin on the outside, coming on now. Rosa Veloce and Begin, they come for the finish. Rosa Veloce, the New York bred, holds on by a neck.
She is just in sharp form right now. Back-to-back huge efforts. She is 5 for 10 on this surface as well. Begin was coming. She made a bid, but Rosa Veloce enough to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Irad just sort of rode Begin like, wherever I want to go, she'll just roll on by. And then he got a little panicked when he realized that wasn't going to be the case, but give a lot of credit to Rosa Veloce, who is in great form. She had back form that was good. She had completely lost it. She is now a new horse, or a reborn horse, in Rob Atris's barn. They put a mile between them and the others.
You're not kidding. Look how far back. Wow, to the 6. Jane Gray is a long way. 5-2 here, Rosa Veloce. Rob Atris, Jose Ortiz. And this 4-year-old filly by Girolamo. 7th career victory, 5th again in 10 starts here at Aqueduct.
Well, she's really come back alive for Rob Atris, not the first time.
Where's that wire? This got interesting late. But right as Begin sort of got to her and was a head back, that's about it. Made up no more ground. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 7th in the books. We'll have these prices for you when we return. 1:16 and 2 final time for that 6.5 furlongs for Rosa Veloce. Stay with us. Artie Schiller still to come.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. gift box. Only at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on this Sunday afternoon in South Ozone Park. Live coverage from Churchill Downs as well. And Rosa Veloce impressing here in the 7th under Jose Ortiz.
To put this into perspective, earlier on the card we had the first division of this race where it featured the 1-to-5 shot that ran off the board. That race was run in 1:18.30, otherwise known as 1.72 seconds, which is over 10 lengths slower than this race. So I'm not sure the third place finisher in here wouldn't have won that race. That's how well they ran. So if you're Beguine and her connections, you're feeling like, why couldn't I have drawn in the other division?
Yeah.
Or maybe even Jane Gray's feeling that way as well. Hey, maybe even the fourth horse. Amazing, huh?
740 for the win for Rosa Veloce. Back-to-back victories now. And back-to-back wins since Rob Atrix claimed her out of a $32,000 claiming race.
Yeah, gets near because the purse conditions on the race that she ran at Finger Lakes, I want to say, enabled her to be eligible. Well, whatever the case, she's a different horse for Rob. Knocked me out of the Big Five.
Pick 5 to this point, formful.
Not for me. I went one
Not
by,
that it's easy.
I went 1 by 3 by 3 and just got knocked out. I do not like the winner, so I deserve to lose.
It could be very formful, and it's still not easy.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, I didn't like the winner, so I can't complain.
Artie Schiller next. Mile inner turf. And 3-2, Big Everest.
Lone
Rosario
Speed.
Clement.
Lone Speed. I mean, this race changed a number of times. When the first set of scratches came out, the 9 came out, and that made it a lot better for the number 4. And then when that horse scratched, the Dynaghost horse, Wolfie's Dynaghost, the horse name for you, it made Big Everest. It just kept scratching him, and Christophe Clement's smile just kept getting bigger and bigger.
Yep, now it's a very short number here as we get set for this Artie Schiller coming. We're going to head back to Churchill Downs. We're underway in that Derby City 6. We have the late pick 5 coming up next. And it starts in this race, maiden special weight, 1 turn mile. Some lightly raced 2-year-olds, some first-time starters as well. Drawn toward the outside in the 11 and 12. Laver taking money, who was coming off dirt debut last time out of Keeneland. Very good effort, just missed by 3/4 of a length.
Thought he was the horse to beat, actually. Thought that horse actually ran very well in that race. Thought the race kind of fell apart.
This horse ran well last time out, too. Steve Asmussen runner. This was start number 3 at a mile, Churchill.
I don't like the fact that the winner was a 48-to-1 shot or 46-to-1 shot that came back and ran 9 Beyer points lower. The second horse was a Todd Pletcher horse that had failed a number of maiden races and ran 14 Beyer points worse than that one's next start. So I'm playing against them. I'm curious, Greg. I like Laver as the horse to beat, the horse in the rail. Did you have any thoughts on the 3 baseline beater? And I'm curious to hear what Paulie thinks of this one. Broke slow first time out. I actually thought this horse ran for our man Neil Pessin like a horse that could really improve second time out.
I'd like to see that foundation of a couple sprints before they stretch out, but only have to go a mile.
Beggars can't be choosers, Greg.
Didn't take a lot of money.
What I can get.
45-to-1.
I thought this horse ran okay. Maybe I'm falling into a trap.
Taking money.
But I like the one. Well, he's got that sucker line that I could be falling for. You know what I mean? Broke slow, made the run into 5th, stretching out. It's got all the enticements for a sucker like me to go for.
There's a lot of options in this race. We'll talk more about them coming up in a moment. 6 minutes away from the start of this late pick 5. Again, 1 turn mile in this maiden special weight where the public really does not know where to go. They'll make Laver the favorite for now.
Is that Rod Laver? Oh, center court. It's the dam.
Yep, Rod Laver, one of the all-time greats.
Yeah. Was he Australian, Rod Laver? No.
He was.
He was.
Back here in New York.
That's the extent of my tennis knowledge.
Don't watch a lot of tennis, huh?
No, I do. I like that. Tennis is great.
Oh, okay. Artie Schiller coming up next here in New York. And Mig had some terrific moments on the great Artie Schiller including this 2004 National Museum of Racing and a Hall of Fame victory, Mig.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun to ride, and that day my only concern was not being caught wide into the first turn. Once we were able to get into the first turn in good shape and be basically in the two-path, I always had two armfuls of horse underneath me, you know, waited before I tipped him out into the stretch. Didn't want to let the Shadwell horse, Mustanfar, kind of get the drop on me and keep me in behind horses with Pat Day. But when I asked him, it was basically over in a few strides. He had such a dazzling turn of foot, really could accelerate, and Jimmy Jerkins did just such a fantastic job with this horse. I started working for him in the morning for Jimmy when he was a 2-year-old, and his win breaking his maiden going 6 furlongs, I'm sure Andy will remember it. He came from out of the clouds and got up, ran his last quarter of a mile in probably 22 seconds and a little bit. I mean, he really flew home that day. Just a really fun horse to ride, and unfortunately I didn't get to ride him in the Breeders' Cup, but I was sure rooting for him and a big fan of his, Jimmy Jerkins, and the connections, the Entemans and the Walshes.
He was built solid and compact. What a performance.
I'll say a couple of things. First of all, it was before texting. I don't think it's cell phone yet. Richie called me. He said, have you seen that Jimmy Jerkins horse I broke his maiden on today? I said, no. He said, you got to watch it. He was like 10 lengths back, the 8th pole. And I would say, and I've been friends with Richie for a long time, I think knowing him, one of the saddest moments in knowing him, he's such a good sport. He was in the paddock to see him before the Breeders' Cup win, the Breeders' Cup Mile at Belmont. And it was just such a rough injury that he missed riding in that Breeders' Cup, because he would have won with Richie that time.
What a resume. Over $2 million in earnings. We have this year's edition of the Artie Schiller coming up next in New York, but right now it's back to Churchill Downs as they make their way shortly here through the tunnel. Post-parade coming up for the start of this late pick 5.
One more thing on Artie. You know he beat Lorada Zanimo when he won that Breeders' Cup, who was a monster for Bobby Frankel. This is a fun race coming up, I think. I mean, the 1 is the favorite, and I really believe is the worst to beat, cutting back from the 2 turns to 1 turn.
Yeah, that was a Keeneland. Actually, first 2 starts for Laver, they came on turf, and then they switched him to dirt, and he ran a big effort, was well clear of the 3rd-place finisher. Here he is, 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he ran very well when you consider the dynamics of the race. He was far and away the best finisher of the horses that were close to the pace early.
20-1 Cup next door for Ron Moquette.
I mean, to be honest, this has got a good enough buyer figure. The 20-1 seems like a bit of an overlay, doesn't it? Same fig that Baseline Beater got.
Well, here's the horse you like. Let's take a look at him. 6-1 now for Neil Pessin.
He's my second choice, but he'll be a much bigger price, so I'll play some exactas with him in the 3. I just thought this horse looked like one that would improve second time out.
My Imagination, Bill Morey sends out, went long last start. He ran second with a 59 buyer.
Didn't run so badly. I didn't love the horse that won the race, but he didn't run terribly.
Read on. Paco Lopez, 20-1.
Why is he 20-1 and the 4 31-1? Doesn't the 4 look like a lot better than him? I think
I
so.
would agree with you.
Yeah.
More upside as well.
Yeah.
Chance, start number 2 for Tom Drury Jr.
But you can tell the name of a Claiborne horse from a mile away and improve stretching out. I would see if he improves stretching out.
5-1, Prairie Dunes, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
I didn't love this horse's last race overall, but he's run fast enough to be competitive here.
The 8 we showed you for Steve Asmussen, that performance last start. Start number 4 coming up.
Like I said, I didn't love the field he's coming out of, but it's a pretty fair price on this horse.
Dario. Wow. Nice appearance.
But why is he the same price as the 8? Or the 7, for that matter? I didn't like him out of a maiden claiming race, high price or not.
Here's Perform, showed speed and backed up with the 1-start blinker experiment. They come off today.
He could be the speed of the speed in this race, and I always had a few chances, but he stretches out a little bit for Shug. Disappointing last time, but I don't know. Seems like he has a chance.
And here's 2 first-time starters on the outside. Brian Lynch, runner by Empire Maker, Emperor's Appeal.
More turf for the 11. And the 12, homebred for Godolphin, Brendan Walsh. Not great with firsters, but a very good trainer.
Tyler Gaffleone on this 15-1 shot outside. Son of Ghost Zapper.
Yeah, Kieran McLaughlin trained the dam of that horse for Godolphin. Not a bad horse.
Dowager.
What's going on here?
Minute to post. In this 6, starts the late pick 5. Let's check in with our crew in Louisville, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens and Paul LaDuca. Guys?
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, pleasure to be joined by Gary here, Hall of Fame rider. And Gary, good to see you out here. A little chilly out, no?
Yeah, just a little bit. Had to put the the stocking cap on today. Got about 3 layers on right now, and got another layer sitting on the side if we need it. Got a heat wave right now.
Always prepared. I wanted to ask you, in these kind of days, a lot of people don't realize the horses actually love this weather. What do you change anything up as a rider?
No, you just, times have changed. Clothing has changed a lot. I've, matter of fact, got a dry fit shirt on underneath, and they're light. So they keep you warm. And same thing down below.
Yeah, without hindering your weight, too. Okay, let's get to this race. Laver, the one horse in here. Right now, the horse to beat. I thought a good effort last time. Had the lead. Now the blinkers go on. You think he kind of maybe lost focus when he hit the front end last time?
Exactly. Watching that race, it looked like, he made the lead a little bit early, maybe looking up in the grandstand with the big crowds over at Keeneland. That'll pull a horse up a little bit, just get preoccupied. So I loved his race last time out. I don't love the one hole down in there going the mile. But saying that, it looks like Inside Speed is a place you kind of want to be today anyway.
Yeah, I know you like the 8 here a little bit, and you and I were both replaying the replay again, and he was kind of giant from the outside post that day.
Yeah, he really was, but he ran a really professional race, I thought. He split horses down on the fence, came in, he was in tight, a battle to the wire and lost a heartbreaker. He was beaten 3/4 of length. There were 2 horses on the wire, but should improve again today.
Yeah, and I like that he's ran well over a muddy racetrack and a fast racetrack, and this racetrack seems like you can maybe close in the center. The rail has been good. We saw the 5 roll up the rail. The other horse in here I thought was Prairie Dunes. Another horse putting the blinkers on for Billy Mott and Junior Alvarado. Kind of horse has been running kind of even, but did get bet last time out.
Yeah, we've seen what Billy Mott and Junior Alvarado have done over the last couple of years. They're a great team. Junior back in here today again to ride. So this horse should move forward as well. This race is wide open. You look at the tote board, and it says it on the board. Really no standouts.
No, it really isn't. And, guys, another horse in here, I thought, Chance, going to have to improve. But Lugan Knight, who beat him, was a very fast horse. Gary and I think this is wide open. I'm going to land on Prairie Dunes. You're going to land on?
I'm going to land on Laver, I think. And listen, don't throw out Cup either for Ron Moquette. This horse stretching out. By more spirit, should like this at a distance today. Didn't run horrible first time out. The horse that won the race was well talked about, Loggins. So coming out of a good race as well.
Yeah, Loggins, a lot of people got to remember, Loggins lost to Forte in only his second start. Forte went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. That is a live race. Gary makes a good point with Cup.
So Cup 23-1. You saw the 12, by the way, acting up a little bit there, Banishing, who reared up briefly for Brendan Walsh with Tyler Gaffleone. God, I thought the 9 looked sensational warming up. Dario, start number 2 for McPeak.
Okay. Not
8-1 right now.
Yeah, I know it's sort of a pseudo claiming race, and that it was $150,000, but there's too much going on in here for me to like him. But listen, he's a price. Use him.
Laver, by the way, 11 majors, 4 Wimbledons.
That's why they ran him in the grass.
I would hope he'd be a grass horse. Yeah, that's where they started. He actually ran very good first
It's a bad
time out.
joke that tells itself.
He may be back on the grass one day. We'll see, though. He ran a bigger figure on the dirt last time out. He's the 2-1 favorite from the inside with Saez for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, I fooled around with 1-3 and used the 10 a little bit as well, who could be the speed. The right ride, the 10 could clear here. That would be kind of interesting.
Are you surprised anyone's this short of a price? 2-1 in here?
Yes, I agree. I think it's a little on the low side. I think that's a little bit on the low side, even for the 1. He ran well last time, but I don't think he's supposed to. He's not like he ran such a big number that he showed some sort of separation. Yeah. I thought he'd be closer to 3-1 or something. I think that's a very good point.
Not far off the pace in that dirt debut last start. And blinkers go on today. He's got the inside. He's got the aggressive Luis Saez. We'll see how forward he is from that inside post coming up. Let's go to Travis Stone. Start of the Pick 5 from Churchill.
Waiting for Banishing. They're in the gate. And they're off. Laver down inside, breaks out near the top. Redon is sent on for speed. Chances there. So too Rungus. Dario farther out, way out there. Perform. Banishing on the far outside. Up the chute they go, and Redon comes on through to take a narrow lead as they head for the main track. Rungus is an up close second, and Chances smack dab between them. Laver comes off the rail to the two-path and fires up on through. Up into second now. Meanwhile, Perform advancing on the far outside, up into fourth. Chances back into fifth. Banishing racing sixth. Cup is down inside seventh. Dario is eighth, but only 4 lengths off the lead. My Imagination in between, advancing from ninth. Prairie Dunes down toward the inside, covered up in 10th. 3 lengths back, Emperor's Appeal, and slow starting Baseline Beater, the trailer. A contested quarter in 23 flat. Another swift second quarter there to a 46 flat half mile. They're on the far turn, and Laver is trying to fend him off. The leader by half a length. Redon couldn't keep up. Right there is Perform racing in second as they round the turn, and Banishing is poised on their outside third. Dario switched to the far outside fourth, and Prairie Dunes is picking it up fifth. So too is Rungus as they head for the eighth pole. Laver is still there. Laver turning back the challenge of Perform. Prairie Dunes is rolling down the center, and in behind, Emperor's Appeal is picking it up as well. Final 16th. Laver's in deep water. Here comes Prairie Dunes, and down inside Emperor's Appeal. Can Laver hold on? Maybe. Laver getting desperate, tries to fend off Prairie Dunes. It's a photo, Emperor's Appeal, then it was Backside Beater or Banishing.
Laver gets this win, able to hang on for the victory here, second time on the dirt.
And it would have really almost been a crime if he had lost this race, how well he ran it here. You think about the way the race developed, right? The 10, who has solid races coming in, he makes a move to him, he evaporates in the stretch. The 12 made that move, the firster, he evaporates. Everybody near the pace was falling apart. Even the 3, the horse I mentioned, who got completely left, Tarzaz to see in their feed, he's flying and finishes a narrowly beaten 5th. Laver does all the work in this race and holds on to victory, an extraordinarily deserving winner.
Yeah, impressive. Just his second time on the dirt, holds off a few challengers there for that win. As we get back to the Artie Schiller here at Aqueduct, and here is Shadow Sphinx to kick off the post parade. Javier Castellano, Mike Maker.
The problem for Shadow Sphinx is not his talent so much as the fact that he probably needs more pace, and he got so much pace last time, and this race is devoid of it.
Well, this guy's going to be the pace. Big Everest Joel Rosario.
He's not really that fast early, but he keeps getting in paceless races, and Joel's able to control, and it appears it's going to happen again.
This horse with some big numbers, Homer Screen, out on the West Coast, but he's going to be far back.
But Hong Kong Harry, who beat him 3 back, is a solid racehorse, and if he can run, that's his race at a mile, but as you say, he's so compromised by dynamics.
Grand Motion sends out Palo Alto. Trevor McCarthy rides.
I think he's the best horse in the race, and frankly, 6 to 5 to 5 to 2, he might be a better bet despite the pace situation.
If this race were run in 2019, this might be the favorite.
Might be. Do you know that in his last race, there were 2 horses that won turf triple races? A Thread of Blue won the Saratoga Derby, and Henley's Joy, who won the Belmont Derby.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Decorated Vader was so precocious early for Clement. Did win last out. Second off a 16-month layoff. Here's Airman, also eligible, that draws in.
Yeah, his best chance in here would be to be dropped out of a plane around the top of the stretch about a furlong ahead of the rest of the field, for what it's worth.
All right, so even money on this guy right here, Big Everest.
He has a pace advantage, I will give you that, and he's okay. But he is way overbet. I think that the 7's a better horse, and I'll tell you something about Palo Alto. Trevor McCarthy's not letting the 3 get away from him. I picked the Big Everest, but at these prices, I would bet Palo Alto.
Got to do it his own way on the front end pretty easily for this win. When he beat Good Governance, who was supposed to line up in this race.
And he would have been, even for the Chad Brown factor, not a particularly short price here. I get it. I picked him. He's the lone speed. But he's not that good. He only wins if everything goes his own way. I know he's going to get everything to go his own way this race, so maybe it won't matter. But I think Palo Alto's pretty good. Palo Alto was negatively affected by the ridiculously slow pace in his last race. And the time before that, I thought he ran very well. It's not like public sector ran that badly in the Knickerbocker. And set piece, he ran 4th in the Coolmore turf race at Keeneland.
Superior competition he faced in that States debut mile race. As we look at that effort at Pimlico, this was off a layoff as well. States debut, runs a big one.
And the other thing is, he was second best in here. I'm not saying it would have won, but he really made that aggressive early, move to try to get the race, to get it, beat set piece, get the jump on him, and it ended up kind of costing him towards the end. So it's not like he sucked up for second. You know what I mean? I think he was clearly second best, even though it got kind of close. Because the other horses really didn't do that much running, including public sector, who did get a little shuffled out, but I thought set piece ran very, very well.
Yeah, who would have been the favorite. Now River City later today at Churchill Downs had it not been taken off the turf. Artie, Schiller, 2 minutes to post. Let's head down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and I'm just going to talk about both Clement runners, starting with the 3 Big Everest. It looks like he does have a huge pace advantage and should be pretty comfortable on the lead. He gets Joel Rosario, who he seems to run his best races for. And again, we talk about Joel Rosario's, gift of having horses just kind of melt into his hands. He's got such great hands. Horse runs with cotton in his ears, trying to keep him relaxed, keep him settled. And certainly Joel Rosario seems to have found the key with him. I agree with Andy. I think 6 to 5 is a bit short. The 8 Decorated Invader. Now, this is a horse that showed a lot of promise early on in his career. They took a long time to diagnose that he had this nagging chronic condition, and he had 15 months off to get over this, physical ailment that he was dealing with. Nothing so serious, but something that was keeping him from being at his best and being able to really push off. 15 months off. This is his 3rd start off the layoff. He's fast enough to be in position. I'm sure he's not going to be putting pressure on the other Clement trainee in Big Everest, but he should be in a good position. And I think 3rd off the layoff. I'm going to go to Decorated Invader, the healthy version, as a 5-year-old making his 3rd start off the layoff. What do you think, JK?
Look, it's funny, no pun intended. Decorated Invader has kind of been this punchline, after his 2-year-old, early 3-year-old year. He was always bet. Maybe it was the West Point thing. Maybe it was because of some of his trips he had as a 2-year-old and some of his performances as a 2-year-old. But he never really lived up to it. He just kind of always, like I said, kind of this punchline of a horse where he just never really got over that hump and showed us who he could really be. He came back last time at Woodbine and ran well. Ran a figure that makes me think that the joke is over. He's not a punchline anymore. I think he's going to run extremely well here today. He's up against it from a pace standpoint, but at 3 to 1 versus 6 to 5, I'll find out if he can work out a trip. I like the 8.
All right, 3 to 1, Decorated Invader. See if he can return to the winner's circle here. Again, better company. He was so good early in his career as a 2-year-old, and then just didn't really move on at the level that he had been at.
Well, that was also a pretty tough crop as the year progressed. Domestic Spending beat him. Colonel Liam beat him. These are good horses he was running against eventually. And I think when he was looking as good as he was, it wasn't as tough a bunch of horses as he later started running against. And we've had a dearth of good horses lately in the turf division. Those were, clearly Liam was good, and Domestic Spending, very good.
Can he take a move forward here? 3rd off the layoff now is a 5-year-old. Artie Schiller from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off in the Artie Schiller Stakes. And a Big Everest goes right out for the early lead with Palo Alto now moving up, and Homer Screen gains ground. But it is Big Everest who is the leader here, with Homer Screen racing in 2nd, Palo Alto and a Shadow Sphinx right together 3rd and 4th. Decorated Invader runs in 5th, and the trailer is Airman in 6th. As the field rounds the clubhouse turn with Big Everest on top here by a length and a quarter. And Homer Screen is next in 2nd, opening quarter mile over the yielding turf in 24 and 2/5 seconds. They're on the backstretch. Big Everest shows the way here. Big Everest, the even money favorite, in front by a length. Homer Screen runs in 2nd. Shadow Sphinx down at the rail. And alongside is Palo Alto in 4th. The trailers, Decorated Invader and Airman. The half mile in 49 and 3. It is Big Everest showing the way here by a little more than a length. Homer Screen still in second as Shadow Sphinx gets a bit closer down on the inside in third. Palo Alto now asks for more and moving up on the extreme outside. Then comes Decorated Invader, who's only 3.5 lengths from the lead. Airman is the trailer. Big Everest is the leader as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. It is Big Everest. Here's Palo Alto on the outside. Shadow Sphinx is down at the rail. Decorated Invader has moved into fourth. It is Big Everest who leads here by 2.5 lengths. It's Big Everest in front. Then Shadow Sphinx moving into second. Big Everest looking to go wire to wire, and he does it by a half length. Big Everest and Joel Rosario, who's having a big Sunday here at Aqueduct, his 4th win on the card.
Big afternoon for Joel Rosario. As you heard in this horse, again, pace advantage and takes advantage.
Yeah, and no, he didn't run a huge race, but he got it done. And it does feel like being inside didn't hurt, right? I mean, Javier got the pocket with Shadow Sphinx. I can't blame Trevor trying to make that move with Palo Alto. He just really couldn't get it done. Decorated Invader got a good trip here. He's just, it's very hard for a horse to have that kind of layoff and come back. It's so rare. That's why a horse like the Haas, it was such an amazing story. People tend to think, oh, they were good once, they can be good again. Those injuries, they just take a toll. And I think that's really the case here. But Big Everest, he is quite the opportunist.
4 wins now his last 5 starts. The only time he got beat, he didn't make the lead. 2 back.
Right. And when he gets the lead, he's unbeatable these days. But the scratches really helped him. But that's okay. You know what? It's a game where you're going to get unlucky a lot more than you're going to get lucky. So it's okay to have that happen. Nice effort by Shadow Sphinx, by the way. Javier continues to ride extremely well.
Joel, see how quiet his hands were down the stretch.
It's incredible that he was fined suspended for too many hits with the crop in the Breeders' Cup. They say it was 7.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's used the crop 7 times the entire year.
Yeah.
I mean, no rider uses it less than he does as far as that. It's amazing that he would be a guy who gets fined.
It really is. 3-2-7-8. Artie Schiller goes to Big Everest gate to wire for the win. Christophe Clement Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, and a 4-win day for Joel Rosario as we're back to Churchill Downs. Late pick 5 underway with Laver, who is better on dirt.
I don't know, it's a scary win payout to 3 6s. It's funny, you asked me before the race, do I think he's too short a price? And I said yes. The way he ran, he wasn't. Because he really was best. That's twice in a row that he's been run well while being on or near contentious paces.
Putting your future wager down?
The 6-6-6s. No, but you know me, I love horses like that. I know Jonathan agrees. Horses that run well and don't have things go their own way necessarily.
Big Everest takes the Artie Schiller. 4th win this afternoon for Joel Rosario, teaming up with the Clement barn. While the prices when we come back.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Artie, Schiller in the books. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Joel, 4th win of the day. You're a little animated for you.
Yeah, that was very nice. I mean, this horse, he run really good. I mean, he go there and just, I was just there, you know, sitting just I was just a passenger. He did the rest.
Well, I think you're a little more than passionate. This is a horse that can be a little bit keen, and one of your gifts as a rider is getting horses to run into your hands so kindly. How did you learn to have such good hands?
Oh, I don't know. I just, you know, I just work, you know, just work with the horse and then just always trying to do the best what the horse like want to do maybe, and you know, take it from there. It just it's something, you know, that I can maybe not explain it to you, but you know, just I see perform in the race. It's just like as long as he's happy, I'm happy.
And he really finished though. You rode him very confidently through the stretch.
Yeah, he did. He really. Soon that I turned him loose, I have a lot of horse on me, and he just went on and looked like he was handling the ground really well. And yeah, thank you to Christophe and Dean for the opportunity.
Congratulations. Go get your picture taken with the trophy. And guys, he might not be able to explain it, but I'll explain it. He's got magic hands.
He really does. I think
agree.
most of racing agrees. He is sensational. Last year's Eclipse Award winner, outstanding rider. And I think most people, when he won it, were shocked it took that long for him to win it.
He's got some good competition, but I don't disagree. I thought he should have won 2 years ago, to be honest. Now, this year, Irad Ortiz is like secretary at the Belmont. He's about as big a cinch to win that award as you could ever get, and deservedly so. You know, in some ways, he reminds me, and I'm actually curious they don't have the same style of riding, but Julie Crone. Horses ran for Julie. They responded to her, and I think Richie's talking about his hands. Horses run for Joel. They just respond to him. And Richie, obviously, a stronger opinion on that than I do, but I feel as though it's a similar situation. He's just a rider who has a good feel for horses.
Late pick 5 follow along. Even money favorite, Big Everest. And we're going to close things out with a state-bred 25 maiden claiming sprint. Joel will not have a chance for his 5th as work done for the afternoon. We're going to head back to Churchill Downs when we come back. Mile and a 16th on the main track. And that's not him, but Run Classic, the 3. So excited to see him back in action. Perfect 2 for 2 since he's returned for Brett Calhoun.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Late pick 4, Churchill Downs, is next. Mile and a 16th, allowance optional claiming field. There are some tested veterans in this race coming up, like this guy right here, Running Ray. It's a 7-time winner, over 400 grand in his career. He's going to be forward. And then you have the up-and-coming son of Run Happy, Run Classic, who off a maiden win, he was thrown on the Derby Trail against Hot Rod Charlie back in 2021, went to the bench for a long time, didn't resurface till this year. His 2 starts back have been sensational.
He was only 10-1 against Hot Rod Charlie off of that maiden win. He's got to stretch out. Brett Calhoun, for what it's worth, stretching out in the dirt off a win. He's 16 for 59 over the last 5 years, 27%, 215 ROI, and that's impressive because that's a tough thing to do, to get him to stretch and win. Obviously, he ran a huge number. And listen, I don't think it's inconceivable that the third horse did come back and run 14 buyer points worse in his next start, which bothers me a little bit. We'll see. I don't want to take a super short price on this horse to do this.
Keep in mind, he did totally different scenario. It was a maiden win. He did win at a mile and 16th, second start of his career.
Good point.
But there's a lot of sprint on the bottom side of this pedigree, isn't there?
And I didn't actually look that up, but I'll take your word for it. I loved his dam Chitane. The dam sire, Chitane, was a Lazy F Ranch Angel Pennant Jr. horse, actually. Forgo Lazy F. But with Runnin' Ray in here, with horses like the 511 Central, there's other speed in here too. So I'm not saying the pace is going to be blazing, but I don't see this horse controlling here. Do you?
I don't think he needs to.
I don't think he. I mean, he rated when he won, but stretching out, I always feel more confident if I feel like the horse can be in that kind of controlling position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's definite question marks to make this horse even money. But, I mean, there's the potential. This is a star. He's got to do it. He's got to keep on rolling along. We'll see if he can here.
Listen, I mean, at this point, they're all looking at the Pegasus because, I don't know, Cyberknife's the horse to beat in there. Actually, Taba maybe. But
32-1 Farmington Road.
He's a horse that one times run okay, but it's going to be tough off a little bit of a freshening against this field. Switches to Charito.
Neil Pesson sends out Happy American. He faced Run Classic in a maiden win. He ran third to him.
I mean, he's off a 7+ month layoff, but look at who beat him in his last 2 starts, Olympiad.
Here he is, 105 buyer in that win last start at Keeneland.
Yeah, he's obviously talented. Whether or not even money's your cup of tea is another question.
Catan said he had back-to-back wins earlier this year.
Lost horse West Willpower came back and won a stake at Keeneland in his next start.
Palo Lobo sends out 11 Central, just won at Churchill at a mile and 1/8.
You got to think he's going to be forward in this race.
9-1 with Gerardo Corrales. 33-1 Ethical Judgment, Brendan Walsh trains.
Got a couple of figures that are okay, but he's really in a tough spot.
The Reds.
He's an overlay here at 18-1, Greg.
Big time.
Big overlay. He didn't want a 1.5 miles last time. Other than that, he makes some sense.
Southern District, he's 2 for 2 at Churchill, and he's coming out of a race against Elite Power.
And he was in a race on a track he couldn't close on 2 back. He was in a paceless race last time. He gets some pace here. He's got a big chance.
Runnin' Ray, 9-2. He's quick. He's a 3-time winner here. He beat Caddo River. He's beat Winterpool. Some nice horses.
He's a very game horse as well, and he's getting back to the right surface.
And I thought you couldn't even discount Major Fed. He's all the way outside. It'll be his third off the bench.
I think he's in tough, and the post doesn't do many favors, but I think a horse like this shows you how tough this race is. Because he's got races, this is pretty good. I mean, there aren't a lot of weak links in this field, and that's why 4 to 5 on the 3 to me is a problem, because there's a lot of horses in this race capable of running big numbers. That's all.
Son of Run Happy, he has been sensational, showing potentially star ability since his comeback for Brett Calhoun. 4-year-old now, trying to remain perfect. 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, his first 2 wins coming back. Now we'll try and negotiate 2 turns in a mile and a 16th. There he is as he drops down, Andy, to 3 to 5.
I don't see it. 3 to 5. So many questions here. So many good horses. I think they're betting him like the race doesn't need to be run, and I disagree with that notion.
New audience joining us, so we'll take a slight pause here as we get set for the 7th. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. Good to have you with us. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As we get set for the 7th coming up at Churchill Downs, we have the nightcap still ahead from Aqueduct. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We've got 3 stakes races ahead still at Churchill, but a very intriguing 7th coming up with a horse named Run Classic, who has been brilliant coming back as a 4-year-old.
He has, and I'm laughing to myself because the last race, River City, came off the turf. There's about 8 guys here that wish they ran in the River City, coming off the turf at MTOs, and you wonder if someone would have run if they didn't run this race, and they might be facing the toughest horse running in the number 3, who's such a heavy favorite. But I'm going to try to beat him with Southern District here, and I'm going to fool around and exact this with the 8, 9, and 10. 1 to 2 is too short for me.
Betting Run Classic like he's a horse that was just retired that won the Classic. Short number. He might
similar
be
price his flight line was in the Breeders' Cup.
He might be deserving of this price. We'll see in about a minute 41 as they run this mile on the 16th coming up. Let's check in with Gary Stevens, Paul LaDuca for more on this 7th.
Gary and I kind of agree with you. Listen, we both think that Run Classic is the horse to beat, and the race runs through. But maybe at 1 to 2. Andy mentioned a horse that Gary likes a lot in Southern District, and a horse that's 2 for 2 over this racetrack, Gary. And if they get wild up front, he's going to come running.
Yeah, there is other speed in this race. I mean, obviously, I like Run Classic a lot, but things happen in horse races. And this horse is, he's lengthening out from Keeneland, going 7/8 of a mile with another nice win. Huge buyer, 105 buyer at, she said, Southern District. If this race, if he gets some company up front, gets in some trouble or anything, I'm going to throw another one, a huge long bomb at you here right now. Happy American, another son of Run Happy in here. He actually Run Classic when he broke his maiden. Happy American was beaten 4 lengths, run 3rd that day. He's 3 for 4 over this racetrack. Another one, if this race falls apart, he's going to come running and might get a good piece of it at the end.
And you see in his running lines, you see Olympiad in his back-to-back running lines. And another horse, like you said, loves this racetrack. This is such a tricky race. You have the 2 Paulo Lobo runners. I actually thought the 4 Kidisant did not get the best of rides last time. 16 to 1 is a ridiculous price. You mentioned that the 5 11 Central be forwardly placed in here as well in here, Gary. You think Paulo Lobo goes, one that comes from behind and maybe sends the 5 towards the front end in here?
Yeah, and listen, Corrales has been riding, Geraldo Corrales has been riding lights out all season here. Throughout the year. I love the way he rides. He's aggressive. I expect him to be on the lead. So Run Classic is not going to have things his own way up front.
What do we do with the Chad Brown runner, Southern District, 6 to 1, and Running Ray? Because when you look at Running Ray, Happy American, the horse that you mentioned has a little bit of a long shot, has beaten Running Ray. And Southern District, on his best day, another horse like we talked about is the 2 for 2 over the racetrack. But Running Ray does like this racetrack as well.
Yeah, he does. 3 for 8 over this racetrack. Going back to Southern District, getting Tyler Gaffleone for the first time aboard, leading rider here at this meet, making no mistakes right now.
That is kind of true. So, wide open race. I think Gary and I are both in agreement. Listen, the 3's the horse to beat, but at 3 to 5, I'll take a shot with the 4. Gary, you're going to take a shot with Southern District?
Look, I'm going to take a shot, but I'm hoping Run Classic runs like he can on paper. Once again today, I love seeing horses move forward. Look, we're losing Flightline. I'm not by any means comparing him to Flightline, but when we get a good horse, I enjoy watching them throughout their career and just seeing a good horse run.
We'll see if he can take that next step here coming up. There's certainly questions, but he has shown brilliance his first 2 starts, back now as a 4-year-old for Brett Calhoun, and obviously they had huge expectations for him, throwing him into deep waters at Louisiana Derby off a maiden win, just the 3rd start of his career.
It's very hard with connections wanting to do that and take your chance. He was only 10 to 1 that day, so it's kind of hard to knock him doing it. The problem is, obviously, some issues arose after that, but he's come back and been terrific. I think he's an underlay in here, but he's obviously the horse to beat.
Post 3, Run Classic, the son of Run Happy. Brian Hernandez Jr. rides for Brett Calhoun. We're set for the 7th. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Good beginning for Run Classic, 11 Central. Sent up on through, and Running Ray from the outside is forward as well. First turn, Run Classic and 11 Central go head-to-head early. Those two open up to lead by 2. And it's Runnin' Ray who backs off to settle down into 3rd. Katanset comes away 4th. Major Fed is 5th early. The Reds in 6th. Ethical Judgment settles in toward the rail 7th, but is already 9 or 10 lengths off the lead as the front 2 speed onto the backstretch together. And then it's Southern District, Farmington Road, and Happy American is the trailer. Speed duel down the backstretch run, 23-2. For the opening quarter mile, there's 5 furlongs to go. Run Classic is pressed hard by 11 Central, the 3-5 favorite. No free breathers on the front end today. 9 lengths back to Runnin' Ray in 3rd. Katanset on the outside, 4th inside of a half to go. Ethical Judgment 5th toward the rail. Major Fed within 9 lengths of the lead now. And then it's Farmington Road, Happy American, the Reds, and Southern District. The half was punishing 46 4/5 seconds. Run Classic in a full-out tussle with 11 Central. They take their battle to the quarter pole. They're still 5 lengths in front. Runnin' Ray comes off the turn, racing 3rd. And here comes 11 Central on the outside with Katanset. And then down toward the rail, it's Farmington Road. Runnin' Ray's reading through the pack. Run Classic is desperately trying to hold. Here comes Katanset, Runnin' Ray. Farmington Road, Happy American. The Reds down the center. Run Classic still in front, 50 yards to go, but they're swarming in now. Here's Farmington Road. Photo! What an effort from Run Classic. He might have lost the bob to Farmington Road. It is very tight.
Huge effort from Run Classic, and it may not have been enough. Farmington Road at a huge number may have got this win.
I mean, I feel bad for Run Classic. He just ran his absolute eyeballs out. What a ride. Corey Lanner, he's saving all that ground. Congrats to Cherie DeVoe. Got this horse off a layoff. First time for the trainer. Oh, I think that the 1-1, I don't know where the finish line is.
I don't even know.
I don't know where the heck the finish is. Can we go back and take that back so before it? I think now I'm looking at the mirror. I'm always confused.
I don't even know with that last bob of Run Classic if he got the nose in front.
Let's take a look. I never know where the finish line is in this place. So I mean, the one's gotten in front now.
But I don't think Run Classic ever gets back in front.
Keep going, guys. Well, the one gets it there. I know that was a little bit before it, but honestly, the 3 deserves to win this race.
Huge, huge effort and defeat. All the work up front. You heard Travis Stone saying how taxing these fractions were, pressured the entire way.
I'll give you a race this race reminds me of, a little bit. Not totally. The Perselensen with Latruska, where the whole field was coming, right? Because I'm just thinking because all the horses coming. Though. I mean, only 2 horses involved here, but 46.88 for a half. You just don't see that at Churchill. You rarely see under 48 or 49. They were moving, and I mean, Run Classic, that's just a brutal beat. What a race.
Surprised Brian Hernandez chose to engage with the 5?
I wonder if the horse took off a little, because it looked like they were going ahead of him out of the thing, and I wonder if being inside of that horse, he took off on him, because that's not the way Brian rides.
Look at today's action still ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have the nightcap still from New York. It is a wide open betting race, and then 3 stakes ahead at Churchill Downs. Dream Supreme, some of the best Finley Mare sprinters in the country. The Bet on Sunshine, we see Bango and Miles ahead do battle, and then that River City taken off the turf. Let's get to the nightcap here in New York. New York bred 25 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs, and here is Sinful Dancer.
I don't know how you take 2 to 1 on him, considering he's burned more money than maybe any horse in history, but he stumbled badly to start last time and is a threat to wire him. But he's not going to get the lead probably, so we can't wire him.
Makart 4 to 1. Jose Ortiz, Jimmy Ryerson.
Finished out as Sinful Dancer last time, but did not run a better race.
Her one and only at 16 to 1.
Tough to make this one, but I wouldn't want to throw anybody out here.
By the way, Farmington Road was put up back at Churchill. Kimbo Dancer at 34 to 1.
He won the race, but the 3 ran incredible. This horse, even in this field, this horse looks overmatched, more of a turf horse.
51 to 1 Red Jet. New gelding, blinkers on.
We'll need a jet pack to be competitive here.
Dancing with Rico comes in from Finger Lakes.
Got that one race at Aqueduct, the 52 buyer, second at 60 to 1 that makes him a player.
Way too big a price.
Yeah, I mean, he's not impossible in this spot.
Callaloo, first time out, David Donk.
First times are David Donk's numbers with firsters. He's 0 for 17 first time stars and maiden claimers dirt sprints.
This firster taking money for Ray Handel.
Yeah, I guess in this race anyone can take money, but maybe you want to throw them in.
And there's the 9. Give me back my bullets at 9-2.
First time at Naira and first time, despite running at Finger Lakes, against New York breds, interestingly enough.
Here's the 10.
He's the speed of the speed, and his dirt race is a little better than they look at first glance. He's actually not impossible at a big price.
8 in sand, 20-1. Trevor McCarthy.
The race 2 back seemed pretty good. The last race was just awful.
And may this be the one somewhere out there, the 12 for Mark Hennig, debuted in a New York bred maiden race at 100-1.
Yeah, but that was, I picked this horse. He's my top choice. I thought he ran a little bit after being slammed at the start there, and he was against a killer field.
And the horse we saw running off there under Kendrick Carmouche. Another look here at the 9. Give me back my bullets. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, it's a very interesting and competitive nightcap here, guys. The one Sinful Dancer, your favorite. Listen, he's 0 for 13, but he's run races good enough. He did stumble badly at the start last time. He needs to go to the lead from the inside, particularly with how bad the kickback's been. You don't need lower-level horses to get discouraged, and that kickback can certainly discourage them. The 9, Give Me Back My Bullets, got a huge warm-up. Kendrick Carmouche blasted off right as soon as he hit the track. Horse looks good, making a nice physical impression first start for Rob Atras. Interesting that this horse, even though he ran at Finger Lakes, has never run against New York breds until today. He ran Open Company maiden allowance up at Finger Lakes, and he looks too good to not talk about or to leave out. The 12, maybe this the one, may this be the one, excuse me. Man, he could not look any better. So well turned out for Mark Hennig. Just really exuding overall general great health. And he gets an outside draw, so at least he can get into the race the right way. And that brings me to the horse that I'm going to pick ultimately. First-time starter, number 8, Escape Mission. Looked very sharp in the paddock, was very professional on the track with the pony. Spoke with Ray Handel about him before the race. He said they tried to enter him for maiden 40. The race didn't go, so they ran him here for maiden 25, which is even easier. And he's been very sharp away from the gate in the mornings, and as we all know, with first-time starters, so important to get away cleanly. Now let's see if he can do it in a big field. Jonathan, what do you think?
Look, Archie, you're the boots on the ground. I appreciate hearing. I liked the 8 a little bit just because I didn't like too many others in here. Ray Handel having a great meet, a little bit of money on the board here, was taking money in the double as well. So I've got absolutely no problem with the 8 Escape Mission. But I also thought the 11, 8 in Sand was interesting. I didn't like the last race, but there's an excuse there. Broke a little bit slow, kind of got stuck in between. I thought the race 2 back at Pimlico, the horse can kind of duplicate that performance. I think that race was actually probably a little bit better than it looks. Was wide all the way around there after breaking a little bit slow. I thought the 11 was the value play in here at 24-1, although I will take the 8 as the most likely one. I think the 11 makes a little sense too.
All right, let's just get back to the 1 for a moment, Sinful Dancer. This is a horse early on in his career. Thought it was going to be a really good horse. He was a close third to eventual Grade 1 winner American Revolution.
He was favored over American Revolution.
And it just has not panned out for him.
No, they got a rider who will be more aggressive. He stumbled badly last time and ran a winning race. But I agree. He's been in one spot after another where he's supposed to be able to win. He's the horse to beat, but if Racehorse has speed, we know the 10 has speed. He's not in a great position because I think he needs to try to wire a field. I bet the 12, as I said, used some small savers and exactas, certainly used Ray Handel's horse who's getting bet here, but I like the 12 in this race. May this would be the one.
Well, you've got to love what Mig said. Looks well turned out for the return here. Drop down in class for the 12 outside. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, this nightcap from Aqueduct.
May this be the one. Goes in. We are set for race 9. And they're off. And it's Chief Engineer who goes out for the early lead. Her one and only. Moving up in between horses, Escape Mission. Down at the rail is Sinful Dancer. As they move up the backstretch, also up close is 8 and Sand. And then we come back to Gimme Back My Bullets, who's followed by Kimbo Dancer. On the outside is Dancing with Rico, followed by Macart, who is passed there by May This Be the One. The field goes around the far turn. At the back of the pack there, our Chief Engineer, Well, Chief Engineer is up front and the leader with Sinful Dancer down on the inside in second. And on the outside is 8 and Sand next in third. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. And so it is Chief Engineer who is in front. Sinful Dancer down at the rail. 8 and Sand is on the outside and all out and trying to get to Chief Engineer and Sinful Dancer. Sinful Dancer, Chief Engineer, 8 and Sand on the outside. The three of them will battle it out inside the 16th pole. Sinful Dancer with a narrow lead. They come on for the finish. It's going to be tight. It's going to be Sinful Dancer over Chief Engineer and 8 and Sand. And farther back it was Callaloo and Gimme Back My Bullets.
Finally, Sinful Dancer breaks through his 14th career start. Had so much promise early in his career. Second start of his career, ran an 82 Beyer.
Yeah, I'm teasing Greg because he's turning into me. I said you had to go back to knock this horse and get him in the winner's circle. You know, I'll say something about Heman Harkey. The one thing you knew with Heman riding him is he would be more aggressive. And this is a horse that has gotten some lax rides. He's also, I'm not blaming the jockey for it. He's a horse who's been a phony as well. He found the right field. I was alive a little with the 10 and the double. Drifted a bit in the stretch, did hold on for second, but he had every chance to win. But Sinful Dancer, and a good call by Jonathan. I mean, his horse ran third, but he was 24-1, so that's a tremendous call. My 12 was never in it. The first he was close early, can't run at all.
And even with, and he wound up going off your favorite, Sinful Dancer on top. If you use these two underneath, things are looking good. 16-1, 24-1 in second and third here. 1-10, 11-9 to close out this card in New York with 3 stakes races still ahead at Churchill Downs. Well, I'm glad this horse finally won.
I mean, it is, it's a funny story. I'm just sort of laughing because I'm always the one giving the speeches up here and these horses win. And he is 3-1. He's the same price as the 9. He is a very hard horse taking a short price. He finally found
a lot of money for a lot of people.
But I also want to give some credit to Heman because he doesn't get a lot of opportunities. And what he did was get him in the game.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, you can rely on him to give you that kind of ride.
Right. He may not have a chance to win or be on good horses, and he's not Joel Rosario right at Ortiz, but he's aggressive, and that helped with this horse.
How about this result back at Churchill Downs? Run Classic runs lights out, but he does not get the money. Farmington Road up in the final jumps. Cherie DeVoe, Corey Lannery, Chrysalis Stables. That's how close it was in the end. Run Classic might be very, very good.
He is very good. I agree. And I think it's probably very frustrating for Connections. And I wonder if being inside in the 5, he just kind of took off. And when that happens, and it's something Richie obviously can answer 1,000 times better than I can, to say the least, the horse just takes off on him. What's he going to do? Obviously, he was an out of the best in this race. It's amazing. The whole field was like on top of him the whole stretch. And he held him off until the very, and even then he was coming back.
A horse who ran in the 2020 Belmont Stakes. He was with Todd Pletcher against Tiz the Law. Sort of became a turf horse after that. Pletcher was trying to make him a turf horse and had not done much running really of late at all his last couple of starts.
He was very, very hard to like because it was such a competitive field. And you look at, what was it, about 6 of them or so, 6 or 7 stacked across the wire. Every single horse in that group would have likely won the River City off the turf today, the 10th race. And I imagine there were a lot of trainers who were saying in Connections, why are we in against this monster when we could have been the favorite in a $300,000 race?
Funny how this
tough
game works out. So if you could have predicted the weather better, things might have worked out for a lot of these Connections.
I mean, but the other thing is you don't know that the 3 is going to be in there. You know what I mean? Yeah. A lot of horses ran very well and ran winning races. They just ran against a monster who lost. But he's very good coming out of that race.
Dream Supreme is coming up next. Fillies and Mares sprinting 6 furlongs at Churchill Downs. Good group that's going to line up as we kick off back-to-back-to-back stakes races ahead. And Wisconsin returning. Form has fallen off for Greg Foley. Swan Song, we'll see coming up for her. 5-time winner at Churchill, 3-time graded stakes winner at this racetrack. We'll be back.
consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill's fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2, SNY as well. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the races you see on the program at NYRA Bets. Go to nyrabets.com. Match 200, that code to use for new members at sign up. This was a long time coming for Sinful Dancer, who showed so much talent very early on in his career and just started to go the wrong way.
It's just, it shows how tough this game can be. This horse was running 80 buyers early in his career and ran against some very good horses, not just American Revolution. And when he was favored of American Revolution had lost to Mandaloon, his one race he had run. So it's not like American Revolution was some horse that came out of nowhere. He'd run at Keeneland. And it's just so frustrating, but ultimately his best chance to be forward, his best chance too is to find a field like this. It's amazing when a time, but he's had fields like, you know, it's not like he's been in some tough spots. He's just amazing.
Burned up a lot of money in his career. Finally gets through 14th time out. He wins and breaks his maiden. I want to know if he was claimed. I'm guessing no.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. But Greg, if you're interested in buying him, they probably, I'll get their number for you.
$368 pick 5 if you could put together this combination. Bold Journey, I believe, went off favorite. Salima for Chad Brown, second choice.
I would have hit it if Begoin, the horse who ran second, Rosa Veloci, had won. I mean, I lost to a better horse. I'm not, but I also would have been alive to 10. So I would have collected and been a little bit
was
cautious.
That paying?
Well, I mean, it was paying, I think, $2,000 as it was, so it probably would have been the same. I mean, that horse was, Rosa Veloci was a shorter price in the double than Begoin. So probably similar.
Well, we got Dream Supreme next. Churchill Downs against Wisconsin. When her racing career is over, likely after this race, going to be bred to Gunrunner.
I wonder if a horse has ever gotten to $300,000 for his third, you know, after having 2 crops.
Here's a look at Palm Cottage. Palo Lobo going to try and deny Wisconsin in her finale. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. a sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it.
Internet, 575,000. Thank you. PC, 675,000. Oh my, 725.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes, strong hips, and powerful bodies that look like they have speed, which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We have the Dream Supreme up next. She was a good one in her day for the boss, George Steinbrenner.
She won the test and the ballerina in the same year as a 3-year-old, obviously. And she beat Honest Lady, who was second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. It was a tremendous Judd Montfranco horse who was the favorite in that race, in the ballerina.
Well, this year's edition of the Dream Supreme. Sconson, who you're looking at, the 3-horse, Tyler Gaffney will ride for Greg Foley, bringing her back to get one more race into her, partially to get over that $1 million mark in earnings. Just shy of it. As we take a look back to the winning colors, some of her, well, all of her best moments, they have been at Churchill Downs.
Well, the good Sconson is going to win this race, but, and to be fair, everybody seems to have run poorly besides Slammed in the TCA, the Thoroughbred Club of America last time. She just hasn't really had that but she's still such a nice racehorse. And I mean, all she's got to do is finish 4th, right? And she'll end up going over $1 million.
I believe so.
Sharp Hero's tough to make, so she's pretty good shape.
Greg Foley has said just physically she is almost perfection of what you would want. And as we told you before we went to break, if this is the last start, plans are to be bred to Gunrunner in her next career. And she's been so good. 3-time graded stakes winner, all those wins on this racetrack. It'd be fun to see her go out on a winning note, or at least run credible performance, because she's been very good for a long time.
Well, I'm about to make a big 3 plate. It's not going to be fun if she goes out on a winning note. But I'll cry tears of joy for her when she beats me in this race out of the pick.
Yeah, you look at the last couple of starts, she's a little hard to back,
Yep.
especially at 2-1.
But it's not like anybody's coming in here in great form. I mean, it's not like there's one other horse you go, well, this horse is just too tough. I'm amazed that Palm Cottage is 5-1. I mean, her race 2 back and 3 back would win this race. So she ran badly last time.
Easily, right?
But why is she 5-1? I mean, I thought she should have been the favorite, frankly, but I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, she had those 2 dominant performances on the lead, and then grade 2 Keeneland, she just didn't show up, and people dismissing her as a result for Palo Lobo. Comes
Tough
our
crowd.
post parade. It really is. Sharp Hero. Well, after what we saw in the last race, I guess anybody can win this race, including Sharp Hero.
Yeah,
Adam Biscuits for Bradley Ross.
She's going to have to run faster than she's ever run to have a chance here.
2 back on dirt. That was at Hawthorne, much easier group, and was a no-show there. Here's Club Car, 6-1.
I mean, at times, Club Car has clearly run well enough to be competitive here, and I'm not going to get too hard on her over her last race, and her prior races are okay. I just prefer others, but she's certainly in it.
Here's Sconson, $990,000 career earnings.
I mean, she's at times been better than these horses, but her recent efforts are not giving a lot of confidence.
Favorite right now, it's Joyful Cadence for John Ortiz.
She's had things her own way in races, and she's supposed to be pressed by the 5 here, but she has to be considered a player.
Beat by Bell's the 1 last couple of starts, then Slam. She was 3rd in a grade 2. Here's Palm Cottage, 5-1, back-to-back monster efforts, and then Keeneland struggled.
I think this horse is a massive overlay at 5-1 right now. You got to throw out the last race for all of these horses. If she can run better, run back to her last 2 or 3 back, she's going to win.
And Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. They were dominant at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, no, they were, but her last race, the best race she ever ran, and doesn't she have to improve on that to win here?
You would think. 0 for 3 in the money at Churchill as well. Minute to post. Dream Supreme. Let's go to Gary Stevens and Paula Duca.
Yeah, small little pack of horses here, fillies and mares in this Dream Supreme. $300,000 on the line. In Wisconsin with $990,000 in her bank, looking to go over $1 million. You think she's lost a tiny bit of a step here, Gary?
She may have lost a tiny bit of her step, but I'm going to throw the race out at Keeneland. She had 2 races in her career that show on form, and both of them were horrendous races. That wasn't a true Wisconsin. So if the true Wisconsin, I'm rooting for today to go out a winner, to head to the breeder's shed. But I think she's beatable today. I like Capalia. Down on the bottom, she's on fire right now. I think she's going to set a good trip. Wisconsin's going to set a good trip as well. There's a couple of speeds in here, set things up for her, but she's going to have to work out a trip. And I think Capalia has got the advantage as far as position goes and where Martin Garcia wants to be early.
You know, the guys were talking about on the set, and we'll get to JK here in a minute. You know, Joyful Cadence has gotten beaten by Wisconsin, and she's beaten Wisconsin before. She got run by Bell's, down by Bell's One. That was a 3-horse race where Bell's One just had the best kick. Joyful Cadence isn't going to get in everything her own way because Palm Cottage should be right on top of her, no?
Yeah, and that's the reason that I'm liking Coppola, but no, JK wants to talk about
yeah, JK, do you think the 5 can clear the 4 here, or do you think can stalk and then pass?
No, I do. The 4s, you know, I've tried to use the 4 Joyful Cadence a number of times to beat horses like Wisconsin and Bell's the One when she appears to be loose. And there's been times she has been loose. She still hasn't got the job done. When it comes to Palm Cottage, her last race wasn't great. I think she maybe had an excuse that day. She got stuck down on the inside. You know, her comeback race at Saratoga, she was out in the clear. She ran so well in her two of her last 2 races this summer from a speed figure standpoint at Ellis Park and also at Saratoga. I just think she's going to kind of get back to that number now. I like where she's drawn towards the outside, and if she can find some of that previous form, I think she's going to be extremely tough to beat. I'm kind of over the Joyful Cadence situation. She just never really seems to get the job done, even if she has a good trip. And then as far as Wisconsin is concerned, she's just been tailing off. She's a horse that's been so consistent for so long. She kind of always runs her race. So in these last 3 or 4 races, 3 if I want to be a little bit tighter with the opinion, I think she just hasn't been the same horse that she normally is. Always rooting for these horses that have given us so many thrills throughout their career, and wish her the best of luck in her next career. I just don't think today's the day for Wisconsin.
Well, we'll find out shortly. Good news is she's always looked tremendous throughout her career, and that's Greg Foley talked about that. I mean, she has been a specimen. She looks great again today. Will she run back to one of her better races? It's probably going to take one of her better races, you think, to win this race?
Well, no. I think if she runs one of her better races, she'd be tough. I mean, it depends, I guess. I mean, there are horses who can run fast, but high 90 buyers would be tough in here. You're supposed to bet against her, but it's not like she's an overwhelming favorite in this race. I have to think that there's some sort of story on Capelia, the 8, because I don't know what about her PPs make her the 2-1 favorite in here. I mean, I don't think the figures you look at make her a big favorite in here. Nothing I look at makes her really a major contender. Now she goes to 9-5. I wonder if she's got a good workout report. And one of the workout shows is before or last, but one is since then, because that doesn't make any sense to me.
She's drawn outside.
Coming back in 18 days.
Which is a good thing.
Comes back in
she
18
can sit
days,
and stalk maybe off the 2 speeds in here.
Oh, I'm
But
not
9
saying
to
she
5.
can't win.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why she's favored. I don't particularly like her,
agree.
but I'm not. I mean, other than the one, there's no result in here that would surprise me. I think Club Car 7-1 is a better bet than the 6 at 2-1, and I don't particularly like Club Car.
She's never beat this kind of company, not even close.
Yeah.
This would be the biggest win of her career.
I feel like I'm misreading the 5 badly here, because I really thought the 5 was the horse you wanted in here. And clearly the public is massively disagreeing with me, but maybe we'll see.
Number's starting to come down a little bit. She was Palm Cottage, the 5 at 5-1, now down to 7 at 2. And you just feel you got to put a line through that last race?
Well, yeah. I mean, the 5 can't win this race off her last race, but I mean, don't her 2 and 3 back race kind of make her the horse to beat?
I don't think you can say she's tailing off and she's off that one effort.
Right, but I mean, it's a concern the last race. But at 7-2, right? She came back and worked well.
Bullet worked quickest to 74 in the morning on November 5th. So that speed, you would think, that ability still there. As they load up, Dream Supreme, the 3 Sconson. It's been a brilliant career for her. We've had the privilege to talk about her quite a bit on this program. We've seen her win the winning colors on a couple of occasions at Churchill. 3-time graded stakes winner on this racetrack. The Swan Song coming up before she is bred to Gunrunner for trainer Greg Foley, Lloyd Madison Farms. Tyler Gaffleone rides. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Capellia breaks alertly. Joyful Cadence is there. Not the best of starts for Palm Cottage, but she races up to join the leaders as well. And here comes Palm Cottage. Racing on through to grab the lead, and Capellia moves with her. Joyful Cadence out sprinted early on, is back racing in third. Toward the inside, Sharp Hero is out in fourth. Club Car fifth, and Sconson is at the back, while wide in sixth. 5 lengths off, pacemaking Palm Cottage, who tears through a quarter in 21-4. Onto the far turn, pressed all the way by Capellia. These two round the turn together, and Joyful Cadence makes it 3 across the track. Right in behind is Sharp Hero, Club Car, and Sconson is honing in as well. She's coming on 4 wide. She's now fourth. Coming for the top of the stretch. Capellia comes away with the lead. Palm Cottage weakening toward the rail. Joyful Cadence floats Sconson wide. Sconson 2 lengths behind Capellia with 1 furlong to go. Capellia's in front. Joyful Cadence fights on. Sconson still third. Final 16th coming. Capellia kicks away. Capellia by 2 to the wire. Capellia scores by 2.5 in the end. Joyful Cadence finishes second. Sconson was third. Club Car fourth.
Capellia the win. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. And good news here, Sconson does go over that $1 million mark.
Yeah, she's just not the horse she was once. You know, what's interesting is, and you and I were talking about this, we're talking about this before. It does seem like the money is extremely smart at Churchill. We talked about it with a horse that won, I think, the 5th race today that was favored and didn't look like the favorite on paper. I'm sorry. This filly, and she ran terrific today. Absolutely terrific. Bill Bauer's an excellent trainer. There's nothing about her PPs that makes her the favorite in this race. But they know. And she broke on top. You kind of just, she was a winner every step of the way. The rider was sitting on her, Martin Garcia, like he had a ton the whole way. There was never a point in the race where she wasn't a winner here.
Yeah, that was Montauk Point you're talking about in the 5th, and the public got it right somehow in a race that seemed impossible to make anyone a favorite. Back-to-back wins now. Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing, they had that terrific, I think 6 for 13 this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah.
She was not one of those winners, but
she could have been.
They had a tremendous summer and now continuing to win. Martin Garcia aboard for this victory.
I'm looking at her now. I cannot figure out what made her the favorite in this race. I just can't, for the life of me, I can't figure it out. I guess she's the now horse for a lot of horses that are tailing off, and clearly they were right about Palm Cottage. She was awful.
3 prior starts at Churchill, she had never hit the board. She gets the job done here against the best field she has ever beat now in her career. 4th career victory, 14 starts for Capilia in the Dream Supreme. All the prices for you when we come back. Short timeout. Another good stake. Sprint coming up. Bet on Sunshine. Greg Foley going to have another say in that one coming up.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2 SNY. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Dream Supreme in the books. Capilia, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, Martine Garcia. Back-to-back wins down. This is the biggest win of her career.
Yeah, no, absolutely. By far. Yeah, 690 on her. She made 690 look like an overlay. She absolutely crushed this field.
6-4-3. And for Sconson, likely the last start of her career, gets enough to get over that $1 million mark.
Yep, $30,000 or so probably for third, so she gets it. Congratulations, had a great career. It's okay. Phil Bauer, I can train.
So, on a roll right now, getting good at the right time, I guess. And yeah, the public all over this one. They were right. Greg Foley, of course, trained Sconson. He's got a Bango coming up in the next race. You know I'm a big fan of Bango. He's got some tough competition in this race, though, next.
He does, but he's good.
Miles ahead. Huge effort coming back off the bench for Paul McGee last time out.
Agreed. I think he's going to be very tough to beat in here. But I don't discount Bango. He's okay.
And you have Sibelius on the outside. He is very quick. His Phoenix, I know you didn't like.
Why did they rate him in there? I mean, I don't understand. You've got a horse that's got significant speed, and suddenly you're rating the horse. Why do you do that?
It's formed a little bit.
Is it a little dressed up, you're saying?
No, it looks to me just a little bit like Palm Cottage in the last race. Two huge efforts, speed, gate to wire, and then a race that maybe you could put a line through.
Yeah, but we saw with Palm Cottage, it mattered. Listen, his races 2 and 3 back were terrific. Not knocking him off that.
Your knock against Bango in here, if you have one. I mean, that was off the bench. It was one of the biggest races he has ever run. What does he need to do to win?
Well, I just feel like they might be a little better than him, potentially, the 9. I don't discount him at all. He's run fast figures. He's run well in his race. I mean, he was terrific last time.
Yeah.
I wonder if the pace, there was a slow first quarter. is the pace a little tougher for him today, but I'm not knocking him at all.
Slightly intrigued by Top Gunner.
Really? Speed?
Third off the bench, paired up numbers his last 2 starts, ran decent in that Phoenix. Actually had a 2-length lead in that Phoenix and got run down, ran third. He's got to deal with some big names in here, obviously, who beat him before.
You'd think that Sibelius would be more aggressive because rating behind him didn't work. So you got to go, right? And also Williston Way is supposed to go, the shipper. Sometimes the shippers don't show up with that kind of speed, but.
And then amazing that Mucho is still around. This horse we saw several summers ago.
The favorite and the hopeful.
Yeah, for Bill Mott.
Second to Mind Control.
Thought he was going to
mile.
be potentially 3-year-old superstar of the Derby Trail. Did not pan out.
No, but he's still a pretty good horse.
He's become a very good sprinter later in his career.
He's not good enough to beat these, though. I mean, Bengo just beat him like a drum last time out. But it is amazing, though. He's still running.
Gone on to win over $730,000 in his career.
Not bad.
It's a good field coming up.
Long Range Toddy's won it for $1 million.
Give him any sort of look off that Phoenix?
No. I don't like the Phoenix when it comes down to it. Now, maybe this is just sort of the Phoenix plus Bango and Miles Ahead, but maybe they're the best 2 horses.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't love that field.
I got to see what they're at on the board, too. I felt Bango, Miles Ahead were the 2 best, the 2 to beat in here. Trying to pull up the odds here.
And I mean, I'm not as big on course for course as you are, but you can't ignore that Bango's 8 for 15 at Churchill.
9-2 on Bango.
That's
Miles
a little
Ahead
strange.
is taking all the money right now. And what you just told us, that means we should play Miles Ahead.
We'll see. Same connections, right, as the winner of the last? No, not the same connections. The winner of the last race. What am I saying?
I would have to think this is going to even out a little bit, no?
Yes, I would think so. I'll look at doubles and see if there's a. It's hard to imagine that Bango is that big a second choice in this race.
Bango's favored in the pick 3.
Look at doubles.
Slight favorite in the double.
Yeah, yeah.
So that price will come down.
Yes, it will even out.
So we'll get to this race coming up in a moment. Let's head back to Churchill right now with Paul.
I'm with winning trainer Phil Bauer, who won the Dream Superior with Capella. What's been the difference with this filly the last couple starts, Phil?
You know, it seems to, even the races at Ellis this year, it seems to have clicked, and always had a ton of brilliance in the morning that we were just so frustrated that we couldn't get her to produce. So cutting her back and keeping consistent with the sprints, I think, kind of gave her a new lease on life, and Martine gets along with her great. And, you know, look, I think we were fortunate to draw outside the last 2. She seems to just love to sit the trip. So, you know, hopefully she'll just keep getting better because she's shown brilliance in the morning. She really is.
She was so sharp, and it seemed like Martine had a handful, and he just let Palm Cottage go and was not really worried. And I love the way she finished. You think she can get, you know, a little bit further or no?
I always thought she could, especially in the morning when, you know, galloping out. She's never showed fatigue. So, you know, we'll see. I think, you know, even our breeze before this, it was kind of just trying to keep her happy, and she rips off a bullet, and Martine came back and said she couldn't be doing any better. So, you know, I think sometimes with horses, just timing's everything, and she just needed to kind of come around as a 4-year-old and hopefully be a better 5-year-old.
Well, maybe the secret sauce is your good luck charms here. What's your guys' names here?
Caroline.
Caroline?
Lincoln.
Lincoln?
David.
David?
Wyatt.
Okay, so David, Caroline, Lincoln, and which one is not Phil's son? You're not.
Yeah.
Did you make a bet on the horse?
Yeah. No, I don't think.
You're not allowed to bet. That's a good right. Good job there. So some good luck charms for Phil Bauer. Gets the job done here for an up-and-coming little filly here in Capella.
Yeah, back-to-back wins. Remember that name, too. If you don't follow the circuit a lot or watch this game a lot, Phil Bauer really starting to make a name for himself.
I agree. I mean, you come to Saratoga like he did with a small stable and have the kind of success that he did, you're going to capture a lot of attention. I'm sure that was one of the reasons he did it. And you have to imagine it's going to get him some owners, buy some horse maybe at the sales, and the guy can train from what I've seen. I don't know him at all, but he seems like a terrific, terrific trainer.
Yeah, well, good job. Good job he's done here with Capella, and nice victory there, back-to-back wins. Tyler Gaffleone's going to be back on board Bango for Greg Foley in this race coming up. Tyler, he seemed destined to become a jockey. Third-generation rider, he used to ride the armchair of his couch, trying to emulate his father, hoping of one day following in his footsteps. He was named a top apprentice, and since that time, he's developed into one of the truly best in this sport.
I love the horse. I love being around them. They have a calming sense to them.
Tyler Gaffleone pretty much knew he wanted to be a jockey before he could spell his name.
No, just the way that set up early.
Tyler Gaffleone. I remember 3rd grade, I think I finally perfected it. I used to get a couple of the letters mixed up.
Tyler felt he was destined to become a 3rd-generation jockey, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather.
I remember my first pony when I was 5, I believe, was Chipper Jones. I named him after my favorite baseball player, and he didn't really like me, but we developed a relationship after a while, and he taught me a few lessons, but I need to learn them. I was born in '94, and I think he rode maybe a year or 2 after that, and I think he called it quits. He got in a pretty bad spill at Delaware. He taught me everything I know. He used to spend hours with me on my equicizer. I'd ride a few pretend races during the day, and at the end of the day, Dad, come see what I learned today, come see what I worked on, and he was just so supportive of me. Never pushed me to do anything I didn't want to do, just supported me, and just gave me all the love in the world.
Gaffleone established himself early on as a top jockey in Florida. However, it would be aboard War of Will in the 2019 Triple Crown that would put Tyler on the map nationally.
Tyler Gaffleone has War of Will 4th at the rail and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker.
Just a pure happiness. He's a very special horse to me in my career. He taught me a lot, not only about this game, but about myself. Even to this day, I still get chills watching the race. It doesn't even seem real.
But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast on the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
The Spa is one of Tyler's favorite places. It had extra meeting in 2022. He got married in Saratoga 2 days before the meet started.
We decided to do it up at Saratoga. Most of our families from up there. They were born and raised, went to school there, and it just makes it easier for everybody traveling, and we're going to be there for the meet anyway. So it's a very exciting year for us. We're thrilled.
Number 6 is Got Stormy. The rider, Tyler Gaffleone.
I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day, and anything can happen no matter what you do. So you just got to enjoy life and make the most of it.
He's got a great attitude. He's always positive. Newlywed, of course, this summer, Saratoga, and he got that big monkey off the back with a couple of wins at the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and I imagine they'll be the first of many in his career. He's a terrific young rider who has a big career ahead of him.
Look at some of his top wins from this year. He's had some big ones, but none bigger than the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and Juvenile Fillies, ending what was a long drought and championship weekend, and well-deserved. Terrific rider, and once again, no surprise at all, leading the way at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, but it's tight. I mean, nobody's winning a ton of races. Ryan Hernandez having a great meet. He's such a good rider. Ryan Hernandez probably is the most underrated or underappreciated rider, because it just seems like he's a consistent, and I don't mean this a knock on any of the riders. All these guys are good, but he's a guy you don't hear anything about. Maybe because he doesn't really often ride the bigger name horses, but he just delivers good rides day in and day out.
As for Tyler Gaffleone, 8-time meet leading rider at Churchill Downs. And yeah, he's getting some competition this time around. He did not get any competition the last time they were at Churchill. He doubled up with 62 wins from his next closest competitor.
Well, there wasn't a guy named Luis Saez right there last time either, right? So that's clearly also going to make it tougher for him as well. And Luis got 8 wins.
We'll see if Tyler can get it done on Bango for Greg Foley.
Only a week, 2 weeks. 2 weeks left in the meet, right?
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Next week's not Thanksgiving, is it?
A week from...
Right. So 8 days, and 10 days of racing left.
A week from Thursday is
10 days left.
Your plans all set?
Yeah, I'm actually going to my mom's for Thanksgiving this year.
You'll be up in Saratoga?
Yeah, I haven't been up there for Thanksgiving in a few years, so figured.
Nice. Is there going to be snow on the ground?
Probably not, but you could be.
Okay.
Could be.
We are going to take a timeout. We have the Bet on Sunshine coming up next. Bango miles ahead, and It's a great supporting cast, too, I think.
No, it's a very good race.
We'll go through this field in more detail when we return. Stay with us. Stakes action continues on this Sunday card under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. We'll be back right after this. There's a look at Bango, trying to win for the 11th time in his career.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it.
Internet, 575,000. Thank you. EC, 675,000. Oh my, 725.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes, strong hips, and powerful bodies that look like they have speed, which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
America's Day at the Races on FS2 and SNY continues. It's brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. If you've never seen it, go back, watch his debut at Turfway. It's really fun race to watch. Of course, Run Happy now standing, legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. There's Bango, 10-time winner in his career, including one of his best efforts ever. Last time out off a short layoff here at Churchill Downs. We're going to show it to you now. He received a 98 Beyer speed figure for this victory, beating, among others, Mucho, who's going to be in this field today.
So he is 2 for 11 or 2 for 10 on dirt outside of, well, I should say outside of Churchill Downs. I'm actually wrong on that. He's 1 for 7 on dirt outside of Churchill Downs. And he's 8 for 15 there. Maybe he's just been the right races there, but it is sort of funny how well he runs at Churchill. And this was a huge performance by him, just crushed the field.
Plenty of time to recover from that effort. If you're worried about maybe something taking something out of him, you see Greg Foley there in front of him. Tactical runner who's probably going to be sitting just off the lead, and it looks like there are a few that want to go to the front in here.
Yeah, and that's the thing that helps him. He has the speed to put himself in position, but it doesn't feel like he needs to be, he's going to be that far back. The pace projector has him farther back than I would expect him to be. The pace projector has him second to last. I will be very surprised if he is that far back.
Meanwhile, this 9-horse, the big danger, there's a few dangers. He's the main danger, though. Bango's beat him before, but miles ahead's last start makes him extremely dangerous.
And we beat Isolators in very good form for our friend Tom Amos. And the time before that, a narrow defeat to Aloha West. And the horse who was third was a distant second to Vanderbilt. He's been in very, very good form. I think I don't have any knock on him. I thought he was kind of the horse to beat, but
he'll probably be just behind Bango early.
Well, no, he'll be from pace. I thought he'd be ahead of Bango. He's got a little more speed than Bango. They're kind of close. But I mean, isn't Top Gunner got it? He's got it going here, right? And Sibelius should be stalking him. I'd like to think Junior's going to be more aggressive today.
Here's Cabot from the inside post. He ran a big race last start for Chris Hardman.
He did, but he's running against much better horses he'd ever run with.
Top Gunner.
Or recently.
5-time winner.
You like him more than I do, but he is a speed, I'll tell you that. He was better last year.
Surveillance, big price for Keith DeSormo.
It's not a bad horse, just a tough spot.
$768,000 in earnings for the 5-year-old Bango for Greg Foley.
Yeah, he's just a very relatively consistent type and ran terrific last time. Hard to knock.
5-2 second choice. Here's long-range Toddy. He just missed by a neck in the Grade 2 Phoenix at Keeneland.
Now I remembered why he's won so much money. He won the Rebel, which has a gigantic purse as a 3-year-old. And at times, he runs pretty well.
Toronto Toro. Jack Gilligan will be aboard 46-1.
Coming in from Mountaineer, where he won by a head in the slop last time, beating another player in this race.
He got a 90 buyer in that performance. Here's Mucho. He's been around for a while, the 6-year-old.
Yeah, he's a neat horse, but he's going to have to run a lot better than last time when Bango just blasted him.
Huge work coming into this. Williston Way, 31-1 more speed.
Finished behind, as we mentioned. Another long shot in the last race. Coming in, he's running at Thistledown and Mountaineer.
2-1 favorite. One off a short layoff for Paul McGee. Martin Garcia rides miles ahead.
His best race makes him the horse to beat in here, but the margin is fairly narrow. It's a tough field.
And more pace outside. Sibelius, who had put together back-to-back wins, including a stakes win at Pimlico until he went to the Phoenix.
He needs to be aggressively ridden. I'm not saying he needs to blast off, but they can't rate him like they did last time. They can't do that because it just does not run his races when they do that.
3 minutes to post here in a terrific edition of this Bet on Sunshine. Let's go to Paul and Gary.
Yeah, Greg, it is a great addition. And Gary and I have been going over this race back and forth. And, you know, obviously the 4, I think the race goes through the 4 here, Bango. But, you know, the 9 miles ahead is in very good form, and so is the trainer, Paulie McGee.
Yeah, and Paulie McGee, and he's also in good hands. Martin Garcia looking for back-to-back 300 granders here, a double. That'd be something. But this horse is on a roll. Doesn't need the lead. There's plenty of speed in here for him to sit just off the pace. That's going to be my pick.
Now, Dallas Stewart came running by, and he's like, we're going to pull off the upset, baby. In the long-range tie, the 5 does have a couple. If it gets heated up on the front end, then you can come running.
Yeah, and Dallas has become kind of the giant killer of New York, of Kentucky. And he fires some big prices in, and not so big a price right now, 5-1 with long-range Toddy. But no, he's high on him, and when he fires big, if this race falls apart, long-range Toddy, you got to put him in.
He had a winner the other day with Paco Lopez aboard. He's using Paco. Now, what do we do with Bango at 5-2? I mean, listen, the horse did run off the screen. 8 for 15 over this racetrack, Gary.
I mean, he's consistent. He just hits every time. Second off the layoff for Greg Foley. Shows up, coming off that big race. Gaffleone back aboard.
And I like the 2 Top Gunner as my price here a tiny bit. Kavote on the inside, the blinkers went off. I think he's got a little bit of a shot, but I do think Top Gunner can maybe rate here a little bit. Seems like he always wants to go to the front end. I hope Raylu Gutierrez rates him a little bit. Manny Wah come back to run a very, very good race. So I thought the 2 inside runners had a little bit of a chance. But I know, JK, you like a little bit of Bango in here, the 4.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you got to love this horse. I mean, this feels like a 2-horse race to me. I understand you could probably make some cases for some others. I'm going to be personally surprised if the 4 or the 9 don't win. The 4 Bango just always shows up and runs. But I'll talk a little bit more about the 9 miles ahead. This horse feels like he's going to get the same trip that the winner of the last race just got. The 6th horse, Capella, with Martin Garcia, sitting tactical on the outside, being able to see what everyone's doing towards the inside. And the way that Miles Ahead has been running in the last couple of starts, I think it's going to be extremely tough to beat in here. Tactical, speed in these one-turn races, always dangerous. I'm going to pick the 9 just because I think that the horse is the most likely winner. But please, I won't be shocked at all if the 4 wins.
Well, the 4, the 9, certainly they are the class of this group. They're both coming off huge efforts, off short layoffs. And as we know with Bango, it's been so fun about him to watch. He's been so reliable, especially at Churchill Downs.
No doubt about it. I think that Capella, I think that Sibelius on the outside is more of a player, I think, than Jonathan does. I don't think he's impossible. I don't want to just completely abandon him after they rated him last time. And I think with a more aggressive ride, he can be there. But I'm not disagreeing. The 4 and 9 are major players here. And Bango's favored now.
Yeah, 2-1. Meanwhile, Miles ahead 5-2. So there's Bango. They both have looked terrific warming up at the racetrack in this spot. And by the way, just briefly, you mentioned if you are playing this double in the last race, taken off the turf in the Grade 3 River City, in your estimation, are there only, 2, maybe 3 horses that can win that race?
I mean, you and I have talked about it off camera, about very clearly Hosier and Militarist were far and away the best dirt horses. Now, I haven't looked at doubles recently, but Militarist wasn't taking any money last time I looked. Let's see. This can't be right. I got to log in again because right now he's like a long shot Militarist, and I don't know how anybody's looking at that race unless they don't realize it's off the turf, which would be really irresponsible and stupid. So
it's to Bango and Militarist, $34 double for 2.
How is
and
that?
to Miles Ahead, it is $32 for 2 to Militarist.
It doesn't make any sense at all. I don't understand how people aren't recognizing that Militarist is okay. I've got the double for $99. I've obviously got it wrong, right? I mean, to me, the favorite is the 5, Ivar. Well, that horse won dirt. The 9 scratched in here.
9 comes out, Miles Ahead. Try and get you an update from Gary and Paul what happened here, but Miles Ahead, second choice on the board. Everybody was looking forward to this showdown between these two because they banged heads before. He will not run today.
I don't know what happened, but we don't want him to run if he shouldn't be. Guess that makes Bango's job a little easier.
Huge late scratch here with him coming out. So with that, Bango down to 3-2 as your very heavy favorite now.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Jonathan, who clearly believed, and I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he seemed to believe it's Stewart's race. You're thinking Bango can't lose. I think Sibelius is going to run well in here, but I'm probably wrong. Wow. Wonder what happened. That's rough with a 9 scratching like that. Unusual.
All right, so 7-5 on Bango. No Miles Ahead in this race. And we'll see if Bango can pick up the 9th win of his career here on this racetrack at Churchill Downs. He was sensational back when we saw him on September 23rd. Just look, with some of these others step up and run one of their better races, he could still get a test.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to have to, I had bet some doubles. I'm going to have to sort of reevaluate this whole thing. Everything changed for me, but I'm going to try Sibelius. Maybe I'm crazy.
Loading up 6-5, Bango. You're now heavy favorite with Miles Ahead late in this race. The 9 here coming out. It was a second choice on the board. But yes, Sibelius, you got to think he's going to be forward from an outside post.
Yeah, I mean, you make one error in judgment, that's fine, but you can't make it again. I'm not saying he's supposed to outrun the 2, but he's got to be clear on the outside and be stalking that horse.
Travis Stone, the call. Here's the bet on Sunshine.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Sibelius breaks alertly from the outside with Mucho. Williston Way is there. Top Gunner comes through toward the rail. Long range Toddy and Kavod right at the inside. Down the backstretch. Sibelius in front. But here comes Top Gunner to press from the inside. So these two go head and head. And Kavod comes up the rail to grab third. Long range Toddy's racing fourth. Mucho fifth. Williston Way on the outside is sixth. Bango's back in seventh and behind the second flight. Followed by Toronto Toro and Surveillance to Trailer. They rattled off a quarter in a sharp 21-3. They're on the far turn, and it is Top Gunner going head-to-head with Sibelius. Their battle heads to the quarter pole, and Kavod comes off the rail now third. Mucho's wide fourth. Bango's working out a great trip, saving ground every step of the way. Right there in behind fifth. They're off the turn. Sibelius head-to-head with Top Gunner. Bango's bottled up, nowhere to go. Kavod is there. Surveillance is weaving through the pack. Then Surveillance had to stop. 1 furlong to go. Sibelius down inside Top Gunner. Bango clear sailing, and here he comes. Sibelius digs in. Bango surges. Bango surges to win. Bango, some anxious moments for a few strides, but he runs down Sibelius, Top Gunner, and Kavod.
That was a terrific effort from Bango. As you heard from Travis Stone, he was working out a great trip, Tyler Gaffleone, but then it gets shut off.
He never really steadied. You watch that right now, and he actually, Tyler, it's almost like he could see it coming. And he has closed inside of horses, but you're always better making that run towards the outside. And the truth is, they weren't going that fast. Also, I would say almost the pace worked against him even more. I mean, Sibelius probably a good bet at 7-2 there. He just couldn't get it done. Bango's just a better horse.
Tyler Gaffleone had to go to plan B. Looked like it was going to be smooth sailing up the fence. Had to reroute, go outside around horses. Doesn't matter, Bango does it again. It's a fun horse to watch in action. 11th win of his career, 9 for 16 at Churchill Downs. He just loves it under the Twin Spires.
And that was really a good ride by Tyler, because you watch it. It's definitely getting tight for him, but Tyler never really steadies him, you know? He sees it happening and he just eased him outside. Because at the end of the day, if he had steadied him in there, he was never winning this race.
Yeah.
He was not going to be able to regain his momentum and run down Sibelius. Not a chance.
4:10-2. It looks like Top Gunner gets third. Bango the victory. Back-to-back wins now after short layoff for trainer Greg Foley. Tamaroke Partners and meets leading rider Tyler Gaffleone. Adds another one. Bango delivers in the Bet on Sunshine. I'm going to recap the earlier action from today here in South Ozone Park. We'll have that for you when we come back. A rising star potentially on the turf for Chad Brown, and gate to wire on a big Sunday for Joel Rosario.
And obligatory goes by the ball and wins it.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2 SNY. Bet on Sunshine. It is not in the books yet. There's a rider objection. Trying to figure out what's going on here. 4-10-2-1. Let's go to Paula Duca.
I'm with Tyler Gaffleone, and Tyler, they just made it no change. You did have to swing out, and Jimmy Graham was thinking that you cut off his momentum, but you were clear, no?
Yeah, I believe we were clear. His horse was kind of stopping at that point. I was catching the spot, and, I had the horse, and he didn't at that time.
At the time, you thought maybe the rail would be open, but then it got shut down on you a little bit. Were you a tiny bit worried?
Yeah, it opened up at the top of the lane. Just wasn't quick enough to get there in time, but I had plenty of horse, so I just kind of sat patient, and he did the rest.
Get on your horse. Take the winner's picture.
Thanks, brother.
Congratulations, Tyler Gaffleone. Stays up here. 4-10-2-1. Going to be official here in a minute.
And again, terrific job here as Tyler Gaffalione had to go to plan B after the rail closed up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks almost so smooth on TV, it makes you maybe not appreciate how tough that is, right? You're moving inside, they're going pretty quickly. Horse comes over, and Tyler doesn't even flinch, really. He just gets him right to the outside, and it mattered because if he had to steady it all in here, re-get your momentum to come and beat that horse, I don't see it happening. There's a lot of credit for that ride.
It's been a fun horse to watch. Big fan of Bango. Now back-to-back wins off the short layoff. And again, the 11th of his career. And Greg Foley has done a tremendous job with him.
He's just a very, very nice horse. Not at $1 million yet, though, right? So wait, no, he's actually, what's the purse of that race? 300? What does he get, 180? Wow. I mean, he's at 950, right around 950 now, right? Pretty cool. Cool horse.
Maybe just a cut below the best sprinters in the land, but very, very good. And obviously he's won a ton of money at Churchill.
Say he's a couple of the best sprinters in the land? I don't know. So many killers out there right now?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, maybe, do you look at running him in Florida? Has he ever run down at Gulfstream before, this horse? Or, I guess, Fairgrounds?
I don't know if
bigger
he's
races.
Been out of Kentucky.
Might be time for him to cross the border.
$5.06. Bango, Sibelius, second top gunner, runs third in here. Obviously, we wanted to see that matchup with Miles Ahead. Late scratch. Works out for Bango, but hopefully we'll see them do battle again.
Well, if, like me, you use the 9 and the double, I'm glad to get my money back because they're going to scratch him. He wasn't winning.
Another stakes race that's going to close out the card at Churchill Downs. River City Handicap comes off the grass with the surface switch. Stays at 1 1/8 now on the main track. Really just according to the board, it's wide open.
I like a little pixelate at 7 to 5. He's never run in the dirt before. I mean, I suppose it's possible he could be a dirt horse, but why would he be a dirt horse all of a sudden? I think this is insane. I think there's 2 horses in here, the 1 and 6. Period.
See if these odds sort themselves out. Yeah, it's strange to see him. We thought Hosier, Militarist, and maybe a little bit In Love seem to be the horses with dirt form.
Yeah, the other thing about Hosier is not only does he have some good dirt races, he has some bad ones too. He looks loose as can be in here. I mean, who's left in the race that has any speed whatsoever? If you look at the time form pace projector, they had him involved forward with the 1, 8, and 9, with the 8 and 9. They're both scratched. Behind him was the 3 and 12. They're scratched. The 2 was 6, the 2 and 5, and the 10. So I think Hosier is supposed to probably be the favorite in this race.
All right, we'll see. These odds are going to change, I would think, quite a bit. We're going to look back to earlier in the day at Aqueduct. A couple of turf races, stakes on this card, including the Artie Schiller. And Chad Brown looks like he has a filly on the rise in Salima.
But first, we're looking at Big Everest here. Big Everest is absolutely primed to be a great bet against in his next start.
Thank you, Andy.
He is really right now, he is dressed up. He's an opportunistic horse, and there's nothing wrong with that. But man, did the scratches help him in here, taking all those horses out and had speed. And as you said, it before or after the race. You look at how he's run. Without the lead, he's just not competitive.
Yeah.
Gelding this horse helped a lot, helped him settle him down. He'd been pretty ranked before that.
4-win afternoon for Joel Rosario. And
it's not going to be enough.
Public adjusted as they correctly so with all the scratches in here. He was the lone speed and was made a heavy favorite and gets it done. Big afternoon for that man right there, the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. Richard Migliori caught up with him.
Joel, 4th win of the day. You're a little animated for you.
Yeah, that was very nice. I mean, this horse, he run really good. I mean, he go there and just, I was just there, sitting just I was just a passenger. He did the rest.
Well, I think you're a little more than passionate. This is a horse that can be a little bit keen, and one of your gifts as a rider is getting horses to run into your hands so kindly. How did you learn to have such good hands?
Oh, I don't know. I just work, just work with the horse and then just always trying to do the best what the horse want to do maybe, and take it from there. Just it's something that I can maybe not explain it to you, but just I see perform in the race. It's just like as long as he's happy, I'm happy.
And he really finished though. You rode him very confidently through the stretch.
Yeah, he did. He really, soon that I turned him loose, I have a lot of horse on me, and he just went on and looked like he was handling the ground really well. And yeah, thank you to Christophe and Dean for the opportunity.
4-win Sunday for Joel Rosario, teaming up with Christophe Clement and the Silks of Reeves Thoroughbred Racing.
Yeah, good year. They've had a very good year. Big Invasion, of course, they also have.
Yeah.
He's off for the year, but he had a terrific year before things didn't work out at Kentucky Downs. But big year, good horse.
In case you had missed it, I gave away all the drama. We know who won the Winter Memories now.
Sorry.
Selima
it was
for
run 4
Chad
hours
Brown.
ago, so I don't feel you should apologize for that.
Looked really good winning this race under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've talked about this before, and I was actually texting with Chad Brown after the race, and he said the same thing. These horses that start out at Tampa have done so well over the years. And it helps that
Bleecker
some
Street, right?
are good horses. Digital age. A lot of horses have gone out of Bleecker Street. Bleecker Street didn't break the maiden down there. She ran stakes races. She broke her maiden at Monmouth, and then she ran at Meadowlands. But I mean, because she ran a slow fig. It doesn't even matter if they run slower figs. They've gone on and done very well. And she got a great ride and trip last time, but she also beat a very nice other Chad Brown horse for Klarovich, Market Segmentation, off a layoff. I mean, she just crushed these horses. And the courses listed as yielding. We've had some rain. 144, they didn't go that slowly. This outer course is a great course. I don't think that the course condition played a major role in this. I just think she's very, very good.
Mig caught up with Jose Ortiz after the win.
Jose, you just worked out a really nice trip with this filly.
Yeah, she was very, very kind. He broke running and put me into a good position going to the first turn, and then I took it from there.
It looked like she was always traveling nicely in the bridle, not ranked, but always right there.
Yeah, she pulls a bit, and she's a little soft mouth, so you got to be careful, gentle, don't pull her too much, but got to make her respect, listen to me where I wanted to be, and I was very happy every step of the race.
How difficult is that with a horse that you've never ridden before? I'm sure you watched her replays, but first experience with her.
Well, I mean, Chad told me that she was a little, pull a little bit. Ira rode it before, he also told me, and I watched the race when Flavian rode it. The pace was faster, 23, so she didn't pull that much that day. But I mean, it happens every day, We ride horses that we never ride before, and we just got to adjust at the moment.
And now, we've had a lot of rain. How is the course? Is it pretty yielding?
It's soft, yeah. It's soft out there, but it's not bad.
Well, she certainly handled it. Great job working out a perfect trip.
Thank you, Richie.
Jose Ortiz had to feel good on Selima. She was much the best in that race. Terrific ride, though. Chad Brown, Stephanie Seymour Brandt with a talented filly that we're going to probably hear a lot more from.
No, I agree. I'm thinking of the last good horse that, of course, Stephanie is Peter Brandt's wife. She had significant form. Remember, the horse was disqualified in her first start at Saratoga. She ended up being a pretty good horse. I think she won the Boston Spa. This one seems very, very promising. And, you don't want to compare horses just because they're the same owner and trainer, but you think about horses like a Bleecker Street and an Italian who were so terrific this year. And I think an Italian is probably the favorite maybe to be the champion, older filly and mare on the turf. Started out a little slowly, and this horse coming along, and I imagine she could have a very big year next year.
Diana, maybe?
Well, I mean, you're always looking, races like the the Just a Game, the Diana, those are the kind of races you're always thinking about. We'll see where they go to get her there, whether she runs at Tampa or she takes the winter off, but she's very promising.
Still have the River City coming up next at Churchill Downs, taking off the turf. Main track at 1 mile and 1/8 now. You can, of course, play all the action at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, match 200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. This 10th at Churchill Downs, one of a few contenders in here with a surface switch. Hosier, Rudolph Brissett, Julian Leperoux. We'll be back. River City Handicap is next from Churchill.
Finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again. Matole's a monster. Matole wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse.
Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2, SNY. We have the Grade 3 River City Handicap to close out this Sunday card. Here at Churchill up next, scheduled for the grass, off on the main track now. And there's Hosier for Rudolph Brissett at 5-1. Amazingly, a horse who has never been on the dirt, who's not favored in pick threes or doubles, is still favored right now in Pixelate the 7th.
Very puzzling. And, you know, we talk about this, that off-the-turf races can be the best value races to bet on, and it's because of this. I'm not saying that Pixelate can't win, because he's never run in the dirt. But these are pretty smart connections. Mike Stidham, Godolphin. Why have they never run him on the dirt if he's a dirt horse? And why would you take a short price to find that out?
Third choice double, third choice pick 3. Favorite on the board at 2-1 right now.
Well, the favorite is in love over Militarist, and I don't understand how Hosier is a $50 double. Of course, I'm too big a moron to be alive in it. Why would I want to do that? I just, after the scratch single to 10, I think that Hosier's supposed to be 2-1 in here.
Meanwhile, there's Militarist. He is at 5-2. And the last time, well, this is not the last time he was on dirt. This is back on May 7th. This was 2 starts back on dirt for him. It's a second against allowance optional, claiming from way off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Got off a little slow.
But that's the thing that Hosier has on him, would be more forward. But he's a true dirt horse. And this is... True dirt horses are more likely to be effective here. You just have to look at their dirt races. People that don't think surface matters, they lose betting horses. Simple. We all probably lose betting horses, but they lose a lot more than most people. It matters. There are stakes horses on the dirt that couldn't beat a claiming field in the turf, and vice versa. He has run well on the dirt.
This horse here, I loved him in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year. Did not
go well.
No, it did not go well. He came in off a Grade 1 at Keeneland Turf Mile. Prior to that, and he'd run some huge races. Now we're going to see him on dirt for just the 4th time in his career. Does own a win on dirt.
In Brazil.
Okay.
I'm guessing the competition a little bit easier. His last dirt race, he got a 73 buyer, finishing 4th in a field of 6. It was a sloppy seal track, to be fair, but his dirt races were all over in Brazil. I mean, I guess he's probably more likely to win than Pixelate, but less likely to win than Militarist and less likely to win than Hosier.
He's the 5-2 favorite now. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, Andy's right. I mean, we talk about it often on this show. I think, you know, there's not a lot of opportunities for huge overlays, or excuse me, underlays anymore when it comes to racing, just because, you know, there's always going to be the past performances and how advanced they become, the replays and 10 different speed figures and workout reports. I think one of the places there still is a little bit of a gap is when you're looking at these races where they're off the turf. And a lot of times finding horses that are being bet incorrectly, and Pixelate feels like one of those horses. You look at the board and you see the prices being very similar between the 6 and the 7. I much prefer the 6. I think another issue that happens a lot of times with these off-the-turf races is the general public will look at the morning line on a horse like Militarist and see 30-1 morning line. Well, that was 30-1 morning line when it was a full field on the grass. It's a completely different situation. I think Militarist is the horse that you want in here. I'm not cutting a line to bet the horse at 2-1, but if you are, I would bet the 6.
Well, Jonathan agrees. Yeah, I mean, look, Pixelate certainly could win, but total unknown, and to make this horse 5-2, obviously Connections never put him on the dirt for a reason to this point.
Right. He's a talented horse. Probably one of the most talented horses left in the race. The funny thing is, he probably shouldn't be favored over In Love in a turf race. He certainly shouldn't be close to him in the price in a dirt race. Frankly, I think the Two English Tavern is actually a better use than some of those other horses, because he has at least won dirt races before. Don't like him, but...
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with Hosier first for Rudolph Brissett, son of Pioneer of the Nile.
Julian Leparoux has one job: go to the lead. If he goes to the lead and he loses, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
He was second in a marathon to Lone Rock on a sloppy track.
No, he's a silly overlay.
5-1 right now. English Tavern, 9-1 next door. Michelle Lovell.
Has been improving a little bit lately, and he has run well enough in the dirt. I don't think he's impossible. I bet you what, I think he's a much more likely winner than Pixelate.
Grade 1 winner on the grass. Here is In Love for Palo Lobo.
Oh, he's a terrific horse. His win in the dirt was Brazil, though. Whether or not he's really a dirt horse is kind of unlikely.
Militarist, he's at 2-1 as well. Junior Alvarado rides.
He's arguably he's never won in the dirt, but he's run faster figures. I mean, he lost to horses like Maxfield and Independence Hall. Pretty good horses.
Beautiful shade of gray, Militarist. Son of Liam's map. Here's Pixelate.
Well, he could. You know what he needs? Charles Appleby. And Charlie Appleby. It's just an overbet horse that's never been in the dirt. It's a good shot. Can't blame him.
13-1 on the first of the two also eligibles that draw in. Adam Biscuitza rides here.
Well, doesn't he have that one? You know, his dirt races are not that bad. Are they that terrible? They're not that bad, right?
No, got an 80 buyer in the mud at Aqueduct. And then the 14, 24-1 Rupp and Ready, Helen Pitts.
This horse's one dirt race was atrocious.
Was the debut, though, right? So maybe can be a little forgiving of that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Paul and Gary for more.
Yeah, Guy, obviously the River City has been taken off the turf. It was grade 3. We're down to a couple of runners in here. And it looks like the public is focused on 3 horses in here, Gary, the 5, 6, and the 7. We'll start with In Love, the Brazilian bred for Paulo Lobo. You know, Andy mentioned the one Lone Dirt win was in Brazil. But Paulo and Gerardo Corrales, they connect, and they usually can move over to dirt as well. I think the 5's got a big shot.
Yeah, I always look for angles in these off-the-turf races, especially a big race like this when you really don't know which direction to go. And the angle for me in here, this horse is by a horse named Angus Gold, whose daddy is none other than Sunday Silence, who we know had great success here on the biggest day of Churchill Downs on Derby Day, winning the Kentucky Derby. He's had a lot of horses that he has sired whose offspring go on and run really well on the dirt. The thing that worries me about In Love is the kickback. How is the kickback going to affect him, because he doesn't possess a whole lot of speed unless Corrales can encourage him to show some speed.
Yeah.
Pixelate, the 7 horse. That's
you
made
a good case for that. Tell us the story. Bobby Franco told you something that resonated.
Back when, in my younger days, when I was riding a lot for Bobby Frankel, he wasn't afraid to take certain horses when they were off the turf and run them on a sloppy track or an off track. You know, he had that feel. He knew his horses well. Mike Stidham, very, very good trainer who has that same feel. And that's my angle here with Pixelate, is he didn't waver and take this horse off of scratch him. He comes in from Fairhill Training Center and he said, the heck with it. I'm going to run him, take a chance. But I think it might be more than a chance with Pixelate.
Yeah, you know, The horse does like to be in the money, 20 out of 26. And then Militarist, that race in the Clark just sticks out. Behind Happy Saver and Maxfield. Happy Saver just ran the other day. They'd be 1-5 probably in this spot in their prime,
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the board at 8-5 right now. Fans think he's the ones to beat.
Yeah, off a 30-1 morning line. I guess the public, guys, is also looking at the one horse in here. Gary's on the 7. I'm going to be a tiny bit on the 5 with the 6. Probably the class of the race. It's an interesting race here in the feature. Hopefully you're alive, or the last race. Hopefully you're alive in the Derby City pick 6, the pick 5, and pick 4. Gary and I are cold. We want to go home, get some chicken dumplings, maybe grab a Miller Lite, and then head to bed.
All right, guys, good job this afternoon. We still have this unfinished business before you go home in this River City. Down to a 7-horse field. Obviously, we moved services, and yeah, they talked about the Clark Militarist was in that race, running 4th just a year ago this time behind Maxfield and Happy Saver.
Yeah, he and the one are the horses to beat in here. It's just anybody else, you're taking a shot and they're overbet. Let's not ever discuss the morning line off the turf races, please, again. It's easy to pick on morning line makers, but that's not fair. The morning line is based on it being a turf race. It has nothing to do with that. If I was a morning line maker, I would have blown this morning line because I never would have considered the possibility that the 1 and 6 wouldn't be the overwhelming first and second choices here. Just imagine, ask yourself when you're looking at a race like this off the turf, how would I handicap it as a dirt race? And I think a lot of times people just, for whatever reason, they get stuck on that notion that it doesn't matter, I like this on the turf, I'm going to bet it back. No, it's not a turf race. It's a very different race. And, the racing office probably was asking the connections of 7 to leave him in. They thought they'd take a shot in here. It's fine. And listen, maybe he'll win, but he's not a likely. These horses like this rarely run big races when they're put on. It's also, while it's not the turf race, it's not run a sloppy sealed track. It's being run on a fast and a dry, harrowed track. I think that's relevant, too.
You expect to see, though, Julian Leproux on Hosier the 1.
If he's not in front.
By himself.
I like Julian. I don't like to be mean to him. If he's not in front, I may have to be mean.
9-2 on the likely speed from the rail. The favorite, though, has become, these odds have evened out as we thought here. Militarist, the 8-5 favorite. Pixel 8, dirt debut. He's up to 4-1 now. More in line with where he's at in the doubles and the pick 3s.
Still short in the 1.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Great value for you in that double, the 1.
Let's go to Travis Stone, call this River City.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. And Pixel 8 breaks alertly, so to Militarist and In Love. Hosier for the inside post. And from the outside post, starting over, comes on as well. So they race for the opening turn. Hosier and starting over, those two go on with it. And they hit the first turn going 1-2. English Tavern tucked away toward the inside. Finds a spot right up against the rail to be third. Militarist in between horses running along in fourth. Pixel 8 is 3 wide fifth and 4 lengths off the early leader. And then it's In Love, who's reserved at the back, and the early trailer is Rupp and Ready, about 8 lengths behind. So they turn to the backstretch run, and Hosier is just coasting along on the lead. The opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. No early opposition whatsoever. Leads by 1.5 lengths, and now there's 5 furlongs to go. Hosier continues to show the way. Starting over, stalking in second. English Tavern toward the inside third. Pixel 8 continues on with a wide trip, advancing up into fourth. Militarist is in between them fifth, but only 4 lengths off the lead as they hit the far turn. In Love's been angled to the outside and has been given more rein and just went past Militarist, who's back second to last now. Rupp and Ready the trailer surround the far turn. Hosier continues to roll, but on the outside, Starting Over is coming with a bid now. Starting Over just a neck behind Hosier. They're 1-2, 3 lengths back. In Love is now third on the outside. Off the turn, Hosier's in front, turning back the challenge of Starting Over. Hosier the leader by 1.5 lengths with a furlong to go. Now it's 2. Starting Over's on the wrong lead. In Love, Pixel 8, English Tavern. Hosier's gonna blow them away. Wire to wire, Hosier by 4. Starting over, finishing second, In Love was third. English Tavern and Pixelate.
Hosier gate to wire, but he got harassed by this 13 starting over in Adam Beschizza.
Yeah, that 48 and 51 half, I mean, this horse could have been favored in here. He was the controlling speed. He's a dirt horse. The race was misbet. I don't know how else to put it.
9-2.
The double's $50. You're this guy who's smart enough to have it. I'm the idiot that doesn't have the double over here. The biggest moron ever. I bet to win, but the 6 ran third. The 6 finally get third? Finally,
no,
yeah.
he did not. 113.5.
Oh, the 6 was awful. You have to look at off the turf races. You really do, and you have to look at how they're being bet. And this was the same price as Pixelate, who's probably 10 times as likely to win.
Misbet race, but we say it all the time, especially when we're at Saratoga. These kinds of races create opportunity.
They do.
Because they do get misbet.
And I think, that we wish it was beautiful weather and they were all on the turf. And listen, yeah, you want this race to be on the turf and all those things. But don't just say, oh, they're off the turf, I don't want to look. There may be days where they're off the turf where there are short-priced horses getting at the MTOs, and so you pass. This was paid 9-2. The double's $50 with a 7-5. Basically, Jonathan said couldn't lose. You thought it was way the worst to beat. Well,
especially after Miles ahead scratch.
No, I'm saying, and you got 9-1 in your double. It's a $50 double with a 4-8. This horse is supposed to be paying $6 or less. There's nothing surprising about him winning. The only thing surprising is his price.
113.52. Hosier at 9-2 here, and this race comes off the grass. Julien Leperoux, nice job by Julien too, to not hit the panic mode with that 13 horse. And Adam Beschizza coming at him, making a run at him. Plenty left in the stretch to put this field away for Rudolph Brissett. 4th win of this horse's career. Prices when we come back. Card in the books at Churchill Downs. We have more show ahead, however. Hosier in the finale on this Sunday card under the Twin Spires. We'll be back.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, FS2 SNY. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, everybody at home knows it.
Love of the race.
I actually forgot it.
For the love of the race, bet horses like Hosier.
Visit
on
AmericasBestRacing.net today. Yeah, Hosier takes command early, and even though Julien Leparoux had to contend with and deal with starting over, and Adam Beschizza puts some pressure on him.
Does Paulie know to give Julien our thanks? The desk thanks him.
Amazing. You get 9-2 on this horse to close out this card. Look at that, pick six. 96,000 for the 20-cent pick six. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, with winning rider here of the River City, grade 3 here, Julien Leparoux. And Julien, this is the first time you ever been on this gelding. He carried you around the racetrack pretty nicely.
Yeah, very nice. Obviously with all the scratches in the race, being off the grass, we were happy. We got a little speed, so we were happy to be able to be on the lead and control the race. And he's a tricky horse from what they told me. He's kind of sometimes he run good, sometimes he run so-so. But like today, he dragged me around, like he said, and we're very happy to be on the lead and finishing like this.
You got the easy lead. Take us through when you have a horse like this that you said is kind of a bit quirky, but when he gets everything on his front end on his own, he kind of relaxes, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Very comfortable. Broke very nicely. We were really the only speed in the race, so we were very comfortable. And like I said, like on the backside, I can see he's starting to take me. Like he was happy to be there, and I think it makes a difference. Yeah.
Well, Andy certainly wanted me to thank you that you got 9-2 on Hosier. So, like, if you ever want to make a call, you can call Andy and get a loan. Is that okay with you?
Sounds good. Maybe take me for dinner or something next year in Saratoga.
There you go, Andy. Dinner. Julien says you got to buy him some dinner.
He is welcome to dinner with any of us anytime. He's a good man. Be happy to have dinner with him and pick up the check.
So I guess that's going to take place at Hamilton Ghost because that's where you are every night at Saratoga.
And I've seen Julien there. I've seen Julien. Julien knows good food. Yeah.
Plenty of good spots to go in Saratoga. Yeah. Nice job by Julien Leparoux. Nurse that horse along on the front end and get the victory to close out that card. It is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. New Vocations is a leader in finding homes for retired thoroughbreds, placing more than 500 equine athletes in new homes every single year.
New Vocations is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. We started the program in 1992, and we've placed over 7,000 thoroughbreds and standardbreds into loving homes. These horses were coming from 40 different racetracks across the country. We specifically work with owners and trainers who are looking for an aftercare option for their horses retiring. We take in horses from all over the country, as far as California, Florida, New York. Our largest facility is here in Lexington, Kentucky, but we also have facilities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Louisiana. The racehorses in general are extremely athletic. When they come into our program, we've always been amazed at how much they love to work and they love to have a job. Thoroughbreds, normally when you turn them out, the first thing they want to do when they're turned out in the field is run. It's really amazing to see how so many of them want to run the Kentucky Derby at least 10 times before they stop and start eating grass. And so when they retire from racing, it's important that we keep them active.
Thoroughbreds are naturally athletes. They make tremendous competitors, even in other disciplines. We have horses go on to be successful in dressage, different Western disciplines, eventing, show jumping, you name it. Polo, we have horses who have gone on to do it. So really the sky's the limit for these guys after they're done with their careers on the track. That's really just the beginning for them. And it's a much easier transition for them than people imagine. They just take to it so readily.
So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a huge growth in the number of people, owners and trainers specifically, who truly do care about where their retired racehorses are going when they leave the track. And we have some great supporters, great owners and trainers that have supported our efforts for many, many years because they really do care about their horses.
Incredible program. And you can find out more at horseadoption.com. They started back in 1992. Since that time, they have found over 8,000 thoroughbreds, new homes from 40 different racetracks across the country.
It is very impressive. And I think the strides that racing has made as an industry, and with the help of groups like New Vocations and so many others that we've talked about, Take Two, Take the Lead, Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, so many good situations. It's something that in this industry, which we do struggle sometimes to do the right thing, we're doing such a better job. And it's through obviously a lot of hard work from people and a lot of generous people also that care enough about the thoroughbreds, because we can't do enough for the horses that have done so much for us. You and I might actually have to work for a living if it wasn't the horses. And that's
everyone out there
fun.
watching too, they can do their own little part. Any little bit helps. Sure. Horseadoption.com, where you can contribute to New Vocations and help find new homes for these horses. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. We're going to look ahead to next week's stakes action here in New York. Dakota Gold, easy winner last time out in Stakes Company at Saratoga, eyeing the Gio Ponte next Saturday. And Evie Jets, huge moment for the Mercant Cantor Mossy Barn, their first ever graded stakes win. Looking to the Forever Together. We'll have a preview next.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand-in nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life and just spread the wealth. Basically all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave, so it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
More than 300 champions have been sired by Claiborne Stallions.
Amazing.
10 Kentucky Derby winners, their birthplace, coming at that legendary farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Take a look ahead to next week in New York. Gio Ponte on Saturday and then Sunday Forever Together, one of 3 stakes races on the card. A couple of New York bred stakes as well.
There's pretty cool horses in there. All 4 of them, actually. Notebook, Wayne Lucas.
Dakota Gold, eyeing a Gio Ponte. I liked him in the Rick Violet when he got beat at 1-5.
Came back. You're man enough to admit it, Greg.
Came back and won impressively.
I picked him that day, too. Actually, I did. I picked against him, but not the horse to beat him. He rode a gold rail this day. I think the bigger question is, where's he been? I believe he was entered at Keeneland in the Bryn Station and did not get in, whether it was an earnings thing or something, but he didn't get in. But still, we haven't seen him in a while. He's pretty good. We'll see who he lines up against. Gio Ponte could come up a kind of tough race. Kind of tough.
4-time winner from 6 starts. Barely got beat when he was that 1-5 upset loss in that Rick Violet at Saratoga, but came back and did get the win.
It seems like he's a horse that hasn't really improved a lot off his 2-year-old.
He moved backwards in the win last start from a figure standpoint.
And he got a very, very good trip that day. We'll see who's in the race. It's hard to know.
James Jones pointing to it for Chad Brown. Peter Brandt, who's coming off a win at Saratoga in an entry-level allowance race.
I have to think Peter Brandt is one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win the Eclipse. As leading owner, he's such an incredible year, especially given the number of starters. This was a great ride by Flavien Prat, saving ground, the rail, and angling out. And in fact, he beat an okay horse, the Shugs year as well, who didn't get the best of trips in the subsequent start here, going 1 3/8. But he's improving. There's another horse, I believe, that broke his maiden at Tampa.
Actually, second at Tampa in that debut.
Second? Okay. Thank you, Greg. I love Gio Ponte. He was such a good horse.
Oh, incredible.
Makes me think of Ramon Dominguez, too. Second, Zenyatta in the Synthetic in the Classic. Second in the Breeders' Cup, the mile to Goldakova, I want to say.
Okay.
He also ran very well. I think he was 4th in a Dubai World Cup on Synthetic over there. It's a really cool
Sensational horse.
Yeah.
This was a huge win for these connections. Mercan Cantor Massey, first graded stakes win of his career, and great that it came for Robert Amendola. He's had so much belief in these guys to get this victory, the Noble Damsel.
No question about it. Looking forward to seeing her back, and she's such a tactical horse. She can go to the front, she can stalk horses and finish, see if she runs against the Forever Together, but looking forward to seeing her, and I think they can be really proud of the job they've done specifically with her. Of course, they claimed for 80,000. Is that right, Greg? I think 80?
It was a big claim. Yeah, it was for 80 back in September of last year. That's a lot of money.
Might try to be a better claim than Southern District for 100,000 earlier today at Churchill. I could be wrong.
It would be her 3rd win of this year, but obviously that was a big one. In graded stakes company, beating Plum Ali, Messidor. And it was a nice ride, too, from Eric Cancel. Obviously had a lot underneath him. That is Sunday next week, Forever Together, where we'll see Evie Jets back in action trying to build off that Noble Damsel. It's a fun card this afternoon. Obviously, we had that late scratch with Miles Ahead coming out of the race, but you like what you saw from Bango?
Oh, he's a neat horse, and it's a way he was so adaptable. It's not easy to do that, and a really good ride by Tyler as well. No, it was a fun afternoon. Enjoyed spending the time with you. I'll see you again next week.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Yeah. We're going to see you next week, 1 Eastern start time on Wednesday. So we will see you then. Check your local listings, but 1 Eastern, FS2. It's the longest rollout I think we ever have coming up. We had so much stakes action.
It's 3 to roll out. 2.
Going to begin with, maybe this is a star in the making for Chad Brown Salima. She was very good in her stakes debut in the Winter Memories. Meanwhile, Artie Schiller, you saw our Big Everest, part of a 4-win day for Joel Rosario. Capilia and the Dream Supreme with the victory. Bet on Sunshine went to Bango, and we just saw that River City Hosier Gate to Wire under Julian Leperoux. We'll see you next Wednesday, 1 Eastern.